to Jimmy Fallon. Mm-hmm. If I'm watching those at all, I'm typically not, but I'll glance over in the guide, see who's on as a guest, and see if I want to check that out. But then I'm scrolling around and I realized, oh, wait a minute, this is the last show. And my best friend's son is an intern on that show. Got the internship, and then like 2 weeks later found out the show was going to be canceled, but got a chance to work for months. So I'm watching it because I'm like, okay, they're not going to tell you who's the last guest. I'm curious. They had cameos in the crowd, like, hey, here's Ryan Reynolds, here's Paul Rudd, here's Bryan Cranston, among others, and then they did a funny bit announcing that his final guest was actually going to be the Pope.
Really?
And then the Pope was upset because in his rider, they said they didn't live up to the agreement on the snacks, which included hot dogs. He's like, we gave him a hot dog. And then they showed a scene outside his dressing room, and he throws the hot dogs back. These aren't Chicago dogs. What are you talking about? This isn't right. So he left. So they had to settle for Paul McCartney instead. Oh, so that was pretty
decent,
pretty cool.
Strong to quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's Paul McCartney. I was thinking about this. Like, how many are there only like a handful of people that are more famous than Paul McCartney?
Yep.
I mean, really?
I'd say so. They're trending old.
Yeah,
obviously, there's going to be a whole bunch of people under the age of 40 that.
But I think if people under the age of 40 know who the Beatles are, know who Paul McCartney is.
I bet there's some people under the age of 40 that have heard of the Beatles but couldn't name a member of the Beatles. I might be wrong on that.
You might be wrong. I might.
Wait, hold on. Bobby's in for Kang today. You are 29 years old.
Right.
Do you know who Paul McCartney is?
I know the name. I knew that he was in the Beatles.
Did you?
But I probably couldn't pick him out of like a lineup.
What about the rest of the Beatles?
I know there's a Ringo Starr.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Yeah.
I think that's it.
That's it. Yep, you're right. There were two Beatles. You got it.
So if I say the name John Lennon, it means nothing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I recognize that name.
Okay.
But you didn't know he was in the Beatles. And you're today years old when you found out John Lennon was in the Beatles.
No, I probably knew that already.
Did you? Okay. Well,
George Harrison. Ever hear of George Harrison?
No,
okay.
not heard that one.
That doesn't surprise me.
That actually checks out.
Yeah. That's legit.
That's what nobody knows.
So I watched that, and
Okay.
that was entertaining to a point. And then I'm like, well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I probably should go to sleep. That was
You made that decision.
I made that decision. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
So that was my night.
Well, this is a little bit of what the Tigers have reduced us to. Of course, they didn't play last night. They played.
Thank God.
Afternoon. Yeah. So about them. I mean, this is where we'd play the draft music if it were. I mean, I don't know how to keep the season's not over from being prominent in my mind, because logically it isn't, but this hole is getting deeper, quicker than we ever imagined. We knew that they were going to start taking on water.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know it was going to be like this. They've been gutted. I'm in a weird place right now. I'm not there yet, but if you told me tomorrow that we had to go in this direction, I'd be like, okay, I'm ready to flip the switch and let's go. And that is moving on and giving up, and let's see what we can do moving forward. And okay, let's hurry up and get healthy. Tarek Skubal, get out there, make your start so we can trade you. You know, let's see if anybody else can show a pulse and get some kind of trade value, and just move all the chips in. And, you know, the month of July is all about speculation, who's going where and for what. Mm-hmm. I'm not there yet, but if somehow we make that determination, there's going to be an epiphany. If they continue losing over the next week, then, you know, we're going to hit that switch. And then I can be all in on the mode of who we're going to have to move. And I'm not fine with it, but it's kind of like the silver lining of this season, where people have said already, we went to calls yesterday, that look, this is a bad team. They were a bad team in the second half last year. They were awful, and they haven't done anything since then. They're the same team. And, you know, the comeback is always, well, they did win a playoff series, and they damn near got it to the ALCS last year, but they didn't. But they almost did. They, you know, played pretty well in 2 playoff series. But yes, the fact is, the team was terrible in the second half. And the team was terrible here in the first half of this season. So if you're already of that mindset, then you're like, yeah, let's go. Let's move it. And I let's move on and start looking ahead. And I can understand that, and I'm trying to be sympathetic to that side, but I'm still a competitive person, and I'm still an optimistic person. But that optimism is that tank is so low right now. And even if they get the pitching back, and they will get pitching back, Troy Melton probably going to pitch on Sunday. They may get some bullpen arms, more bullpen arms, right? Vest is already back. Brisky could be coming back. He's pitching in Toledo. And then we could see Verlander, among others, that come back, and obviously Skubal maybe in a month. Despite all that pitching that they might have that could be great, it doesn't matter if nobody's hitting and nobody's driving in runs. And when you literally have 2 bats in the entire lineup that you think can do something, in McGonigal and Green, Dingler runs into one area. He's got 9 home runs. That's great, but I mean, he's hitting 240. But he has some loud hits, so maybe I'll include him too. But that's 3. That's it. And I'm not going to feel terribly optimistic that when Kerry Carpenter comes back, he's going to be Carp from a couple years ago, or is he going to be the Carp we saw in the first half this year anyway? That had him hitting like 215 with the occasional home run. Javi Baez. I mean, I don't know if any of us really thought that. We're convinced that Javi was back, even though it was an all-star in the first half last year. He cooled down in the second half like everybody else, but it wasn't awful. But the Javi Baez I'm hoping that comes back is like average at best, right? It's just kind of depressing. And yes, I have to remind myself, around baseball, there's not a ton of offense, and a lot of teams are struggling, but the other teams are winning. The whole NL East is above 500. And the Tigers are in this division that everybody says sucks, the Comedy Central and all that, and whatever. I don't care about the labels so much, but I can be realistic and look at the teams and say nothing special in this division. Cleveland's ahead of 500 by 8 games. They're 30-22. You look at this Cleveland team that just swept the Tigers in 4 games. Does Cleveland look like they're world beaters? The answer is no. It was a rhetorical question, but they don't look that impressive, and yet they just schooled the Tigers. Because the Tigers can't hit right now.
And based upon the way the Tigers are playing, people in Major League Baseball are talking about Skubal.
Yeah, it's starting to creep up now.
Executives around the league are talking to insiders about accessibility to Tarek Skubal. We will get to some of what they are saying today at 10:20. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Happy Friday, everybody. Hey, if you're injured, you know what to do. Call Sam. Everyone knows that Sam Bernstein Law will fight for you. I've seen the results. Family gets firsthand, and you don't pay anything unless they win for you. Get the Bernstein advantage today at 1-800-CALL-SAM. Good morning, Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing great. Tigers now 9.5 games out, and if it gets no better, a sell-off could be very lucrative, and everything must go sale. Could be the direction this team goes, and we've got one of the most interesting stories literally in years potentially playing itself out here as a trade deadline move, because it feels like the way the Tigers have played have sparked conversation around Major League Baseball. And the John Heyman did a story where he said that if Skubal hits the trade market, he could be the most coveted player on the trade market in years. And I mean, that means there should be a return.
Yes.
Like we haven't seen in years.
Of course.
Buster Olney wrote about it today. We'll get to that in a sec. I mean, and this is the thing. They've had some bad luck, okay? Whether you thought this team was doomed without injuries or not, we can all agree that this has been there's been a string of some bad luck, like worst case scenario for a team that probably didn't have a large margin for error. I will still hang on to the fact that it's awesome that Kevin McGonigal's really good and that we've seen a hitting prospect now pan out, and it feels like they got a cornerstone, perhaps elite hitter here. It's still very early, and Riley Green is blossoming. Like there's some stuff from a lineup standpoint that, could be because these are guys who are trending towards being reliable top of the order bats, which is the toughest thing to get, is top of the order bats. If you're looking for, right, obviously you want to get bunch of guys that can hit 2, 3, 4, different skill sets, of course, but Green and McGonigal, that's been fun. And, I'm looking forward to seeing what they could do around them moving forward and what else down in Toledo and Erie and below might come up to supplement that group, because they could be here for a while doing really good things. With that said, this has been an epic disaster between, I think we all will agree, injuries have dramatically impacted this team, and it's up to Scott Harris now to figure this out. 9.5 back is not what I would call striking distance if we get to the trade deadline.
No, it's
okay. And whatever the definition of striking distance is, you have to be within striking distance to justify A, buying, or B, not selling. And this team is trending so far away from being in striking distance. Skubal comes back in a couple weeks, and again, they'll slowly start to repopulate the roster here. But a couple weeks from now, they could be 15 games back or worse.
One thing that could work in their favor, but don't be fooled by it, because we've been fooled before with who the upcoming opponents are. Mm-hmm. But they're taking on Baltimore, and Baltimore's terrible.
I know, but
they're just as bad as the Tigers
yeah.
are. And we thought the same thing when the Tigers took on the Boston Red Sox. They were like one of the worst teams in baseball, and Boston took care of the Tigers. So it felt that way when they were going to Cincinnati, and Cincinnati was, hey, it's a hitter-friendly ballpark. That'll help. Yeah, except Cincinnati's got better hitters, and next thing you know, there's 20 home runs going on, and the Tigers are losing. Baltimore is a very hitter-friendly ballpark, and it's a bad baseball team. But the Tigers are every bit as bad. Like, you can no longer think, oh, it's okay, we got our slump buster coming up. I mean, this is a must-win series, let alone that it's you got to win at least one. No, you have to win 2 out of 3 games, because if you don't, you continue to fall further and further from 500. You have got to make a push to get back towards 500. You talk about what's that point. I didn't even look at the games back, because I'm just assuming that Cleveland's going to continue to play at least 500 baseball the rest of the way, and that maybe one of the other teams ahead of them will. Tigers have to get back to 500 before I can even think that they're contending.
So the games back doesn't matter to you. Games back matters.
Unless there's some epic collapse by Cleveland, where all of a sudden, hey, if you're a 500 team and now you're like 2 games back, that's something else. But I just don't expect that to happen from Cleveland, to have that kind of a collapse.
The only thing that I am watching is games back, and even people could say, well, so what? If they win this crappy division, they'll be one and done in the postseason. Okay, fine, but we're talking about, do you give up on the season collectively as an organization and move players? And I would not if you can make the playoffs, I think you push to make the playoffs, because that would imply that you are, even to make it back to make up this 9.5 game deficit, you'd have to be playing pretty well. It's not like they can keep playing poorly and still make up the 9.5, right? A version of a Tiger team that makes up a 9.5 game deficit actually has to be playing pretty decently. So for them to even make it worthwhile, they have to look completely differently than they look right now.
We're probably talking about the same thing literally anyway, because they're, 9 games below 500 or 11 games below 500 right now?
I know that they're 5 and 16 since Skubal got
They're
hurt.
20 and 31, I think, on the year. So that's 11 games below 500. So you and I are kind of talking about the same thing. In order for them to get to that, to the point where they're only a few games back or whatever, they have to get back to 500.
Okay, so because of the way the Tigers are playing, it's become a national story. And it is really intriguing to me. But here is Buster Olney today posted a story, MLB trade deadline, X factors to watch. And he writes in part, 73 days. The market forces that shape the market are already taking form. Based on conversations with front offices and executives, here are 6 questions that will define what happens before August 3rd. The number one question is, will Tarek Skubal be the big name on this year's trade market? It's the number one question. And he's basing this on what his conversations with executives around the league. And, here again, he writes in part, the Detroit Tigers looked poised to contend for the AL Central crown again, but Detroit has absorbed injury after injury, including Skubal. And now, after being swept at home by Cleveland, the Tigers are tied for Houston for the second worst record in the American League. Scott Harris, Detroit's head of baseball operations, is viewed as a realist by his peers. Quote, he's fairly objective, one evaluator said. He's never struck me as a window guy. Olney writes, in other words, the table read on Harris is that he's not going to go all in on a long shot effort to make the postseason if he thinks he doesn't have a good enough team. But Skubal could have enormous value at the deadline. Quote, and if he gets more than the value of the qualifying offer, then there's going to be an opportunity there, one AL evaluator said. Later, Olney writes, remember, it's not only about the prospects it would take to land him, but also the salary. Skubal would make roughly $11 million the last 2 months of the season, which could impact the interest of some teams. I don't know what that means. Does that mean teams don't want to
might find themselves out because they don't think they can afford him for a rental?
That seems odd to me. I think if you're getting Tarek Skubal, $11 million is well worth it. But
well, it depends on the teams. Like, for instance, if you look at, I was gonna throw like the National League Central. Milwaukee Brewers are in top of the Central, but the Brewers are a small market team or a medium market team. Can they afford to take on that kind of money for a rental player? Making a playoff push. I mean, if I were
think
Milwaukee,
anybody, I would think anybody.
Yes.
Yeah, anybody. I mean, look, Olney wrote it. Olney knows more about baseball than I do. But at the end of the day, I can't imagine any team with a chance to get Skubal would let $11 million over the last 2 months of the season keep him from doing it. But this is the number one storyline as it pertains to the trade deadline that's being talked about amongst executives in the league is accessibility to Skubal. Now, the first box it has to get checked is Skubal has to return to pitch well. And, yesterday's bullpen session, when they walked off the mound, everybody high-fiving and pumping fists, implies that not only is he throwing well, he's feeling good while doing it. Of course, I would be, if I were the Tigers, I'd be, how you feel today? I'd be on the phone with him this morning.
He's not just looking good, he's feeling good.
Yep. Now, another baseball insider went and asked executives what it would take to get him. Who might go after him and what would it take to get him? And 3 guys responded.
Oh.
We will get to what they might get back today at 10:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hey, want to apologize yesterday. We did not have a video stream from down at Comerica Park.
We did not.
There is some people on vacation. Then when they're on vacation time.
We did get to say hi to Bear Slays, though.
Bear Slays on the Twitch feed, yes. Nice guy.
Big beard.
Hell of a beard, man.
Big
that
beard.
guy, first team all beard. I could never do that.
Well, I couldn't.
Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, it was a videoless show, and we are back streaming today. So Twitch and YouTube, go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. And you can watch the show, participate in a streaming chat. I think, Gator, we need to be a little bit careful today because of vacation time. Usually commercials run on the screen during video, over the video during commercial breaks. But because people aren't here today, I think we're live for 4 straight hours.
Oh,
so, don't take your pants off and run around the studio during a commercial
move
break.
the microphone way away. And
yeah, I don't think the mics are hot. They better not be hot.
never know. Always assume they are.
But earlier in the show during a commercial break, you gave the double bird when telling me a story.
Yeah.
That went out over the stream.
That's all right.
Yeah. Anyway, youtube.com, twitch.tv, in the search bar, you can search up 971 The Ticket. Okay, so we were talking about Skubal and how this has become, and the Tigers have become a national story. They become a national story because everyone in baseball, apparently 73 days away from the trade deadline, is talking about, is there going to be accessibility to a player as coveted as they've seen in years at the trade deadline, as described by insiders. And John Heyman, actually, was this? No, it was Robert Murray did the story. My bad. About what the Tigers could get at the trade deadline.
Who's Robert Murray?
Robert Murray, I thought it was a Heyman story, to be honest with you. Give me 1 second here. Don't ask me difficult. You ask me difficult questions. Because I had the link here earlier, and now I can't find it. I'll work on that. Where'd the link go? Damn it, Gator! Could you sing for a second while I look for this?
One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. 2 can be as bad as 1. It's the loneliest number since the... Yeah, please don't.
Keep going.
No.
Robert Murray writes for Fansided, but has quotes from executives around the league.
All right.
So here are 3 MLB executives on what it would take. Who would go get Skubal, and some of them go so far as to what it would take. Executive 1. I don't think anyone can answer that. I don't think we've ever seen a pitcher this good coming off such a bizarre injury. He's playing for a team that's trying to win themselves, so there are so many factors at play. If I had to answer, I'd say 1 top 100 prospect plus a top 15 and 1 more throw-in. I asked if he would do it. He responded, the Padres will.
Padres don't have any prospects left.
No, but... So when he says 1 top 100 prospect, okay, any organization's a guy in their top 100, a top 15, does that mean a top 15 in their organization?
I would think that's what it means.
And 1 more throw-in.
Yeah, which doesn't seem like it's a tremendous return.
No, it doesn't feel... I mean, if the top 100 prospect is like one of the top 3 or 4 in baseball...
Well, that's different.
Yes. But just some rando top 100 prospect, somebody's top 15 prospect, and a throw-in does not excite me. Because seriously, and so this is now 2 sources saying, a player like this hasn't been available in a long time. The return would have to be Herschel Walker-like, that makes you feel good about the future of the organization, or the return would have to be like the OKC Paul George trade. Now, I don't think anything's going to get that big. They got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and 5 first-round picks. One of those first-round picks turned out to be Jalen Williams. But, I mean, it would have to be a damn good trade to put it in the justifiable category on our side, right?
Yeah, it would. Or it would have to be a player that's on somebody's roster already that maybe used to be on the top 50 prospects or something like that. And maybe that's where you could go. And look, you just start connecting dots and looking at teams that would make sense. The teams that wouldn't even blink an eye at.
Do you want me to get all these executive quotes out before we start getting into it? All right, yeah. Executive 2, when asked about Skubal, who might do it and what it might take, answers the following way. It would have to be Dombrowski or Preller to to get a top prospect. Now, Dombrowski runs the Phillies now. Dave Dombrowski, AJ Preller is the Padres GM. Everyone else treats it like Wall Street and asset value. So my guess is a couple of top 10 prospects for a couple of months of him. Or Friedman, Andrew Friedman, who's the Dodgers chief executive. Or Andrew Friedman could go out and get him. He ups a team's chances to win the World Series by a pretty big margin. You get 2 starts in that 5-game series. Friedman gets him. That's my prediction. So he's predicting the Dodgers. And he says, my guess is a couple of top 10 prospects. So that's a couple of an organization's top 10 prospects. Do you think that's what he means, or does he mean a couple of? I can't.
I think he means organization.
How many organizations have 2 top 10 prospects in the game?
Well, Seattle.
Right.
I think might be the team.
Executive 3. It's so difficult to tell, but I think it would start with one top 50 and another top 100 prospect. If it was a top 10 prospect in the game, maybe it could be that plus a fringe top 100 guy also, plus probably 1 or 2 throw-in types. In scouting terms, we would say probably 2 B1 grade prospects as a start and then a couple of C grades also. Skubal is tough, though, as a 2-month rental with the injury risk because it's tough for a team to just come up with close to 12 to 14 million he will be owed after the trade. That isn't budgeted for. Teams don't typically have a bunch of extra cash lying around mid-season, so it takes an ownership group willing to find the cash. If the Tigers pay down the salary, the turn could be better. Yeah, pay it down. Who cares?
Well, yeah, you could do that. But look, I don't want to argue on how billionaires should handle their finances here, but it seems like
you got a good background in that.
Yeah. I would imagine that if you're adding Tarek Skubal to your roster, that you're probably ensuring a playoff run, and a postseason run is where you can make some money, and you'll make up that $11 million that you have to pay to get Skubal in the first place.
Okay, so that third guy, whoever this guy is, if it was a top 10 prospect in the game, maybe it could be that plus a fringe top 100 guy. I mean, this guy's talking, or 2 really good prospects. This guy's talking about the best package in return. But you know what? Here's the thing. If they are going to do this, here's what you can't do. You cannot swing and miss. Scott Harris cannot swing and miss. It becomes an inflection point for his entire time in Detroit. It becomes the biggest test, and it's pass-fail, and you have to pass with flying colors. You have to. You can't, and there are guys right now, prospects in the top 100, that are going to be absolute studs. And there's others that may never see the bigs.
Yep.
And when the Tigers purged the core of the team that was playing for, World Series contending team in the mid-teens, 2014, back that era, that purge produced very little to nothing. It really did. They didn't get much out of that purge.
No, they didn't, and it looked like teams just took advantage of the Tigers.
Yeah, where's Lugo these days? Wasn't there Alcantara in there too?
Yeah, there was something like that. Dowell Lugo, right? Yeah. Hey, Jake Rodgers was part of that.
Jake Rodgers was part of it, and Jake Rodgers,
Franklin Perez.
Yeah, but they got a whole bunch of nothing, really.
Yeah, they did.
You're supposed to set your organization up for the future, and look, one of the things that we try very hard, not always successfully, is put up guardrails to not go crashing through and talk about unrealistic things. I almost feel like when it comes to this topic, no, time to get unrealistic. Time to see a bidding war between egos and markets. Time to see the Dodgers bid against the Yankees. Time to see the Cubs get involved. Time to see the richest teams with World Series aspirations commit to an overpay to get Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, and for those teams, they would also feel like, okay, maybe it's not necessarily a rental because we can afford to actually give him the contract that he's going to want. So whether it's the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Cubs or whomever, I do agree with you. In theory, there should be a bidding war for him if it gets to that point. And right now they're definitely heading in that direction. I can't remember when we were doing this shows about during the purge days with Verlander. I don't remember us talking and discussing about a bidding war over Justin Verlander. It seemed like it was hard to find somebody that wanted to trade for him. And then when Houston became one of these names, and we're all looking at, okay, we did the same thing. Let's go to, MLB, the MLB pipeline and the top prospects of baseball and all this. And we're looking at everybody's teams. Whether this guy. The guy that stood out from Houston was Kyle Tucker. Mm-hmm. But they got 3 pretty good prospects in return. Franklin Perez was the number 1 prospect they got out of that group, and he never pitched above Double-A ball and was out of baseball quickly because he had so many arm injuries. Jake Rodgers, and I'm saying he was a throw-in, but he was, I think, the last of the 3 guys. Daz Cameron was the other one. Jake Rodgers has held on. He's been okay. Nothing special. He's been okay.
On
Daz
a good
Cameron
team, he could be an asset.
Yeah. But they didn't. The bottom line is they got very little for Verlander. They were hoping that Franklin Perez was going to be the guy because he had all this hype about him as being a younger pitcher, but it didn't pan out. If they're going to, you clearly as a Tiger fan, please don't screw this up. But I'm not sure it is the approach that you should take if you're getting to this point where you're going to move him. Is it going to be, I need to get 5 guys for Skubal, or is it I need 1 stud? Because I'm of the mindset I just want 1 stud. Because I'm being realistic too and understanding that it's a rental player for some other team.
So you're talking about somebody else's McGonigal.
Yes. Give me your number 1 prospect, and that's probably the best we can do. Because if you're talking about, hey, 2 of that organization's top 15 prospects, I want as close to a sure thing as I can
hear
get.
you.
Because we've been hurt before, and I don't want to get hurt again.
So this team right now is a mess, and because they're a mess, a lot is riding on Tarek Skubal coming back and pitching well. And with that said, you wake up on a Friday here in late May, and a bunch of MLB insiders are talking about what's getting talked about in the league, which is, holy crap, are we going to be able to get Skubal? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Twin Peaks is gearing up for an awesome Memorial Day weekend, and if you're in town, they can't wait to host you for the party. That's right, your favorite lodges are ready to rock and roll all weekend long with great sports action and the new red, white, and blue costume party. Starting Saturday, grab the crew and settle up to the best bar in the state for pay-per-view boxing as Usyk returns to the ring to defend his heavyweight title. Both hockey and basketball playoffs are going on, baseball matchups, and the Great American Race on Sunday. Why go to Twin Peaks? Why not? First, your favorite Twin Peaks girls decked out in their hottest red, white, and blue bikinis, ready to serve up all your favorites that you crave. The Scratch Kitchen boasts house-smoked items like the wings, brisket, and ribs, hand-cut New York strips, smashed and seared burgers, and awesome seafood like the grilled salmon or trout. And don't sleep on their bar. Their draft beer system pours your favorite beer at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's only been used once a day, that's been freezing for over 24 hours. You don't just go out to eat at Twin Peaks. You have an experience. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. So the Detroit Tigers have become a talking point around Major League Baseball for all the wrong reasons, unfortunately. Everybody's talking about, is this Tiger slump leading to accessibility to Tarek Skubal? And it's being talked about as if this is, in many ways, unprecedented in terms of the quality of player. There hasn't been a player like this available at the trade deadline for some time. And so, right, you got to cash in. You got to cash in a big way if you're Scott Harris, if it gets to that. And the thing about it is, we all know that there's a requirement here, and that's Skubal return and pitch well. And if Skubal returns and pitches well, maybe they'll start digging into this lead that Cleveland has. But it's 9.5 games. And if you get to the trade deadline and you're in this ballpark is not what I would call striking distance. Do we agree on that? 9.5 is too much.
No, it's not.
248-539-9797. Bob in Rochester Hills, you're on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Good morning, Doug and Scott.
What's up?
3 points on the Tigers. 1 point is when a team is not hitting, then everybody's not hitting. And when a team starts hitting, everybody hits. I always look at players left on base. Last night they left 16 on base. Cleveland left 8. A couple days before I looked at it, they left 14 on base. So the real problem is they can't get that key hit. And as far as AJ goes, that guy would have it. People want to get rid of him is ridiculous. The only way you would get rid of a manager of that quality is if he loses the locker room. That guy would have a job within a week if the Tigers let him go. He's not the problem. He doesn't have the material to work with. These guys that are injured, that's why they get paid big money, because very few people can do what they do. So asking these second string guys, they're doing the best they can. They just can't find that key hit. As far as Skubal goes, we should have automatically thought he's going to get traded sometime this year. Maybe even in spring training. He's got to go. He's not going to re-sign. We're not going to the World Series. So he's got to go. It's we need a bidding war.
We need a bidding war to develop. Bob, there's.
Let me do one.
Well, hold on, Bob. Hold on. First of all, your left on base numbers are out of left field. I don't know where you're finding 16 and 14. Yeah. They're not even close to accurate. Are they coming up with?
I looked at the box
yesterday.
I literally just looked it up, and the highest total they had from this series against Cleveland was 10. They had like 10, 9, 6, and 4.
I thought I looked at the box score yesterday afternoon, and it said 16 left on base.
No, there was not 16 left. Okay. I was like, they didn't put that many. They didn't put that anywhere close to that many guys on base.
5 hits.
Right.
Yeah, but and as far as like Skubal, the bidding war. You look at the teams. We should be rooting like hell for the big market, big money teams to keep winning.
Sure.
Because we want Toronto, we want Chicago, the Cubs, we want the Yankees, the Dodgers. Padres seem to throw money at everything. We want all of them bidding on Tarek Skubal.
I would think the Yankees or the Dodgers would just come in and say, we'll trade for him, but we want to sign and trade. They'll give them.
I don't think they care. They got the money where it doesn't matter to them. But they should feel like they have a chance to sign him because they do have the money.
Yep.
But with the uncertainty of the CBA.
Bob, real quick, what's your last point?
The last point is people want to tear this team down and go into the studs and starting over. Everybody should remember the Bobby Higginson days when there were 10,000 people in the stands. Half the food courts were closed, and all the amusement rides were shut down.
Yeah, I mean, you can't – I wouldn't let that motivate what the right thing to do is. I don't feel like this is a total teardown and rebuild. I think there are some pieces here that – and help on the way could mean they could reinvent themselves relatively quick. But like at the end, the last time the Tigers had a full-scale purge, I felt like they were starting all over.
Because they were.
Yeah. This doesn't feel like, I feel like between Riley Green and Kevin McGonigal, some of the young arms, like Jackson Jobe's going to come back. I mean, you
Casey
forget about.
Mize is pitching really well.
Casey Mize pitching well. Reese Olson. I mean, there are some guys that
Troy Melton.
think could be part of a decent young squad, but it doesn't feel like a full-scale rebuild like it did back then.
No, but what they do, they're going to have some real hard discussions here. coming into this trade deadline or just about the future anyway when it comes to everybody on this roster except for McGonigal, Dingler, and Green. I mean, those three feel pretty safe. Outside of that, I don't know what they have. You got to really look hard and say, does Spencer Torkelson belong on this team for the next few years? Does Kerry Carpenter have a spot on this team for the next couple of years?
Feedback coming in. At this point, we might as well trade Skubal for some bats. The team has no offense. Our pitching staff would miss him, but we need offense more than we need a Skubal start once a week. That's from my name text.
No question that they need that. And that teams should be looking at, like the Yankees or the Dodgers in particular. These are teams that have, the Dodgers have a bunch of outfield prospects. And a couple of them are in the top 50 of Major League Baseball, actually in the top 30 of Major League Baseball. But Tiger fans might blow a gasket because they're left-handed hitters. I don't care. Just be able to hit the baseball. But they're all like double-A guys at this point, so we'll see.
From Mark in Grand Rapids, I can't remember a team like the Tigers where there was so much excitement and potential, yet it fell off so fast. Yeah, I mean, this has been in every way dissatisfying. Next text, they should have traded him 2 years ago. Just thinking about the haul they would have got then. Now they won't get as much. That's from an unnamed texter. See, this is a useless text.
Can't do that.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, like real easy to say after you know that the last two playoff teams that he was anchoring didn't win the World Series.
Right.
But I mean, those teams got into the postseason and both of them won a round and made a little bit of a run. I'm sorry, but I think that is hindsight.
Not going to play hindsight. Yeah.
No. Those returns suck, but getting nothing for him after a crap year when he walks, I think is what they meant, is so much worse. Yep. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know if those returns would suck, but we need the bidding more.
Yeah, you need several teams to be very interested. And okay. And like I said, what I want personally, I just want one stud in return. Give me the best player I can get, and we'll do that.
It's funny because I want two studs.
Well, I'd love to get it, of course. But what I'm saying is,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, you go back to the whole Verlander thing, and they got none studs.
Yeah. The Tigers are not in a position to demand the farm. Skubal walks at the end of the season, so the Tigers will settle for whatever the best offer is or get nothing. Well, see, this is what I go back to. Unless there's a bidding war. And I feel like Skubal is a ticket to the World Series.
Well, right now, the Dodgers are 31-19 atop the West. There are a couple of games ahead of the Padres who are 29-20. Those are two high-spending teams. The Cubs are second behind the Brewers in the Central, a game and a half back. They have 29 wins. You look elsewhere, what other big spending teams are there? Philadelphia likes to pull their weight around. There's a second in the East, but they're already 9.5 games back. So I'm not sure if Philly's going to be in it, but the guy mentioned Dombrowski. One of those sources mentioned Dombrowski. In the American League, you got the Yankees, who are second behind the Tampa Bay, 4.5 games, but they're 30-21. It's a good Yankee baseball team. So that's several high-paying teams that are in it that would be, I think you would imagine, they'd be willing to spend. All you need are the Dodgers and the Yankees, and you got that.
Bid against each other. And look, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, and you get what you can get. But there's a reason why that this has created a buzz around the game more than 2 months out from the trade deadline, right?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. You want to keep talking Tigers trade. We have another edition of Who's on Top scheduled for the noon hour. So we will do that. Talk some Lions next hour as well. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, Tiger Trade Talk. Well, it's starting to get to the 4 here. It's early, but it is what it is. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tigers and Orioles coming up tonight from Camden Yards as Detroit continues to slide further and further below 500. The margin is now 11 games, the largest it has been since the 2023 season. Baltimore is 8 games below 500 and also in last place in the AL East this year. Chris Bassett will start tonight's game for the O's. It will be Jack Flaherty for Detroit. First pitch at 7:15 this evening here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:50. In the NBA tonight, the Western Conference Finals will shift to San Antonio. The Spurs took Game 1 in Oklahoma City before Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder rallied for Game 2 on Wednesday. Spurs favored by 1.5 points tonight at home in Game 3. On the ice in the NHL Western Conference Finals, the Avalanche are down 1-0 in their series against the Vegas Golden Knights after a surprise 4-2 win from Vegas on Wednesday. The Knights took advantage of an Avs team that was without their star defenseman Cale Makar, who missed the game with an upper body injury. He is listed as day-to-day, and his status for tonight's game remains in question. Puck drop is coming up at 8 o'clock this evening in Denver. And the Indianapolis 500 race is this Sunday. All 200 laps at the Brickyard will be carried live on our sister station WWJ News Radio 950 this year. The race starts Sunday at 12:45 in the afternoon. Pre-game coverage over on WWJ will begin at 11 a.m. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. I saw something that made me laugh yesterday, and then I saw you put it in your show sheet. Aaron Rodgers says that this is his last season, and when it's done, you won't see him anymore.
Right?
Yeah, you don't like attention at all.
No.
You don't like attention at all. I can totally see you just fading away.
You won't see me doing TV. Any appearances? Nope. Right. Okay, hotshot.
I think I burst out laughing before I finished reading the sentence when I realized where it was going. Like, are you kidding me? Dude, you create more drama intentionally. Insert yourself into storylines.
Oh, he loves it.
Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, when you retire, which, by the way, I don't even believe that you truly think this is your last season. I think you're going on. You know what? I think you're saying that because it creates more drama and attention. It's my last ride, guys. This is it.
Well, here's the thing. Like, remember when we go back to the COVID thing and was he vaccinated and said he was immunized, but wouldn't say the word vaccinated, and it was a little word game for him.
Yep.
I feel like this is the same kind of thing because he didn't say I'm retiring after the season. He had to be asked like a follow up, and he goes, "Yeah, this is it." But like I don't buy it. I mean, look, it might be his last year because teams might just say, "Why on earth would we even consider you? You're 44 years old, or however old he's going to be," and we'll see how he plays this year for a Pittsburgh team that looks like it's going absolutely nowhere. Mm-hmm. But who knows? Maybe he finds some magic working with his former coach, and they'll get back into the playoffs, and he resurrects his career, and then he'll say at the end of the year, "Yeah, we'll run it back." Why? Because he loves it. Don't commit to saying you're done if you're not. But hey, everybody does their own thing. He's just following the Brett Favre playbook, right?
Yeah, and look, the diminishing returns him as a player, I'm actually going to enjoy. And I can't believe the Steelers have got themselves in this relationship, but it speaks to me how much the Steelers have fallen. I just felt like the Steelers always made the right calls. The Steelers are always competitive. I was jealous of the Steelers. I'm no longer jealous of the Steelers.
No, nor am I. I think they've become, like overnight, they've become a terrible organization. The whole parting ways with Mike Tomlin is just strange, and then latching on to Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career.
Yep,
I don't think that's wise.
The other comical story coming out of the NFL is that yesterday the Bears reiterated that they are leaving Chicago. It's just a matter of where they go.
Right. Do they stay in Illinois or will they travel to Indiana?
The desolate, barren wasteland in Hammond. The site that they have talked about building is we've all, I think, not all of us, but many people around Metro Detroit have made the drive from along 94, got on the Skyway, and driven into Chicago. If you think the site that they picked, if you think of the most desolate, barren area along that drive, and there's plenty to choose from, I mean, we're talking about industrial ghost towns. That's where they're thinking of building the stadium. And I said it yesterday. If a stadium gets built in Hammond, Indiana, it will be a monument to everything that's wrong in sports. It's when the almighty dollar drives every decision. They will literally go from arguably the most beautiful setting as far as where they play in the NFL to unquestionably the worst setting. And, look, it might, Hammond might simply be a pawn in a game to get the best deal they can possibly get out of Arlington Heights, and my instincts still tells me that's the case. I can't believe the Hammond storyline has gone on this long. And if the NFC North is Green Bay, Minnesota, Detroit, and Hammond, and rest assured, they will keep the name, but we will call them the Hammond Bears.
100%.
I cannot believe that actually could happen. And, I don't know who's to blame on this one. The quote yesterday in a statement from the team, the Bears have exhausted every opportunity to stay in Chicago, which was our initial goal. There's not a viable site in the city. As a result, the only sites under consideration are in Arlington Heights and Hammond.
Okay, so just to put in perspective of what this really is, even though it is in Indiana, it's really just outside Chicago.
Yeah, it's suburban Chicago,
It's
right?
29 miles away from Chicago. So it's actually closer to Chicago than the Palace was from Detroit by a couple of miles.
Yep.
But the fact that it would change states and go to that place is ridiculous. However, if you do go back and think about when the Palace was built in Auburn Hills, which was, barely a city at that point, there wasn't much going on around there.
There really
still
isn't. There really wasn't, and there isn't.
But it was a beautiful facility, and we love the Palace.
Yep.
Love LCA, but we love the Palace too. Palace was great.
I mean, the Palace and the Pontiac Silverdome were similar drives for most people around Metro Detroit.
The difference is it's an arena that's completely enclosed. I don't know what kind of football stadium they're going to build in Hammond.
It would be an enclosed stadium.
I guess then that kind of takes away. You don't even care about the scenery if you're going to have a domed stadium.
Well, you do. Tailgaters care.
Well, they'll have plenty of space to tailgate.
This is true. Anyway, is there, if you were to, what does your gut tell you? Is there any chance that the Bears end up in Hammond?
There's a chance, but I really think that they're going to go to Arlington Heights. Arlington Heights in the suburbs of Chicago. It's 25 minutes from the city. It's only a couple miles different. It's a couple miles closer, I guess, than Hammond is technically. But because it is suburban Chicago, I just think that more Chicagoans would rather go up to Arlington Heights than to Hammond.
Oh, I think so.
But I don't even know, like, traffic-wise, how works for them.
I don't hate the idea that road trips for Lions fans get reduced by,
oh, that'd be great.
Actually, significantly, because you wouldn't have to deal with Chicago traffic.
Exactly.
Might have to look into upgrading that Hammond train stop. That Amtrak.
There you go.
The Wolverine, or whatever the heck the name of that train is that goes from Detroit to Chicago. That'd be easier for Lions fans to get there and help facilitate Lions fans takeovers.
This whole story, I mean, we started talking about this a few months ago, and it was hysterical then, and it's still kind of funny now that it's getting to this point with Chicago. And I'm not real sure what the reasons are for them wanting to leave that stadium that they put the saucer on top of it to begin with. But
I always said it looked like a cover of a Boston album.
Yeah, or a Journey album. Or
Yep.
yeah, one of the two.
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense to me why you'd
It
leave
was
that
the first
area.
NFL stadium designed by an album cover artist. You know, what would be the Detroit equivalent
Of moving out of town?
of moving to Hammond?
Monroe?
I feel bad. Sorry, Monroe.
Well, I don't mean it's still, at least it's still in the state of Michigan.
It's true.
I mean, would it be playing in Canada? Closer to Canada than we are to Ohio.
I know, dude. I know. Weird story. Hammond Bears. Hey, dream's still alive. 248-539-9797. Hey, I don't know if you saw this. This Jack Campbell guy signed a contract
boy,
with
here we go.
Detroit.
Here we go. Hour and 10 minutes. It took you an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah. We'll talk some Lions at 11:16 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Summer is right around the corner, and there's never been a better time to drive home a brand new Chevrolet from Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado. It's just $189 a month. Need something sporty and versatile? How about you get the 2026 Chevy Trailblazer for only $219 a month? Or cruise in the summer in the stylish 2026 Chevy Trax. That's just $249 a month. And every one of these incredible offers comes with only $19.99 down. So whether you need a tough truck, a family SUV, or the perfect everyday ride, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has your summer savings waiting right now. Hurry in today or shop online at sarahchevrolet.com. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where great deals and great service come together at 696 and Telegraph in Southfield. They're open every Saturday, and dealer fees are extra. Offers subject to approval and availability. See your dealer for complete details, and together, let's drive!
I mean, we could just do, how did you celebrate? 248. Where were you when you heard the news? 248. You want to do that? You want to do either of those things? My favorite Detroit Lion from the day he was an Iowa Hawkeye, linebacker Jack Campbell, has re-upped with the Detroit Lions, 4 years, $81 million. And we will have until 2030. He is obviously going to be relied upon to be the quarterback of the defense. He's your green dot guy. He's taking the mantle from Alex Anzalone. He is second in the NFL in tackles last year, first team All-Pro, heart and soul of a defense that needs a guy like this right in the middle. He's earned the contract. There wasn't panic in Detroit because I think everybody recognizes his value, right? Everybody, right? He was, they turned down the option that he had because they saw this as a better path to getting a more team-friendly deal that would give Jack Campbell more than a 1-year extension, that would give him the more security that he sought out too. So it was kind of a win-win. Ultimately, Gator, in all seriousness, I think this is good. I'm obviously a big Jack Campbell fan, but they kind of needed him back, and they kind of need him in the middle of that defense.
Well, yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. You bring him back. The concern was how much was it going to be, because his number for the 5th-year option was scary high, because all linebackers are lumped together, regardless if they're outside linebackers that rush the quarterback or they're just off-ball linebackers.
Basically, your franchise number was
21.
Yeah, it was compared to edge rushers.
Yeah,
because of the linebacker, as you said. The designation of how they do linebacker.
Exactly. So to get him for 4 more years on the extension for a total that is, going to be that on the average year and not escalate too much, I think it makes sense. And obviously Jack Campbell's one of the best young linebackers, not just one of the best young linebackers in football, one of the best linebackers in football. For what he does, being a middle linebacker, it feels like that position is overlooked a lot. The people think, it's just a dinosaur. We're really worried about getting after the quarterback in today's NFL with all the passing. Well, running the ball is making a bit of a comeback, and you need to have a guy who's going to make all the tackles. Jack Campbell can make all the tackles, and Jack Campbell can also cover in the passing game. So I love that they're bringing it back. I think that the 4-year extension is a perfect number of years. They protect themselves a little bit with the limited guaranteed money, and I think it's like $52 million guaranteed. But this makes all the sense in the world.
So let me ask you a question. What would you say to the crowd that says you shouldn't pay an off-the-ball linebacker that kind of money?
I think they're foolish. Your off-the-ball linebacker is going to be your leading tackler on the team. And if he's good, you pay him. If he's not, then you don't. If he's average, I'm not going to give the guy a big contract if he's just an average player. But Jack Campbell is one of the best in the game. He's going to be one of these guys that's always going to be in the top 10 in tackles. And you have to have that guy. He's sure-handed. He's smart. They trust him. I do it. I don't like you. I'm not a big hard and fast rule kind of guy when it comes to certain situations. I like to look at everything individually. And for this team and that player, it makes sense. So just like it was when they drafted him, frankly, in the first round, everybody said, you can't do that. And in the same draft, they took the running back. You can't do those two things. Well, they did. And those two players are now the foundation for this team.
It's funny because ideally, right, you get to build your team from scratch, however you want. And ideally, you have what is considered the prime positions in the game. Left tackle, quarterback, edge rusher are your 3 highest paid players. And you don't invest in these non-premium positions. Ideally, the problem with that is you have to have accessibility. When you have accessibility to a great player at a position, when he's staring you in the face in the draft, you take him. He's great. You've got that guy in-house. You can sign that guy. You can't just fabricate out of thin blue air, a player that is at an edge spot opposite a Hutch that's that good. You have to have accessibility to that guy. And so when you get a great player, it doesn't matter what position they are. You try to keep that player because it's hard to find great players. So when you've got one in-house, almost regardless of the position, almost. I think you hang on to that guy and do everything you can to hang on to that guy, because you could say, yeah, I wouldn't pay him, I'd let him walk, blah, blah, blah. Okay, then how are you going to get another great player? It's hard to identify and get him in the first place. And so, I think when you got one in-house, you try everything you can to not let him walk within reason.
Yeah, I think from a fan standpoint, what this is, I can already predict how this is going to look down the line, because fans are going to be like, well, all they do is sign their own players. If they're good, you do.
Yep.
You don't want these guys to get to free agency and then leave. But fans are always excited about the next shiny thing. They want to look at free agency, get the top running back in the draft, the top receiver in the draft, the top whatever in the draft, right? Because it's the nice shiny thing.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're able to lock down what would be the nice next shiny thing for another team, but you've got it in-house, do it. I'm curious how this is going to work out with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
And what their decision is with him. Because I tend to think that they're going to sign him to an extension as well. But running back money is starting to get up there now, as it should, because they're very important to teams. But I'm not sure if he's going to get a 4-year contract, because he is a running back, and because that's literally a position. Hang another year on a guy, and you see the wear and tear start to take shape. So I'm worried about what this is going to mean for Jahmyr Gibbs. He is one of the best running backs in the National Football League, and he's the next guy. It's going to be, you got looking at Gibbs, and then they got real tough decisions with injured players like Sam Laporta and Brian Branch, who are the second round players, and they have to make those decisions real quickly too.
Yeah, this is a good signing. He'll anchor the defense. I haven't logged on to any national site. I always try and step out of our own cocoon here and find out if there's anyone saying you can't pay Jack Campbell that, and there's not. This is what they needed to do.
So if you don't, let's say they didn't, and they let him walk at the end of the year, then you've got a hole at linebacker.
Yeah.
And then what are you doing? You're looking at free agents, and you're like, okay, well, let's go get this guy. It's going to cost you every bit as much.
Sometimes, yeah, you get in and you get a lesser player that maybe you're not committed to as long term, and maybe you get him for a little bit less, and you can throw that money at another position. Because that's the one thing you got to keep in mind is their job is to build a winning football team, not to keep Jack Campbell. So you can't give Jack Campbell insane money.
No, and it's not insane money. I think it's right in line with what makes sense, and it's going to be prudent. And a couple of years from now, we're going to go, wow, that's another really good contract they've got. What the Lions have done, in my mind, they've set themselves up, and I know that nobody likes to use the term window. Brad Holmes doesn't like the term window. But honestly, when you start looking at these contracts that they've given these players, there is like kind of a 2 or 3 year window where you've got to get things done because you've got the money committed. And then in a couple of years, some of those contracts are going to start to come off again while you're going to have to repay others. So it's here and now, particularly when you've got the quarterback. But the quarterback's on the other side of 30 now, and you have to be cognizant of that too. But Jared Goff's playing at a really high level. So there is a window of opportunity to win some football games and get to the Super Bowl, and hopefully it happens in this 2 or 3 year window.
In the meantime, Matt Stafford got a 1 year extension for $50 million or something.
$55 million.
55, is that what it was?
So he's a Ram through the end of next season.
Yep.
That's interesting.
This was a really fascinating move by the Rams because the Rams are one of, if not the Super Bowl favorite, and they decided to use their first round pick on an asset that they probably won't see for a couple of years. They're clearly not planning on seeing him for a couple of years, which is not, it's like the least win now move a team has made in a long time.
Because they drafted quarterback Ty Simpson from Alabama. Yes. And I think that's why they did it. Because if they know that they're going to have Stafford, okay, they also like the quarterback and Ty Simpson, use the first round pick so you get the 5th year so that you can delay that process another year. So it makes sense for them to go ahead and give Stafford the bank for another season. But we'll see what happens there. I mean, they put their eggs in an interesting basket of an aged quarterback. But, if you're telling me we would rather have Stafford or Aaron Rodgers, it's Stafford hands down. Stafford's playing at this ridiculous level. He's still great.
He really is. 248-539-9797. If you want to get into the Jack Campbell contract at all, go for it. We'll have another Lions question we'll get to a little bit later on. And don't forget, next hour, another edition of Who's on Top. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. So, Gator, actually really sad news from the world of sports. Shocking yesterday when news broke that Kyle Busch, NASCAR driver, had passed away at the age of 41.
Wow.
Sudden illness. And
he was in the hospital for like 3 days?
Yeah. And, you know, I saw something that was making the rounds on social media. They wouldn't be, you know, racing this weekend. And I'm like, okay. And then to find out that he passed away, I mean, this happens in life, right? Where there are sudden, out of the blue deaths that don't add up. And I'm, you know, Kyle Busch was a bit of a polarizing figure. He was He rubbed people the wrong way early in his career, wasn't exactly super well liked, and grew up and talked about his own evolution. And the video went viral yesterday of him winning a race last weekend, and he won 234 races over 3 different levels and series in NASCAR, where he made the comment, somebody said, "You still get excited to win?" And he said, "Yeah, because you never know when it's going to be your last one." And that was last weekend. Unbelievable. And, we're not huge NASCAR fans here, but, we were for about 6 weeks during the pandemic.
Right.
When it was the only sport going on. And we leaned into it, man.
A little bit.
Anyway, it's still one of those deals where, it's pretty darn shocking. And I'm sure in that world, when there is a wreck and a grave injury in a wreck, unfortunately, that's kind of expected in that sport.
Well, I don't think it's expected. I think it's
a danger of the job, however you want to put it.
Yeah.
Like it can happen.
Yeah, it can. I think that's probably the best. It can absolutely happen, and these drivers know that when they get into the car, that they literally put their lives in their own hands and trust in others as well. Things go wrong. Mm-hmm. Tire snaps a tie rod. Next thing you know, you're going 150 miles an hour into the wall, or somebody bumps you from behind. You're spun out. Whatever. We know how it happens. It's amazing the technology with the cars these days and how well built the cars are, that they've been able to protect drivers to the extent that they protect them, that we don't see deaths at the racetrack, that it's not commonplace, and that's fortunate. So when you hear of a race driver that dies, not because of something that happened on the track, but for some illness that we don't know about yet, at the age of 41, that is so young. It's really, it's tragic. It's a shame that happened, and hopefully we'll find more out about it later on. But condolences for sure. And there are plenty of NASCAR fans listening to the show, and I'm sure that they're just absolutely shocked by this news.
Yeah, and in terms of shocking deaths in the world of sports, in our lifetime, Kobe Bryant has got to be. I guess he doesn't have to be, but it feels to me, for me personally, was one of the number one. When Len Bias passed away, that was a very impressionable time where Doug was making some choices, and Doug didn't fully know what he was doing. And when I found out that basically crack cocaine took him down, I was like, if it can kill him, I wasn't doing coke.
No,
let me be clear about that.
I was going to say, you better get that part out.
Yeah, let me make one
Doug
thing clear.
Was not hitting the rock.
I was doing some things that, maybe some people in their younger ages do. And I was at a very impressionable time. And that scared me. It actually scared me from ever doing any kind of illicit drug ever again. Because I just thought if an elite athlete like that can die from something like I could, it scared me. It scared me in a big way. But the Kobe Bryant one was.
That was stunning.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning. When we heard that news, it was reverberated all throughout the world. A helicopter crash is like, what? He's taking a helicopter to a soccer game, and that happens?
You know who told me that? Was it baseball? I think it was a baseball or a basketball game, wasn't it?
Was it basketball or was it soccer?
It was
One or two.
We were playing hockey, and Birchie was late, and Birchie heard the news, I think in the lobby of the rink, making his way onto the bench, and basically told our bench. And it was weird because we're all asking questions, and then you go skate a shift and come back, and people are trying to get their phones and couldn't believe it. But anyway, just Kyle Busch passing away. It's pretty stunning news. In the meantime, no smooth transition. I want to get back to the Jack Campbell story. What did you make of the fact that the Lions gave the story to a hardcore Lions fan on social media to break the story?
I thought it was pretty cool. I saw the tweet come out yesterday. I think I was at the baseball game. I was still there, and I'm scrolling through. I'm like, who is this person that is getting credit for this? I'm like, how many followers? I'm like, I'm not going to fall for this, fake Pierre LeBrun account again.
Sure.
And then I saw that it was retweeted. The reason I saw it is it was retweeted by a couple of credible sources. who kind of laughed at him.
Sweeta Patel not a credible source?
Not anymore.
No.
She knows what she's doing.
By the way, her Twitter bio says immigrant mom, football, and Detroit Lions fan.
Yeah. But then when I saw who it was retweeted by, and I kind of got, okay, they're doing some kind of stunt here, because the Detroit Lions had retweeted it too with the double lies. I'm like, okay, so this is a real deal. And then you hear the backstory of it, that's just something they came up with, and I thought it was pretty cool. And I read the story online about it, how Eamon, who's in charge of PR with the Lions, great guy, and how he had contacted this person and let them know, hey, we want you to be the one to break the news at Jack Campbell's contract. And it's not like it's the hugest news in the world, right? But it's kind of a cool thing, and it's a cool perk if you're a season ticket holder that they picked one of them out. Go ahead and make the news, and when you make the news, and hold on to it. Here's the tough part. Hold on to it until 1:30. We're going to give you this news. I don't know when she got it, if it was like at noon or whenever she got it, but told, all right, you're going to release this at 1:30. Don't tell anybody. Can you keep that secret from your family and friends? Like if you've got somebody's diehard Lions fan, aren't you? You're like,
look, I don't want to get on the radio and say that I'm unreliable to keep a secret. But no, I would I would call my wife and say, you're not going to believe what just happened.
Because that story is insane.
Don't tell anybody, but I'm about to break a story that the Lions have re-signed. I mean, in our line of work.
In our line of work, it's different, right?
Because we do
I was just going to do it. Like, let's say that I got a text from Solomon, who works also with the Lions in that capacity. He says, hey, I've got some news on Jared Goff that I'm willing to give to you, but you got to hold on to it until a certain time. Because of what we do, I have to.
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
And I might tease you and say something like, I got something that I have to hang on to. And because it has happened with us. Yes. One of us has had a big scoop that we've been sworn to secrecy about. And the best we can do is, at 1:15, I'm going to drop a bombshell.
It's embargoed. A story you get a tip, but you can't announce it till a certain time. You are given the tip under the guise that you will not announce it to a certain time. The truth
is,
guys,
it's understand.
Yeah, it's understood, and you hold on to. I know the start times in the next 10 Michigan State games.
Don't say that.
But they're embargoed until I have to embargo them. I can't tell you anything. No, it's cool. And the story, she was like, wait, what? You want me to do what?
Right.
And, I've always wondered why more teams don't break their own news, especially if it's good news.
Right.
You control the information more than anybody else. Everybody's kind of got in-house media now.
It feels like you have two people to convince. Convince the player, convince his agent.
Yeah.
Hey, do us a favor. Don't say anything. We're going to try to do something cool. And hopefully they're cool enough to go along with it. Hey, that's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like that was the case this time around.
Yep. So
and again, it's not earth-shattering news.
It's not. No, it's not like a massive trade or the team's for sale, or something like that. But it was kind of a fun story, and sure, why not? And her actual tweet.
The tweet was great.
Yeah,
according to my source.
Well, my computer just restarted out of nowhere, which is absolutely awesome because I had it right up ready to read, and then.
What was her name again?
Sweeta Patel.
First thing that comes up.
SWETA 2311.
It says, breaking news on a contract extension for Jack Campbell, as I just heard directly from my inside source at the Lions. He will be a Lion for the next several years, and Lions continue to retain their talent. Congrats to Jack and his family. #OnePride.
So trending at that point was #PatelBomb.
Yeah.
No, I completely made that up. But maybe moving forward, when we break news, we call it a Patel bomb. We just
maybe
just for the hell of it.
And then this is great. So then Sweeta Patel tweeted out after she had gotten that news, when Ian Rappaport had the tweet about the terms, she retweets it and says, contract terms are here.
Right.
All right. There we go.
Well played. Anyway, this is just somebody that's been following the Lions account, that there's been a bit of a relationship built up over the years, and the Lions just handed over the breaking news. They are doing something cool, though. I have to admit, I love that they send like breaking news directly to their season ticket holders. Like, just as a little perk of being a season ticket holder. Like the story, I think it was The Athletic did a story on Sweetup Patel breaking this news, and they pointed out that, you know, when Drew Petzing signed, a 4-minute video was sent out to all the season ticket holders so they could get to know their new offensive coordinator, which is kind of cool. Like, I like that you got this story and you got this information in-house and distribute it however you see fit. And in this particular case, they went with a follower on social media for the first ever Patel bomb. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got another edition of Who's on Top coming your way at 12:30 today. But you want to keep talking Lions? Feel free. Another Lions topic we'll introduce a little bit later on. Straight ahead, Gator. I know you're tempted. I know Scott the Gator Anderson is tempted. We'll get to that today at 11:48. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Twin Peaks is gearing up for an awesome Memorial Day weekend. And if you're in town, I can't wait to host you for the party. That's right. Their favorite lodges ready to rock and roll all weekend long with great sports action and their new Red, White, and Brew costume party. Starting Saturday, grab the crew and settle up to the bar at the finest sports bar in the state. Pay-per-view boxing as Usyk returns to the ring to defend his heavyweight title. Both hockey and basketball playoffs, baseball matchups, and the Great American Race on Sunday. Why go to Twin Peaks? Why not? First, your favorite Twin Peaks girls will be decked out in their hottest red, white, and blue bikinis, ready to serve up all your favorites that you crave. The Scratch Kitchen boasts house-smoked items like wings, brisket, ribs, hand-cut New York strips, smashed and seared burgers, and awesome seafood like the grilled salmon or trout. Don't sleep on the bar. Their draft system pours your favorite beer at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been used only once that day. It's been freezing for over 24 hours. How about that? You don't just go out to eat at Twin Peaks. You have an experience. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. You missed the beginning of the show. A lot of talk about the Tigers and their current state of affairs, and they've created quite a buzz around Major League Baseball because people around the game are talking about whether or not there's a path opening up to accessibility to Tarek Skubal. And teams, executives actually quoted on what it might take to get Skubal, and it sounds like you get a damn good prospect and then some. But, if they get there, which means either A, that Skubal returns and pitches well, or B, the Tigers don't make up much ground. And 9.5 back does not feel like they are in a striking distance place if we get close to the trade deadline. So,
nope. Sure doesn't feel like they're in striking distance.
We'll get back to some of what was said a little bit later here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 in case you missed it and you're locked in for a ride through till 2 o'clock. In the meantime, Gator, I couldn't believe when I saw these things come together. Two of our favorite things. Today is a national day for two of our favorite things. Do you want to start with mine or yours? Let's start with mine because then we'll get to yours because I think yours is probably going to produce more. Well, maybe. We'll see.
I think yours is probably good.
Today is National Road Trip Day. One of my favorite things. There is no road trip that is too far for me. I will drive to California. Just like that. I don't care. I'm not scared of anything. Let's go. Put me behind the wheel of a car. Put me on the open road. I'm as happy as can be. And content. I'm content.
You're content.
Yes. You got to have time, of course. You need the fact that time is, that's the convenience, of course. Flying is, I can get to California, for happy hour, or I can get there by next Monday, right?
Yeah. But when we talk about a road trip, I feel like you have to set the parameters. Like the distance plays a role in what exactly is a road trip. Going up north is not a road trip to me. If I'm going to spend, 4 hours driving up to Petoskey or Harbor Springs or wherever, Traverse City, I don't think that's a road trip necessarily. I think you have to go. I think there are a couple things. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to go out of state in at least a couple of states
for it to be official road.
Yeah.
Toledo is not a road trip.
Toledo's not a road trip. And I think it has to be
sorry, Toledo,
more than an 8-hour drive. So it puts you in that, do I spend the night and break it up into 2 days, or do I just go for it in one shot?
So, sure, those parameters work for me. I have developed a new road trip habit. Not maybe necessarily a habit, but something that I like to do has changed. When I go on a road trip and I'm going to be staying the night somewhere,
mm-hmm.
you can basically look up whatever, I might be staying in Des Moines. I can look up the neighborhoods of the hotels in Des Moines. I will try to find a hotel that is close to a local bar. And what I mean by I want Joe's Bar. I don't want Applebee's. Right. And I just
nothing against Applebee's.
Yes. I just want to
feel good in the neighborhood, but you kind of want the flavor of what the real.
I am trying to get a little what it's like in that community. And you can see some stuff, right? And
hey, I'm from out of town.
I don't really introduce myself to anybody, but I enjoy. All right, is there a local dive bar? And I've also been in places that have been a little bit scary, but whatever. We're making a drive. If we're making a drive, I like to find a place where I can get a little flavor of the community, I guess, if you will. Especially if it's like a local sports bar. I definitely like to do
sure.
that. Sure,
I understand.
So that's become a bit of a road trip. And the other thing that's made road trips, like podcasts, get me going. I'll start stockpiling them.
Yeah, you and I are different in both of those regards. I guess, I don't mind looking up where the nearest bar is. Lord knows I've done plenty of that. But for me, I'm more of, I'll just handle the hotel bar and hope that there is a hotel bar. And if there isn't, then I'll pick up a 6-pack or something like that and then take it back to the room and relax. But as far as what I'm listening to, I look forward to making a playlist.
Okay.
What used to come on my iPod, which are now, those are completely passe, yes. I guess, these days. Although I heard somewhere where they're making a comeback.
Is that right?
Yeah. But now I guess you can make them on Spotify. I'm looking forward to making a Spotify playlist because I've never done it before. And when we head up to Shanty Creek, I think that'll be a
You're
good
gonna do that,
opportunity to make up the list. But yeah, that'd be fun.
Or we head to like Hammond in the fall to see a Bears game.
Right, exactly. I mean, but that's not really neither really road trips.
I guess that doesn't really qualify.
But it's been a minute since I've been on a road trip. I mean, outside of like us driving to New Orleans for that Super Bowl.
See, I love that. You didn't.
There were parts of it that I did, and there were parts of it I couldn't stand. I mean, the fact that I had like 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah, you didn't do well in the RV.
Because you got the bed. Evan was passed out on the couch because he was sick and on medication, and I'm stuck in this U-shaped couch that is literally like 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet, and nothing I could do to get comfortable to try to sleep. And even when the bus driver, even when our driver pulled over to catch an hour and a half of sleep was what he wanted to do. I'm like, well, great. Now I'm stuck here. How am I I can't sleep. I can't sleep sitting in a chair. I mean, if I was in a class, I could, but I couldn't do it on a bus.
Of course.
It was a rough trip.
Okay, so it's National Road Trip Day. It's one of my favorite things to do. It's also National Buy an Instrument Day, and my God, you're tempted. Gator has a guitar collection, and it's pretty epic. He's got a great wall display, hanging guitars, and I'm not sure, like there is probably, I don't want to over-exaggerate here, but I would probably say once a month, maybe once every month and a half, during a commercial break or before the show, Gator will be online. Look at this guitar. And you'll be tempted.
Well,
I know nothing about guitars.
I get stuff sent to me. They're through websites that they'll update things and they'll send something to my email and I'll look at this. Hey, there's 10 different guitars they have. I'm like, wow, those are pretty cool. But nope. And then I just on Twitter we follow a couple different accounts, and one of them just posted a picture of a guitar that I had never seen before. And I'm like, that looks pretty great. Nope, don't do it. Do not do it. Can't do this. I just bought an acoustic guitar a couple weeks ago. It's the first real acoustic guitar that I've bought, and I love it. I have it next to the chair. I play it all the time. It sounds great. Bought an amplifier with it. Very happy with it. And I last bought an electric guitar like 8 months ago. It's great. Love it. I don't need another one.
No, you don't.
But this is a different brand.
But it's also National Buy an Instrument Day,
Right.
Scott.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? You're just taunting me.
Totally.
But then I looked at the price in this one. I'm like, absolutely not. I can't. No. That's too far. That's too far in the other direction. Will I go?
Here we go.
Can I make it home without veering back? Can I avoid that direction?
So when you walk out of this building today, just after 2:00,
Yeah.
will it be like the Millennium Falcon and a tractor beam just pulling you to the guitar store?
It might be.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Chewy has figured it out how to get into the hyperdrive. I don't know.
You better hope so.
Is 3PO working on it with Chewy? Because if not, we're screwed.
But here's the question. If you just want to go there and not buy, but just pick it up.
Just look? Just touch?
Yeah.
I can look and touch, but not buy? I can do that.
How strong are you? Like if you
Do you have the will?
That's right. Thank you,
mean,
Bobby.
Last time I was there, when I ended up buying the acoustic guitar, I had no designs on buying anything. I was just literally,
I know.
Hey, it was the day we had the early day game. There was like that noon baseball game. We had all that time off. I'm like, well, this is way too early to just go home. Let me do something. So I went to the guitar store and looked around and saw a couple of electrics that I really liked, but they were way high up, and I couldn't find a sales guy to, hey, can you grab this thing down? I just didn't feel like bothering anybody. So that's when I meandered into the acoustic room and just started picking up acoustics and playing, and I'm like, oh, this one sounds really good. And bought it on a whim. I didn't intend it. But now that you're telling me
you don't
that today
say.
is National Buy an Instrument Day, and I know that there was one electric guitar that I really liked at that place that was affordable, I got to fight every urge.
Vegas odds right now are -800 that Gator has a new guitar by the end of the day. So to win $100, you bet 800. And I would not. I would take that to the window.
You got your dollar?
Gator's getting I need $8 to win.
$8 to win $1.
That's steep price for me, but yeah. Wouldn't be shocked. Would not be shocked. Tempting, my friend.
But it's not going to be this one that I see in front of me. That will not be there.
Okay, some reporter did came up with the data that supports the theory. Next on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The last time Jack Flaherty pitched for the Tigers, it was not necessarily his best outing of the year, but it was tied for his longest. Against the Blue Jays, he allowed just 5 hits over 6 innings with 4 runs, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. Flaherty may have an advantage from the dugout tonight as his offense will be facing Chris Bassett and his 5.44 ERA this season of the Baltimore Orioles. That's the highest ERA in opposing pitcher for the Tigers since they faced Brady Singer of the Reds 23 games ago. Tigers are also hoping to snap snap a 6-game losing skid and turn around a stretch in which they've lost 14 of their last 16 games. Tigers and Orioles from Camden Yards scheduled for 7:15 tonight. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 begins at 6:50. Two good games on the docket tonight in both the NBA and NHL playoffs. In the association, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs welcome SGA and the Thunder to San Antonio for Game 3 in the Western Conference Finals. De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper are both listed as questionable tonight for the Spurs. The same goes for Jalen Williams of the Thunder. Tip-off at 8:30. The Colorado Avalanche are hoping to get star defenseman Cale Makar back tonight for Game 2 of their series against the Vegas Golden Knights. Makar missed Game 1 with an upper body injury as Vegas won the opener 4-2. The good news for the Avs, they haven't lost back-to-back games since March. Makar is still listed as day-to-day for tonight's game, which starts at 8 p.m. in the Mile High City. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I got burned a little bit by my theory on what I like to do on road trips a while back, Scott.
Yeah.
So we were talking about today's National Road Trip Day. And during the NFL draft, we did Friday's show. And right after the show, I hopped into a car and drove out to see my son in Connecticut. And so it was, I figured I'll be listening to the second and third round of the draft on Friday night, and Lions will be picking, but I'm okay. So my theory is go find yourself a hotel on a road trip next to like a local bar, something that you get a sense of the community and just check things out. And on the drive to Connecticut, I wasn't going to make it in one day, so I was stopping and I did a little pre-research on this in the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania. And the Poconos, I know because of NASCAR and the race they have there, and interesting track. And I'm like, okay, NASCAR crowd, not necessarily the case is what I found out. But I decided I was going to go as far as the Poconos, and there was a Comfort Inn, and next to the Comfort Inn was Diego Rivera, a Mexican restaurant. And their hours, they were open till midnight, and it was a Friday night. And I'm like, I'll probably get in there.
Isn't he a sculptor?
Diego Rivera? I don't know. Is there a sculptor named Diego Rivera?
I thought so.
Well, they make Google to answer that question specifically. But I decide I'm going to stay in this Comfort Inn and go to Diego Rivera. I roll into the Poconos at about 10:15 at night. Is there?
Yeah, he's the guy who painted the mural in the DIA.
Is he?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, there's also a Mexican restaurant in the Poconos named after him. So this is my plan, right? And I get there, and the Comfort Inn, my initial impression was, okay, this place might be a little sketch. Yeah, maybe I should have rethought this one that, there's a NASCAR race nearby. Of course, all the hotels will be nice. No, that doesn't necessarily mean the hotels are going to be nice. And so I checked in. I'm at the front desk, and I get my key card, and I'm like, I'm going straight to Diego Rivera to watch the end of the draft. I walk into Diego Rivera, and, it's a fine place. Nothing particularly special, but there was a bar there, and they had TVs on, and there's a draft. And there's three people. I was the fourth. There were three other parties there, and they were sitting in booths, and they were all kind of wrapping up. And then there's me at the bar, and I order, get myself a Miller Lite and order some food. And it wasn't long after before those three parties all left, and I was the only person in Diego Rivera watching the draft by myself.
And they're like, andale.
Well, and I'll say this about Diego Rivera and the Poconos. The food was really good. I had a chicken burrito. It was excellent.
Did you get the churro for
I
dessert?
did not get the churro.
How about the melted cheese with poblano chilies?
Oh, you've looked up the... Did you get the menu in front of you?
Yeah.
So is there a chicken burrito with the mole sauce?
Because
that's what I got. And it was really, really good. And it was And I sat there and watched the third round of the draft, and let's just say SA wanted Doug to leave, and I was like, well, this plan isn't really working.
Yes, the Tinga burrito.
There you go. I
With
had
mole
the
sauce.
Tinga burrito.
Oh, that's kind of expensive. It's $22.
It was good, but I did feel the pressure to get the hell out of there, which kind of sucked. And I'll just say this about the Comfort Inn that was next door. I flipped on the light and it didn't work. You know, the bedside light.
Oh, yeah.
The reason it didn't work is because there was no light bulb in it.
Oh, well, that's easy fix. Did
Yeah.
you call down?
I did not.
Okay.
I literally,
You sat in the dark
I crawled into bed, and then in the morning,
and then crawl in with you?
no. But when I got into even when I got in the shower, the morning I got up at 5 a.m. to make the rest of the drive, it's one of those times where you're in the bathroom, like you put towels all over the floor before you take your socks off. I got in the shower and I'm like, I don't want to touch anything.
Oh.
Like, I don't want to touch anything.
Okay.
Like,
Did you sleep on top of the covers?
I did not. That's
no.
But
what is wrong with you?
Hold on top of the covers, those things never get washed. The sheets get washed.
You think?
Well, that's in theory. They're supposed to get washed. But
I'd be fully clothed on top.
I was fully clothed, but I was in bed.
One time I stayed in a hotel.
So, like the bedspreads, the cover sheets, they don't get washed all the time.
Mm-mm.
So I'd never touch those things if I can help it. But let's just say I'm
skeeving out right now, man.
Well, you think about how
Bobby's
flawed,
uncomfortable back
I
behind
think
the
this
glass.
flawed at the presumption. There's a major NASCAR race nearby. The hotels will be nice. That's not a straight line.
Well, no, it's not a straight line. I would have thought that, okay, it would be expensive. That might be the straight line.
No.
But the
it
race
was not expensive. Not that weekend. I'm
and the
sure
race
it
was
is.
that weekend or no?
No,
well, of course not. No,
We are talking about NASCAR, not horse racing.
I understand, and that was a flawed thinking. But
and you're off weekend, so it's, yeah.
And there was a Holiday Inn Express right across the street that was more expensive. That was the play. Diego Rivera, worth it. The crowd.
Yeah, aside from you feeling uncomfortable that you had to get out of it.
The food was good.
Food sounds great.
And
did you get a michelada?
A michelada? Yeah. No, I did not. I thought about it. I just had two Miller Lite drafts.
Oh.
Yep. And then that was it. But I should have stayed in the Holiday Inn Express. But
then you could have done anything.
What do you mean?
Because you would have stayed at a Holiday Inn Express.
Oh, right. Yeah, got it. So my plan of road tripping and finding the local bar next to a motel, that cost me.
Yeah, my last road trip did not intend to be a road trip. It was last summer when I drove to Chicago, which again doesn't fit into my criteria for a road trip because it should be a 5-hour drive. However, because I spent 3 hours in traffic once I was in downtown Chicago and the trip ended up being close to 9 hours, and I did technically traverse a couple of states, it's checked into road trip status.
Right.
Also, not a great. My hotel experience was not so great. No. Finding it was impossible, and then finally I found it, and then trying to just grab a couple beers that was difficult as well, and just relax in the room afterwards. It was not the greatest. The great part about it was the proximity to where I had to go that next morning to my friend's house. That was perfect. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that whole thing was rough. But road trips are fun, man.
No, it's National Road Trip Day, so
I mean that's the New Orleans one was wholly different for the Super Bowl. That was work, but non-work related. The last real road trip that I took was probably in the 90s, and I went to drive. I drove my buddy back to New York. He was living in New Jersey, right across the river, when he was working in New York at the time for MTV. We drove at night, left at like 11 o'clock. That's when we got in the next day, and his aunt comes over. He's like, "Hey, nice. How are you, Scott?" I said, "Nice." Yeah. That whole thing?
Yeah.
That was that road trip. 2 days later, we drove.
We can't just go. You show up at his aunt's house?
It was staying at his grandparents' house.
Okay.
His aunt lived next door, and she came over to say hi to us.
And Gator, you pulled in at what time?
It was like 11:30 in the morning or something like that.
And you immediately went to sleep on the couch? Is that what it was?
We were watching TV. I was on the couch, and I was like falling asleep on the couch.
And the aunt walked in and said,
A friend introduced me. Hey, Anna Lane, here's Gator. This is Gator.
And she said,
hi, Scott. How are you? And I said, nice. Because I meant to say, I'm fine, thank you. Nice to meet you is what I wanted to say. Instead, I just cut it all down to nice. So to this day, nice still sticks with some things. But then we end up driving out to the Jersey Shore, and from New Jersey, so that was pretty cool. To drive all the way down there was great.
Right.
There was
it nice?
It was nice. It was fun. To Atlantic City for a day to do some gambling there. I came back to the shore, and it was another trip. We drove from New Jersey to Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty great.
Love it.
Yeah.
Well,
good times.
Diego Rivera near the Poconos. Thumbs up.
Yeah, the tortilla soup looks pretty good.
All right, Gator. I found a list. 10 players who could make or break the Lions season.
Oh.
10 players that can make or break the Lions season. I want you to think of a couple names you think might be on that list. And in fact, these are guys who they could go either direction.
That didn't really sound very authoritative.
Oh, because of the Thunder?
Yeah, I don't know where the Thunder
I don't know where the Thunder is either. But we need 10 texts now, 248-539-9797.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Storm must be far away.
I'm
It
sorry.
takes a while before
Takes a while before you get to the Thunder, yeah.
According to this, it's 8 miles away. Anyway, what is who would you put on that list? 10 players that can make or break. And now we're not talking about Jared Goff. Just give you a heads up. We're talking about guys who they kind of need to perform. Who would you put on that list? Tell us who you think and the reason why, and we will get to your answers, get Gator's answer, and read the list. Coming up next, who's on top today at 12:30? It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
May is here, folks, and you have a decision to make. Do you want your home to be a sanctuary or a sauna? Now, before the first real heat wave hits, make sure that your home is ready to keep you cool. Don't be the person waiting a week for a repair during the July rush. Do what I did, get ahead of it, and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Whether it's a precision AC tune-up to keep your energy bills low or getting that pool boiler firing so the kids can finally jump in and stop complaining, these guys are the local pros. From keeping your basement dry to keeping your living room crisp, they've got you covered. Visit them online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
All right, Scott Anderson. The headline is which Lions could make or break their season, 10 players and their expectations. Okay, so we're talking about guys who could go either direction, but it would really help out if they turned out to be pretty damn good and useful for this team. Who would you put on this list, Scott?
I mean, obviously, there's plenty to put on the list. I would probably start with the offensive line and looking at, I think Blake Miller being the rookie. I think it's big for him.
Blake Miller's on the list. Here's what is written. It should be noted that some rookie struggles are being expected of Blake Miller. But if there was a tackle in this rookie class who's ready for this sort of responsibility, it's Miller. He'll be playing his natural position, and his intangibles are off the charts. If Miller proves to be a better player as a rookie than Taylor Decker was last year, the Lions' offensive line will be better off for it. So, Blake Miller, you got that one.
I would imagine staying on the offensive line, I will go with left guard. And I'm not sure if that's Mahogany or Scruggs, but one of the two.
Christian Mahogany is on the list. Christian Mahogany showed promise as a rookie, performing well in a few spot starts at right guard late in the year. It set expectations for his first year as a full-time starting left guard in 2025 as the Lions look to get younger. If Mahogany proved to be a hit, the Lions would have a cheap interior option for at least 3 more years. Instead, he finished his second year graded as one of the worst pass-blocking guards in the league when healthy, while missing 6 games with a fractured fibula. There really aren't any excuses for Mahogany this year. If he puts it all together in his third season, the offensive line could return to being a feared unit.
I think it's safe to say that you're looking for improvement from Tate Ratledge, the right guard.
Did not make the list?
Should have.
Okay.
I think Cade Mays coming into this team as the new center. Don't know what to expect out of Cade Mays. You think you do, but do we?
Cade Mays made the list. Here's what they wrote. Lions believe he's an ascending center, turning 27 in April with just 2 seasons of NFL center experience. They've touted his ability to anchor in pass protection, given his size, and that he hasn't allowed a sack in 2 seasons. The Lions need quality play out of him for the offensive line to bounce back.
I will say DJ Wanham, who's the other edge rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson. He gets the first crack at it.
This is a list of players who could make or break the Lions season. DJ Wanham made the list. Gators crushing it once again. The last time DJ Wanham played with an elite edge like Aiden Hutchinson was alongside Vikings' Daniil Hunter. He recorded 20 sacks in 3 seasons and proved capable of dropping into coverage, defending the run, and being a versatile piece on the defense. Folks inside the building are high on Wanham and believe he'll be able to contain the pocket, set the edge, and stay healthy.
Staying on the defensive line, Ali McNeil did not have a great season last year when he came back from injury. He has got to get back to form where he was before he got hurt.
Ali McNeil made the list. Did you write this list? Are you writing under the name Colton Pouncey? Do you work for The Athletic on the side? Ali McNeil had the look of one of the best young defensive tackles in the game before a torn ACL that ended his 24th season early and delayed his 25. Naturally, there was rust upon his return to action. McNeil didn't generate pass rush at a similar level. His pass rush win rate fell from 14.3% to 10.3%. The Lions asked him to play defensive end versus run-heavy teams, but even as a pure defensive tackle, he wasn't able to find consistency. The Lions struggled to generate pressure in the interior last season, so McNeil will be needed another year removed from injury.
So this gets tough from here on out because I feel like everybody in the secondary is going to be on the list. I will start with Terrion Arnold. It's year 3 for Terrion Arnold at corner. I hope he's on the team and that his off-field issues are not an issue, but I think it's a big year for Terrion Arnold.
Everything you said is true. He did not make the list, though. Yep.
Kirby Joseph, who coming off injury, is he healthy enough to play? We don't know. The big question mark is how much is he really able to play?
Kirby Joseph, he made the list this offseason. There hasn't been much confidence expressed about Joseph's situation by Detroit leadership, whether Joseph is dealing with cartilage or degenerative issues or just needs rest. The Lions are hoping he can be his ball-hawking self in 2026.
Brian Branch, the other safety, who's coming back from an Achilles injury. We don't know when he's going to come back. That is a massive question mark for the Detroit Lions.
Branch made the list. Branch, it's unclear what his 2026 season will look like. He's expected to miss time, perhaps the first month or two of the season while he recovers from a torn Achilles. The Lions getting a lesser version of Branch for half the season. The Lions could be getting a lesser version of Branch for half the season. For a defense that needs its safeties to perform at a high level, the questions regarding Joseph and Branch are valid ones until proven otherwise. I feel like you're going to exhaust this whole list. Should we get to the 10 texts?
I mean, you'd stop me whenever you want to stop.
You're killing it right here. Blaine in a car says Jack Campbell. Do you think Jack Campbell's on the list?
No, I think Jack Campbell's earned the right that we all know what he is, and he just got the contract.
He's not on the list. Todd in Ann Arbor says Kirby makes or breaks this season. We just mentioned Kirby is on the list. Alex in a car says Jamison Williams needs to emerge as an all-pro.
I don't think Jamison Williams is going to be on the list because I think he's pretty productive, and I think just takes the next step.
You're right. He's not on the list. An unnamed texter says Ennis Rakestraw. If he has a good year, it could totally, really solidify the secondary.
Interesting. I don't know if he makes or breaks the Lions, but he's going to make or break whether he's on the Lions.
He did not make the list. Yeah. Derek Barnes needs to step up and be the Robin to Jack Campbell's Batman. Think Derek Barnes made it?
Ooh.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
This is tough because I think he needs to step forward and be better than what we've seen, but I don't think he's on the list.
He is not, but I can see the case. Whoever sent this in,
make a case.
Yeah. Aiden Hutchinson, he needs to bounce back from that injury. The double team excuse, I'm not buying it.
Okay, well, he set a career high for his sacks last year, so I don't think he's on the list.
He's not. Unnamed texter says Tate Ratledge, he needs to make huge strides in a more complimentary role. There was too much put on him his rookie season. I'm intrigued to see how he progresses with slightly less pressure. He did not make the list. I think they're kind of counting on him. I don't know. You could make a case, though. Blake Miller for sure. If he's a monster and starts at tackle, it could help this offense get back to what it was a couple seasons ago. That's from Perch in New Baltimore. We already mentioned that he did make the list. Named texture says Penny Sewell and Blake Miller. Sewell has to be a top 5 left tackle, and Miller has to be a top 10 right tackle. Otherwise, you gave up your best right tackle in the game for what? Penny Sewell being the tackle that they gave up. I don't know that I agree that they have to be that. I think asking Blake Miller to be a top 10 right tackle in the league as a rookie is not realistic.
That's not realistic at all. What you're getting out of Penei Sewell at left tackle, I think, is likely one of the top 3 left tackles in football. Mm-hmm. So that's better than what you had out of Taylor Decker, who is very good for this team. But you're hoping that what you get out of Blake Miller is that he will be close to what Decker was when Decker was a rookie, which is good.
Okay, there are 4 names left, and we're short on time, so rattle off what you got quickly.
I would say DJ Reed, the other cornerback for the Lions. I think it's a big season for him because it seemed like it was a little underwhelming.
He's on the list. For varying reasons, Reed didn't live up to expectations in 2025. A hamstring strain in Week 4 kept him out of action till Week 12. He never looked the same when he returned. However, with a full off-season under his belt, Reed offering high-level cornerback play as he did in New York would alleviate a lot of concerns at a position and take some pressure off Arnold to perform.
Sam Laporta, the tight end, coming off the back surgery.
You are killing it. These are players that can make or break the Lions season. Yeah, Sam Laporta made it. Considering his immense value, a healthy Sam Laporta is essential to this offense functioning at a high level. Back injuries can be tricky, but Laporta is expected to take things easy this offseason, so he's ready to roll when training camp season begins.
I'm going to say Tyleik Williams, the defensive tackle. He was, kind of average last year, maybe a little underwhelming as well.
He made it, and it says it's time to take the training wheels off Tyleik. This will be his first season. Williams and McNeil will be paired as starters. First-round pick has the tools to be a good one in the NFL. 1 name left, Gator.
Is it Levi Onwuzurike?
Maybe that's it. Maybe we've cleared it out. No, we've cleared it out. Those are all 10. Right. You've done my bad. There was not 4 left. There was 3 left. Colton Pouncey of the Athletic and Gator, you guys are on the same wavelength. You did very good.
I don't think you're far off on that either. I would imagine you were probably agreeing on a lot of them.
Yeah, I was agreeing on a lot of them, but I'm like Trebek. Like I know the answers beforehand, so I'm not. It's not very impressive, but
damn you, Trebek.
No, look, it's It's interesting because all these guys, you can see how it can go up. The arrow can point up. It's not unrealistic to see them playing well, but they haven't always been that. And injured players coming off injuries. Yeah.
I think the thing is with these names, it's the expectation is for most of these guys, the expectation is they'll be better.
Yep.
Right? Rookies, you don't know because you haven't seen them. Guys coming off injury, not sure. There's an unknown there. But a player like, like Lee McNeil, who's already come back from the injury and didn't look as good last year, he's got to be better. The players like looking at Christian Mahogany starting left guard, you've got to be better. You've got a center coming in. He's not going to be Frank Ragnow, but he's got to be better than what they had last year.
He's got to be better than what they had last year, yep. All right, straight ahead, another edition of Who's on Top. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. $1:00 hour today. Very interesting quotes from executives around the league talking about what it might take to get Tarek Skubal away from the Detroit Tigers should he become available come trade deadline. It's 73 days away, I believe. But Gator, it's time for another edition of Who's on Top. All right, so found a list of the top 10 State of Michigan summer festivals. Top 10 summer festivals. See if we can get the people to come up with the entire list.
Oh, boy. So it's the entire state of Michigan.
Yep.
Michigan only.
Yep.
Michigan born and bred festivals.
Yep. Native to our state. Now I'll give you 3 guesses here.
All right. The first I'm going to go with is the one that has been talked about a lot on the show because Kang actually went up to it one year, and that's up in Caseville, and it's the Cheeseburger Festival.
Okay. Cheeseburger Festival.
The next one I'm going to go with, Detroit is the birthplace of techno. So Movement Fest does really well, brings hundreds of thousands of people around for that. And lastly, I'm going to go with up in Traverse City, they got Cherry Festival, which is huge. The cherry industry in Traverse City is huge. And I think it's somewhere where people in this state like to gravitate towards. I'll go with Cherry Fest. I have several others listed, but I know I can only get 3.
Yep. And I look forward to hearing the several others as this continues. But, yeah, a lot of great festivals in the state of Michigan through the summer. Out of the top 10, Gator got 1. He got 1.
This list is sus.
Gator got the number 1.
Oh.
Which one do you think it is out of your 3 guesses?
Movement Fest?
It is not.
All right. The one that gets the most people to show up to, but okay.
The National Cherry Festival ranked number 1.
All right.
So, help Gator round out the top 10 at 248-539-9797. Top 10 summer festivals in the state of Michigan.
Detroit got no love for cheeseburgers, apparently, huh?
What's that?
Detroit's got no love for cheeseburgers?
I mean, I don't know who made the list. I don't think Detroit made the list. So whoever made the list apparently doesn't have the... you know what? It ranks number 1 on the state of Michigan. It's okay. Summer festivals.
Is the thumb.
The ones that are the ones that are okay.
You're right. You know what? I probably should have known better.
All right. So Gator got his 3 guesses in. We want you to help out with this top 10 list. Top 10. You get 1 guess, and hopefully collectively the people can come up with the entire list. What do you think is also on the list of top 10 summer festivals in Michigan? Carl, you're on 97.1.
Doug, how you doing?
Oh!
The Renaissance Festival.
What? Say it again.
Gator! Renaissance Festival.
Gator, do you think Renaissance Festival made it?
Yes, up in Clarkston, sure.
It did not.
Oh, this list sucks.
Oh, wow.
Come on, who doesn't want to see the wenches with their chestiness serving up beers, right?
That's not, I mean, where else are you going to go to see LARPing? Mark is next. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
So I think the Jazz Festival in downtown Detroit.
The Detroit Jazz Festival. Do you think that made it?
Should be.
Number 4 on the list.
Number 4.
Well done, Mark. 248-539-9797.
Jazz Fest, yes. Movement, no.
Dude, okay, I got it. You have issues with the list. Work with me. We go to Steve next on 97.1. Hello, Steve.
I don't blame you.
Hi.
Hey, Steve.
How about the Grand Haven Coast Guard Festival?
The Grand Haven Coast Guard Festival. Do you think that made the top 10?
I'm going to say it did not. I'm sure it's spectacular. Why do you like the Grand Haven Coast Guard Festival? What goes on there?
Well, I grew up in Grand Haven, and it's a sleepy little town until a Coast Guard Festival, and it goes from 25,000, 30,000 people to 300,000 people.
That's a lot for Coast Guard Festival.
That's a lot. Did not make the list.
Have to make a note of that.
The Coast Guard Festival?
Yeah. I mean, Grand Haven's great anytime you go in the summer. I don't know why we just wait for the Coast Guard Festival.
300,000?
That seems a bit high.
Lofty.
A little lofty for Coast Guard Festival.
Barry is next. Hi, Barry.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
Let's go with the Tulip Festival in Holland, Michigan.
Tulip Festival. You think Tulip Festival made it?
I don't, but I've heard about it. My parents used to go out to Holland all the time.
Barry, it did not make the list, which surprised me a little bit. I got to make a correction. Was it Steve? Grand Haven Coast Guard Festival ranks 3rd. Somehow I completely missed it.
Come on. Are you serious?
No, I'm dead serious. And so I apologize. I completely made an error on that.
My bad for making fun of it. I mean,
my bad, too. It's 3rd on the list. I just looked down. I'm like, wait, it is on the list.
So you'd never heard of it?
Never heard of it.
I'd never heard of it. Guys behind the glasses, you ever hear of the Coast Guard Fest?
Bobby, did you ever hear of the Coast Guard Festival?
Never once.
Okay, to be fair, I completely screwed that up. So my apologies.
Okay.
We've been doing this a long time.
What else have you screwed up, Doug?
A lot. Actually, first time I think I screwed up any of these. Tim in Kalamazoo, you're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm thinking Electric Forest has to be on that list up there north of Muskegon, that music festival.
Electric Forest. Do you think that made it?
Is that Rothbury? Is that part of the Rothbury Music Festival?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yep. If it is, then I would say I think the Rothbury, but I don't know about the electrical thing.
Neither of them made the list.
Okay.
So, sorry, 248-539-9797. Jim, Wolverine Lake, top 10 summer festivals of Michigan. What do you think's on the list?
Do you have Alpenfest in Gaylord? And hello, boys. Sorry.
Hi. The what fest in Gaylord?
Alpenfest. It's like a German festival up in Gaylord, and they close down the streets and you can walk around and a lot of drinking, lederhosen.
Do you think it made the list?
I don't.
It did not. Sounds cool.
Sounds
though.
fun.
Chuck in South Lyon, you're next. Hi, Chuck.
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
The Summer Beer Festival in Ypsilanti at Riverside Park.
I have been to that. Do you think that made it?
I don't think so because there's so many beer festivals that I think it's hard to nail down just one.
Yeah, Chuck, it did not make the
It's a
list.
great
It is a
one, though.
good
I've heard,
festival,
yeah.
yes. Butch in Brighton is next on 97.1. Hello, Butch.
Hey, top of the afternoon, gentlemen.
Thank you for calling.
How about the ever elusive Morel Fest in Boyne City? Just happened to be last weekend, as a matter of fact.
Do you think the Morel Fest made it?
The fact that I didn't hear any fanfare about it was just a week ago, I'm going to say it's not on the list.
It did not make it, Butch. Sorry. 248-539-9797. Top festivals in the state of Michigan. I have not. But empty nesting. Got time now.
Yeah.
I find myself at a Morel Festival.
Yeah, you do like mushrooms.
I do like mushrooms. Jeff is next. Hi, Jeff.
What do you say, boys?
Hey, Jeff.
Happy Holidays Friday to you.
Yep.
I'm going to go with the Romeo Peach Festival.
The Romeo Peach Festival.
Let's go.
I'm going to say no?
It did not make the list.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
Come on.
Sorry, Jeff.
Brett is next on 97.1. Hi, Brett.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
I'm thinking Wild Horses over there in, I think it's Brooklyn, the big country 4-day thing.
Yeah, do you think that made the list?
I have it on my list.
It did not. I wonder if it's not considered a festival.
It's
I don't
like
know.
every day. Every year it's
I
like 3 days.
But it feels to me like that might be just a concert, although
Did
it did. I don't know how the hell. It did get canceled, didn't it? Wild Horses, did it get canceled?
I'm not sure.
Faster horses.
Faster horses.
Faster.
Yes, not wild horses. That's right.
Yeah.
Duh.
Some kind of horse.
Yeah. I went once. Wow. Let's go to Larry in Waterford. Hi, Larry.
Hi, guys. Happy Memorial Day weekend.
You too.
Same to you, Larry.
How about Frankenmuth's Bavarian Festival?
Frankenmuth's Bavarian Festival.
I'll say sure. You got anything with Frankenmuth on it? You got to.
Yeah. The Frankenmuth Summer Music Fest made it. That doesn't sound like the Bavarian Festival.
It sounds good. Close enough.
All right, number 7, Larry. I don't know if these are the same things or not.
We're going to give it to you.
Yeah. Let's take one more. Bailey and Howell, you're on 97.1. Hello, Bailey.
Balloon Fest in Howell.
Balloon Fest in Howell. Do you think that made it?
Does that coincide with Melon Fest?
No.
Okay. I'm going to say no.
It did not. We'll give you the whole top 10. The top 10 festivals in the state of Michigan. Summer festivals. You know what's cool? There were a lot of no's, which tells me there's a million
lot going
festivals
on.
in the
it's pretty
state
great,
of Michigan in
actually,
our summer. We will get to the whole top 10 coming up at 12:48. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builder's First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builder's First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builder's First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so there's a bunch of great festivals in our state, and we had a list of the top 10. Gator, do you care to share any other guesses that you didn't hear?
Yeah, I had a couple others on here. One, I don't know if it'll be included on this, but Arts, Beats, and Eats.
Arts, Beats, and Eats came in at number 6.
Okay. The Ann Arbor Art Fair.
Did not make it.
And then didn't know if this would count, but the Woodward Dream Cruise.
It also did not make it. I'm going to guess.
Is that not festivals?
I literally look at Well, that's not necessary. Almost all these have the word festival or fest in them. Number 10, in Gaylord, Michigan, the Up North Rib Fest.
So something going on in Gaylord, but it was not the,
Yeah.
what do you say, the Alpen Fest?
Yes. Number 9, in Paradise, Michigan, the Wild Blueberry Festival.
I'm not familiar with
I'm not either.
Paradise, Michigan?
Yep. Number 8, in Cedar, Michigan, the Cedar Polka Fest.
Huh.
Number 7, we gave Larry this. It was the Frankenmuth Summer Music Fest, which I think we were pretty generous. He said the Bavarian Festival.
Paradise, by the way, is in the UP. It's just south of the Great Lakes Shipwreck Museum.
In Whitefish Point?
Yeah, up by there, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Number 7, Frankenmuth Summer Music Festival. Number 6, Arts, Beats, and Eats. You just mentioned that. Number 5, the Ribs and R&B Music Festival in Detroit. Number 4, Mark got the Detroit Jazz Festival. Number 3, Steve got the Grand Haven Coast Guard Festival.
I still can't believe that.
No idea.
That's fantastic.
I even missed it when I was looking at the list. It was right in front of my face, you big dummy. Number 2, the Ann Arbor Summer Festival, which is called Top of the Park for people who are from that area.
So that's not the art fair.
Nope. That's live music and movies. They show movies later at night. And number 1, Gator, you got the National Cherry Festival, ranks number 1 on this list. So a lot of great festivals in our state.
Yeah. One other one I didn't even think of until right now is Winterfest.
Yeah.
In Detroit. That's great. It's a good time. Plymouth has their Ice Fest.
These are ranking the top 10 state of Michigan summer festivals.
Summers. So it wouldn't be included because it's not in the summer months.
It would be a unique addition to the
Why
list.
would you think that would be on there? It's like you know that old riddle. You're the bus driver. On the first stop, you let off 3 kids. There are 2 girls, 1 boy, and then go throughout there. There's Jane, there's Lisa, and then here's Felix. And then at the end of the thing, who's driving the bus?
Yeah.
Or who's the bus driver? You're like, I don't know. I'm thinking about all these. Well,
all these kids.
The first thing was said was, you're the bus driver.
Yep.
Summer festival.
You remember when you prepared for the ACT and SAT, and they always say, make sure you read the question carefully.
Yeah, this is why I didn't do well on the SAT. ACT did well, not the SAT.
All right, Yahoo Sports. I mentioned this earlier and we got sidetracked, and I apologize. Yahoo Sports did a study of all the shots taken in the postseason by the NBA's most notorious floppers. And what percentage of those shots did those players fall to the ground?
Oh, boy.
Without a foul being called.
Without a foul being called.
Now, the data, this is interesting because you could include
done it, but yeah.
You could include with a foul being called, but if a foul's called, is it necessarily a flop? And the answer is yes.
Yes, 100%.
But they just did it. Okay, you take a shot. What is your fall rate?
I'm going to think these rates are a lot lower than what we want to expect it to be because you're just taking it as the ones where they don't get the calls. But James Harden probably on the top of the list.
James Harden has taken 260 postseason shots. What do you think the percentage is of times he falls and no foul is called?
The percentage, I'm going to go with, I'll say 11%.
Out of 260 shots, he's fallen 31 times, which is 11.9%.
That is this week, man.
You really are. He's having a great week,
having
people.
a great week.
This is, I don't know if I'd call this the best of Gator because the best of Gator is hysterical Gator, if you ask me. But you're having a really good sports week.
It's not bad.
All right. That is not the highest percentage.
SGA.
He's taken 224 postseason shots. He has fallen 39 times. A fall rate, I guess I gave it no point in guessing now, 17.4%, the highest in the NBA.
Rate, yeah.
The others that got rated were Jalen Brunson, Victor Wembanyama, and Donovan Mitchell.
Yep. And yep.
Jalen Brunson has taken 266 shots this postseason. What do you think his fall rate is?
All right, so 10% would be 26 or 27 times.
Yeah.
Do I think it's more or less? I'm going to say he's more than that because he's always fallen, as you say.
He's less, slightly less. 24 falls 9% of the time.
Okay, and Wembanyama's going to be less than that.
Wembanyama has taken 192 shots this postseason.
10 out of that would be 10% from that would be 19. I'm going to say he's dropped, I'll say 16 times.
He's fallen 8 times, 4.2% of the time. This is kind of shaping who I'm rooting for in this. I can't root for San Antonio.
Well,
with their lottery luck.
You can't root for OKC.
I can't root for OKC.
So by default.
I can't root. Well, there's 2 teams in the East.
Well, I'm just saying
and I can't root for either of them either.
Right. So what are you doing?
I don't know. Donovan Mitchell, 300.
This is the lesser of 4 hells.
This is terrible. Yeah. Donovan Mitchell, 370 shots. What do you think his fall rate is?
I don't think it's that high. I would say 7%.
It is 31 times, 8.4%.
Get back on board.
Yep. So these are
within a point and a half.
How often players fall on shots where there is no foul called.
So SGA falls on 17% of his shots taken.
Yes. Not those are shots taken when there's no foul call.
When there's no foul call.
When there is a foul call, we have numbers on those.
Okay. Where they hit the ground?
Where there's a foul call and the player fell.
Okay. Okay.
This is when the flop works.
So Harden, I think, flops and hits the ground a ton when he actually he gets the calls. When he
has been 41 shooting fouls on James Harden. Again, Yahoo did this research.
I love this.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that's going to be high. I'm going to go with like 28.
James Harden, 41 shots, 12 falls, 29.3%. Not even close to the leader.
SGA.
37 shots he's been fouled on. How many do you think he fell?
25.
Higher. No, it's not higher. I'm sorry. You said 25. I was looking at the percentage.
So
on 37 shots, he's fallen 19 times for a 51.4% of the time. Wembanyama took 28 shots, fell 25% of the time. Jalen Brunson, 26 fouls. He fell on 5 of them, 19.2. And Donovan Mitchell, 28, fell 5, 17.9.
SGA.
Dude.
He's a piece of work.
Yep. So if you were wondering,
you're MVP, ladies and gentlemen.
Somebody has done the data to pay attention to how many times, what percentage.
What about games we've watched?
Well, it feels like 100%. But
every time that Harden got the call, he was hitting the deck.
Yep. So there's been growing. There's enough attention being paid to this. Save us, Adam Silver. Save us. I think you'd have very few complaints.
So they just did those players.
Yep.
Would have been curious to see what like the highest rate is for the Pistons.
You know, I'm very curious, like
because they don't go to the ground.
It feels like they don't at all, but I mean they do, of course. But
no, they don't.
Yeah,
not even once.
That's something else, isn't it?
Well, the rate would be significantly less for sure.
Anyway, thank you to Yahoo Sports for that.
Yes, somebody did some work.
Yes, straight ahead here on Carson Anderson. Interesting quotes from around Major League Baseball. Executives are talking, and they're talking to insiders. Is there a path for them to get Tarek Skubal? The teams that might be interested and what they might pay. As the Tiger season continues to spiral, we will get to those quotes coming up at 105 here on Carson Anderson. Open lines 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. The Tigers need a win like they need oxygen tonight as they have hit the East Coast and will take on Baltimore for 3 games on the road. Detroit is 20-31 this season and just 7-19 in road games. Good news for the Tigers is that Baltimore has had a rough go early on in this year as well. The O's are 21-29 on the season and last place in the AL East. They are 12-12 at home this year, though. 2 pitchers with an ERA above 5 will start for both teams tonight. Jack Flaherty for Detroit and Chris Bassett for Baltimore. Bassett has a 5.44 ERA in 43 innings in what is his 12th Major League season this year. Flaherty's now down to a 5.77 after giving up 4 runs in 6 innings his last time out. That was tied for his longest start of the year. Tonight, the first pitch from Baltimore is at 7:15. Pre-game starts at 6:50 right here on 97.1. ESPN's Bobby Marks has released the deals he would propose to the top 20 NBA free agents this offseason. Here's what he said about a few Pistons. He would give Tobias Harris a 2-year deal worth $38 million. For Jalen Duren, he would offer him a 5-year, $180 million contract, paying the big man $31 million per year with a decreasing salary each season. NBA free agency starts June 30th. In the association tonight, another can't-miss matchup between San Antonio and Oklahoma City is on tap for Game 3. That series is tied at 1 apiece. Tip-off tonight at 8:30. Spurs at home, favored by 1.5 points. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing well on this Friday. 248-539-9797.
You think 75 is a mess right now? People heading up north?
Yes. Yes, I do. I don't, look, our state's great. Love it. Some of the traffic jams I've gotten into going up north and coming back. It was probably the first motivation for the let's just stay the night and get up at 4 a.m. and come back on.
Right.
Is there won't be any traffic. So there's that.
Which has always been my motivation if I gone up north to leave late Sunday night, like leave at 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's another way to do it. And we've done that too. I feel like it's funny because when I'm better mentally if I know I'm staying the night. Like I can go to bed and get up. And I don't mind driving at that time of day. In fact, I kind of like it because there's nobody on the road.
There is nobody on the road, yeah.
And you throw your crew in the car and everybody sleeps. It's not for everybody, though. I get it. But yes, I think 75 is a
train wreck.
Yeah. But you Gator, you just personally, you guys' family used to have a place up there and you don't anymore. Are you going to get up there anytime soon again?
I'd like to, yeah. I mean, I'll be up there when we go to Shanty Creek, then the rest of that weekend, because we're doing the show there on a Thursday and a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I'll probably stay up north for Friday and Saturday, maybe come back Sunday. So,
yeah.
Question is, where will I be? Might be Charlevoix. Might break it up. Maybe I'll stay another night somewhere else.
Yeah.
Don't know.
Sounds good.
I don't know what my radio partner's doing that weekend if he plans on staying up there.
So this year I am. In fact, I have something to tell you. It's no big deal. My wife is coming with, so we're gonna.
Oh, cool.
We're gonna escape probably to Traverse City after. We might. We'll see. We're gonna escape somewhere after the 2 shows in Shanty Creek and have a little fun. Check out the wonders that are up north Michigan. You know, it's pure, is what I hear.
It is pure.
Yeah, I hear it's pure.
It is pure. Hopefully, it'll be nice weather.
Yeah. All right. So, Tigers are 9.5 games out after yesterday. And if it gets no better, then we might be looking at the sell-off scenario, which we brought up when all the injuries took place. It was probably the Skubal injury that really prompted our conversation. And we brought it up and saying, all right, if you give this season a 360, do you trade for another pitcher right now? Do you think that, because we didn't know how long Skubal would be out. There was talk 2-3 months, and it looks like it's going to be much closer to the shorter end. And he's missed 5 or 6 starts so far, and they are 5-16 since he got hurt. But the fact of the matter is, depending on your definition of striking distance, what made the most sense when you talked about whether or not there was any chance that you were going to be sellers, it is, do you fade outside of striking distance before the trade deadline. And when you get to the trade deadline, are you still outside of whatever one's definition of striking distance is? If you're 9.5 back come the trade deadline, I don't really think you're within striking distance. And so, the way they sit right now, they have to change what I believe would make them sellers. And they could. I mean, heck, getting Skubal back is a big deal. Gleyber Torres and Kerry Carpenter are important bats that even if they aren't, there's respectable OPSs there. They're way better than the guys that are parading out now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem is that they need bats. The pitching is, and the pitching is the part that's going to get even better, but the pitchers aren't hitting. So the guys in the lineup have to do the job. And right now, there are way too many bats that aren't getting the job done. There are everyday bats that you're expecting to be better that have just got off the bad starts. And then there's now everyday bats that are thrust in that position because of the injuries that are definitely not getting the job done. And I've said all week, I think this is a very important week for three players in particular when it comes to Wenzel Perez, Zach Short, and Jahmai Jones. And nobody's making a move. I know Zach Short had his first hit yesterday, but, I mean, he's the easy button to say, if you wanted to bring somebody up, I can go there. In the meantime, you got the guys in AAA that are looking to make their move or the best that they can do. And right now, Corey Julks, who's an outfielder, is hitting very well. On-base percentage, 100 points higher than his average. Ben Malgary, another outfielder, hitting very well, 290 with a 387 on-base percentage. And then you got Jace Young, who we saw just a little bit. Jace Young has a 371 on-base percentage, and his OPS is at 775. When he hits the ball, he hits it hard, and hits it hard somewhere. And he also knows how to draw a walk. These are the tangible things that that Scott Harris likes to see from players if he's going to give them a chance to be promoted. All three of those guys draw walks and can get on base, and all three of those guys have hit for power this year as well at Toledo. It's why Gage Workman got a chance to come up because he hit for power, and he was also hitting for average and deserved to be called up. Gage Workman is striking out at an alarming rate right now. I think it's 13 out of 28 at-bats he has struck out. But I can't imagine they were expecting this was going to be the guy. They had to, just like Hao Yuli was a guy they had to bring up because of injuries. There's been so many injuries. But while you brought guys up and they haven't done well, it's maybe time to start cycling through and giving other guys a chance. The problem with doing that is that they all have to fit on the 40-man roster. If they're not on the 40-man roster to begin with, then somebody has to come off. Mm-hmm. Well, to me, it's not a problem because
there's some guys you don't mind losing. Right?
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect, and I really mean this. No disrespect to a guy like Jahmai Jones. I mean, he's got his niche in baseball was to be the right-handed hitting specialist against left-handed pitching, and he's just not delivering. So if you're not going to live up to that, am I going to cry that they left Jahmai Jones unprotected? No. Zach Short. They've already waived Zach Short once, and now he's back on here. Actually, twice, if you consider what happened a couple years ago. But he has done nothing for this team, and now that they have McKinstry back, he doesn't really have a utility on this team. So if they wanted to give Jace Young another run at it, then go ahead and drop Zach Short. And with Wenzel Perez, I mean, I'm intrigued by what he could do based on what he did a couple years ago. But at the same time, he ain't doing it right now. It's a struggle with him. So while that's a struggle, I got to tell you, I'm not totally enamored with having him hang on here while he's got a 448 OPS this season. He's a switch hitter.
So this Tigers free fall, combined with what is promising news on Tarek Skubal, according to a number of different websites, as people in the league talking about the Tigers actually perhaps selling Tarek Skubal. Buster Olney did a story today, 73 days to go until the trade deadline. The forces that shape the market are already taking form. Based on conversations with front office executives, here are 6 questions that will help define what happens before August 3rd. The number one question is, will Tarek Skubal be the big name at this year's trade deadline? And he writes, the Detroit Tigers, they look poised to contend for the American League Central crown again, but Detroit has absorbed injury after injury, including to Skubal. And now, after being swept at home by Cleveland, the Tigers tie with Houston Astros for the second worst record in the American League. Scott Harris, Detroit's head of baseball operations, is viewed as a realist by his peers. Quote, he's fairly objective. One evaluator said, quote, he's never struck me as a window guy. In other words, the table read on Harris is that he's not going to go all in a long shot effort to make the postseason if he thinks he does not have a good enough a team. But Skubal could have enormous value at the deadline. Quote, and if he gets more value than the value of the qualifying offer, then there's going to be an opportunity there, one AL evaluator said. Then he went on to later write in the story, remember, it's not all about the prospects it would take to land him, but also the salary. Skubal would make roughly $11 million the last 2 months of the season, which could impact the interest of some teams. But I think that would also not be a deterrent to a lot of important teams that the Detroit Tigers could strike a deal with. And more importantly, teams that have the posture of not wanting to get outbid for Tarek Skubal. At the obvious top of the list are the Dodgers and the Yankees. And if you are to take Skubal to the market, this could be, as Olney wrote and others have written, one of the most valuable trade pieces that anybody's had to trade in years. And I feel like a team that's contending that got Tarek Skubal would immediately ascend to the World Series favorite, which would have to make him very, very enticing, right?
Yes.
So another writer for Fansided actually talked to executives about what it would take to get him and who might make that trade. So we will tell you what was said and what people think the cost could be coming up today at 1:20. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Take advantage of Memorial Day markdowns on demo vehicles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down, $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo vehicles may have up to 2,000 miles, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Willie. You're on 97.1. Hello, Willie.
Hey, fellas, how you doing this morning?
Okay. This afternoon.
Hey, I just want to add real quick that I'm not confident in none of our pro Detroit sports teams that ever won the championship because they're so afraid of the future and attendance that they won't take the risks like the Eagles and the Rams and whatever NBA team to bring in free agents, man. And it's like they're so scared, man, that they just can't like seem to function when it comes to off-season moves and trades and things like that. And it's like other organizations, they gamble. They say, okay, we're going to get Saquon Barkley or you the Rams. You're going to get this player and that player in there, you know, and we're going to try to get a championship. And if we don't get the championship, yeah, attendance might dip, but so what? Like, I live in Milwaukee, for example. I live in Milwaukee right now. We saw what the Bucks did, right? The Bucks mortgaged their future, but they got a championship out of it. You know what I mean? They did everything they could to please Giannis, but they've been successful. They got a ring.
How did Green Bay's trade for Micah Parsons work out?
Yeah, but that was just last year. So what if the Packers step up and get to the NFC title game and get to the Super Bowl? Then what?
Well,
but the Packers' attendance is still there. Everybody in Green Bay come to the game.
Well, I don't think the Lions attendance is never been a problem with attendance. That's never ever a factor.
Yeah, but it just seems like they just struggle with off-season moves, and like you guys.
Well, their off-season moves are different. Well, I guess, Willie, the thing is that the Lions' off-season moves are just what they did yesterday. They're signing their own players to big contracts rather than letting them go to free agency, losing them, and then having to make that big move that you want to see and spend it on another free agent because they have to fill that hole that they just lost. Instead, what they're doing is not losing the guys in the first place. And it's a different approach. And you can feel however you want. If you don't think that's the right approach, I get it. You know, and I think we all every once in a while wouldn't mind seeing them gamble and throw a first-round pick at somebody to get a proven player.
It's funny that Eagles season, they got trashed at the trade deadline for not making a move at the trade deadline, and they won the Super Bowl.
But his move was getting Saquon before the year began.
He did. I mean, but
that's my point.
The Lions, I mean, obviously.
They got Max Crosby. The Lions should have got Max Crosby to pair with 8
How are you going to get him?
Super Bowl.
How are you going to get him?
Give up those draft picks, man. The Lions, Tigers, Pistons, when they're so worried about these prospects and draft picks, they're scared to give them up. I watch other teams. I hear Stephen A. and talk about other teams giving up all their draft picks to get a player, and they're successful. And I'm tired of seeing that.
They're not all successful. Like there's a reason why risky moves are considered risky. A. B is, look, you know what else is a risky move? Doing it the way the Lions are doing it. Like, they're trying to do it differently. To their credit, they've drafted very well. They've kept their guys in-house. The other thing is, like, Max Crosby, you know, teams don't do that. Tell me what team has 2 premier top-dollar edge rushers.
Houston.
And has won a Super Bowl.
Have not yet.
And there's, most teams don't do that. Most teams, if you have a premier edge rusher, that's your guy. Now, would I love to have Max Crosby lined up across from Aiden Hutchinson? Yep. But you know what else you wouldn't have? You wouldn't have, A, the money to afford your own guys. B, like any money left to do anything else. So, yeah, I got it. But you know what's more conventional? It's actually more conventional. Just about everybody that has an elite pass rusher doesn't go out and get another one. It's cap world. There are limitations. And to be a complete football team, you probably can't afford to spend that much money on one position group. Now, if a player's going to sign a team-friendly contract, that's a ton of money to sink into one position group. You know, as far as other moves that they were too scared to make, I don't think GMs are worried about attendance. I really don't.
That's not even a concern.
If a GM is worried about it, an owner might be worried about attendance. An owner might try and convince a GM not to do something for attendance reasons. I don't know what GM would work under those circumstances. I wouldn't.
Well, no, and every team in the National Football League is making money, all right, because they're TV deals and all that. So the attendance is gravy, but you don't see teams that have crappy attendance figures unless they're a really crappy team. The Lions are not. They haven't been for a long time, which is pretty great since this regime took over. And even before that, when they had bad teams, they still did well attendance-wise. So I just, for that point, I'm not picking up for that point. you want to talk about not taking a risk, like the Rams have taken risks or the Eagles have taken risks. Yes, both of those
the Rams,
teams have.
They've done it different way than the Lions are
both
trying to do.
Both of those teams have done it where they've traded away draft capital to go acquire those players, whether it's in the offseason or if it's at the trade deadline. We've seen both teams operate in that way. Brad Holmes isn't afraid to trade. He just does it on draft night.
He does it on draft night. Look, Brad Holmes clearly values draft picks more than other general managers, and maybe very super specifically the Rams, who move draft picks for established players, and it's worked for the Rams.
Yeah.
Like they won a Super Bowl. In the meantime, one of the reasons why Brad Holmes loves his draft picks is because Brad Holmes is actually pretty good at this drafting thing.
Well, and so is Philadelphia at the drafting thing.
Yes.
But with the Lions, the thing is when they make a signing like they announced yesterday, when they've signed Jack Campbell to a 4-year contract extension after this year, which will keep him here to 2030, they're all in. And this is their way of saying they're all in. With the contracts they've redone now for Jack Campbell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff, Penei Sewell,
they think they have a core of a
Jamison Williams. I mean, they've done this with a number of players already. That's at least 6 that I can count off the top of my head that they've done this.
Yeah.
So, but what happens when you do this? When you sign another player like Jack Campbell, you've done that too. Okay, you got to win, and that's the ultimate thing is they have to win this.
Now we have one GM in town who drafts well, invests in his own guys, counts on his own guys, and is doing pretty well. Brad Holmes. We have another one who's got the same philosophy, but he hasn't drafted as well. His name's Steve Eisenman, and his guys aren't producing, and that's where the real heat is in this town, and understandably so. Back to the Skubal thing, because I promised we'd get to these executive quotes about what you could get if you do trade him. And oh, by the way, do you consider Framber Valdez a bit of a risk?
That they signed him in the offseason, I didn't think it was that much of a risk. That was a really good signing.
I did too, but there was, given the Framber volatility that's been talked about, I think there was some, they were taking a bit of a chance that he wouldn't, be disruptive in any way. And
well, he had one moment this year with it too.
Yes, but there was the book is that he might have a moment or two. All right, here are the MLB executives, what they think the Tigers can get for Skubal. Executive 1, I don't think anyone can answer that, but I don't think we have ever seen a pitcher this good coming off such a bizarre injury. He's playing for a team that's trying to win themselves, so there's so many factors at play. If I had to answer, I'd say one top 100 prospect plus a top 15 and one more throw-in. Follow-up question, would you do it? His response, the Padres will. Second executive, it would have to be Dave Dombrowski of the Phillies, AJ Preller of San Diego to get a top prospect. Everyone else treats it like Wall Street and asset value, so my guess is a couple of top 10 prospects for a couple of months of him, or Andrew Friedman in LA could go out and get him. He ups a team's chances to win the World Series by a pretty big margin. You get 2 starts in that 5-game series. Friedman gets him. That's my prediction. So the Dodgers. Executive 3, it's so difficult to tell, but I think it would start at one top 50 and another top 100 prospect. If it was a top 10 prospect in the game, maybe it could be that plus a fringe top 100 guy. Also, probably 1 or 2 throw-in types. In scouting terms, we used to say 2 B1 grade prospects as a start, and then a couple of C grades. Executive 3 goes on to say, Skubal is tough, though, as a 2-month rental with injury risk because it's tough for a team to just come up with close to 12 to 14 million. He would be owed after a trade. That isn't budgeted for. Teams don't typically have a bunch of extra cash laying around midseason, so it takes an ownership group willing to find extra cash. If the Tigers pay down the salary, the return could be better. And I wouldn't mind seeing the Tigers pay down the salary. Gator, I mean, I think this is like sort of the Armageddon scenario for the 2026 season. But the big box that has to get checked is our guys got to come back and pitch well.
Yeah, for sure. In order to have any kind of future, whether it's with the Tigers or the possibility they would trade him, he's got to show that he's healthy and ready to go, and hopefully sooner than later. And it sounds like it's going to be sooner than later. You know, you had that bullpen session yesterday where he was fired up. His teammates were fired up about it. They're kind of ramping this thing up. And, you know, I guess if you asked me 3 days ago, would I be surprised if he was back in 3 to 4 weeks? I would say yes. And now maybe I'm not going to be nearly as surprised based on the reaction they got yesterday. He's got a ways to go in terms of, building up the strength and facing live batters and stuff like that, but looks like he's on a fast track. That being said, he comes back and he pitches well like you expect him to. What's the team doing? If the Tigers are still floundering, if they're not even playing 500 baseball, not saying that they get up to 500, but if they're not even playing 500 baseball to try to get towards 500, then this season's coming to an end real quickly. And they have to really consider this.
Exploring it at this point, too, like the arguments against trading for Skubal are there. Injury risk, he's going to be a free agent in a couple months. What we can hope for
is please pitch well.
And we hope that the Dodgers, the Blue Jays, the Cubs, the Padres, the Yankees all stay competitive and a bidding war breaks out between all these big market, big money teams.
I would imagine it's such a rush to be a general manager when you've got a chip like this, if he's healthy and if he's pitching really well, to say to those teams when you get to the 11th hour and you say, okay, guys, best and final.
Yep.
Best and final offer.
And Scott Harris, this is one that you have to nail. You have to basically go get somebody else's McGonagall if you're going to do this because of what they're giving up. And if the price is too high, then that price is too high. But that's the bidding war that you hope to spark between all these major contenders. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
We've all seen it lately. Local companies being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. When they say that they treat you like family, well, they mean it, because they actually are one. They don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you, their customers. And really what I like about them is their no-pressure promise. So what you're not going to get is a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, what you do get is an honest assessment of what your home needs, whether it's roof or windows or siding. They're going to figure that out for you. And it's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades, Shaner Roofing. Get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Thanks for being with us here on a Friday. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ken is in Clinton Township. And next, hello, Ken.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
I didn't really think about this at the beginning of the year, but what a great opportunity, I think, for us to get something for Skubal. And I think that if we're, I don't know what's the date, but in July, if we're not even close to being in it, I say you bring up the AAA farm system, and that way that lets everybody know that, you know what, we're not going to go for it, and Skubal's going to be for sale, and then you just let the bidding go, and this might be the last chance for us to get something for him, because, I think the way they were talking this year, if we were going to try to make the playoffs with him and everything, I think everybody knew we weren't going to the World Series, so I was kind of like, why bother? But looks like this is Scott's last great attempt to, get something nice for him.
Well, it is, because he's a free agent at the end of the season. So,
yeah.
And you don't do sign and trades in baseball. So it's
right,
either you trade him by July 31st or you don't.
Yeah, but they were going into it like, we're going all in and we're going to this year, which I wasn't a fan of. And, it looks like now we actually still might be able to get something for him. I don't know if it's as good as, it would have been a couple of years ago.
Well, probably not, because you would have team control over it for a couple of years. It would have been a different deal then. But yes, now it seems like I'm not writing them off just yet, but we're getting close. I'm getting close with how far back they are and how bad they look as a team offensively.
As far as calling up Toledo, is that what you suggested, right? Call up Toledo?
Sure.
Here's the problem with that. The great thing about the minor leagues is players get a chance to develop to be ready to contribute. It's easier to learn how to hit a changeup at the minor league level as opposed to trying to hit major league pitchers. You've got to get yourself to a place where you are ready to play in the majors. And so, there's that's something that is easier said than done. And guys have to be on the 40-man roster to get called up. So you have to release veterans, which is fine. Some of these guys, sure, go ahead and release them. But
we've already got guys that are up here from AAA that are not doing it.
I guess my thing was, we were sitting here.
We're losing you, Ken.
So,
all right, Ken, we'll let you go because your phone's breaking up. I'm a fan of seeing Johnny Next Guy. I love Johnny Next Guy. Hell, we spend a ton of time paying attention to try and figure out who Johnny Next Guy is going to be. Should we get to the Max Anderson thing? Because I don't think we brought it up yet today.
So Max Anderson gets brought up a lot because he's a highly sought after player in the Tigers organization. He's playing at Toledo. He was injured for a good portion to start this season. So he's only played 13 games, but he's hitting. He's hitting .327 down there. Has an .806 OPS. Has hit for some power in his career he did last year. So there's a lot to like with Max Anderson, and his name does get brought up. The one thing Max Anderson does not do, and I guess it was just pointed out to me yesterday at the Tigers game when I was talking about this with somebody, he doesn't walk. He has drawn one walk in 55 at-bats this season in Toledo.
And there might be people out there that say the following. Who cares? Well, actually, the Tigers.
The Tigers care.
They care about strike zone, and they want him to develop that part of his game, and they want him to develop at Toledo. And when he gets, the sooner that he does, the sooner he'll be called up.
Yeah, he did a rehab stint, I believe, in Lakeland. So on the season, he's got 68 at bats total, and he's got 3 walks. So that I think is something that's going to hold him back from being considered for the Tigers. However, the other aforementioned players I had there, Corey Julks, Ben Malgary, and Jace Young, all draw plenty of walks. Like with their on-base percentage being 90 points, 100 points, 130 points, higher than their batting averages, all while hitting the ball hard with high OPS numbers.
But remember this, especially if you are a legitimate prospect that a team wants to build around in the future. They want you to season in the minors, answer a lot of questions about your game, and then bring you up and you're ready to go, right? Now, and people could say, I don't care, what they got on the field right now isn't, and you go, okay, understood. There is a player in the Tiger organization right now who, because of COVID and other reasons, spent very little time in the minors, relatively speaking. And I'm not sure he's ever going to develop. And Spencer Torkelson. People talked about Torque as a fast track, didn't have a long minor league resume, ends up in the majors, and we'll see. We'll see if it works out. I hope it works out. But
yeah, he's got a couple 30 home run seasons under his belt, but if he's not hitting at all except for an occasional home run, then there's not much value there. And defensively, he's been hit or miss. Sometimes he makes great plays. Sometimes he doesn't make great plays. But the Tigers are counting on him to correct himself in order to help this team win games. And I think it's a huge year for Torque. Because if that doesn't happen, it's a position where you demand production from at first base. Like if you got somebody who's hitting a ton, but you don't know where to play him, you can park him at first base and hope for the best that he can be at least acceptable defensively. But that's where the bat comes in. You have to be productive as a first baseman. And if he's not getting it done, somebody else is going to get that chance to do it. Whether it's Colt Keith, to get him away from a corner infield spot or whatever. Someone else is going to get that chance. It might be one of these guys we've mentioned in the minors. But I don't think they're ready to write him off yet. But would it surprise me if in the next couple of years that Spencer Torkelson is no longer a Tiger? It would not. It would not.
248-539-9797. Rich is next. Hi, Rich.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Big Tiger fan for years. The Colt Keith deal's looking stupid. Torque's, I'm done worrying about Torque. Wetzel Perez is garbage. Verling's garbage. Bringing Short was stupid. I mean, this lineup, the only ones I would keep is Green, Dingler, and McGonigal.
Well, those are the only three that are hitting right now. So what would you do?
There's the only ones that have been hitting all year. We can't.
So what would you do?
I'd start bringing the kids up or make the big deal for Skubal. But isn't Job? Is he getting healthy?
He's not going to be healthy anytime soon, but they hope that maybe by the end of the season he'll be able to pitch.
So you got him and Milton, which I like.
Milton.
And then Mize is doing well. I mean, every pitcher we put out there knows we're not going to score.
Pitching's not the problem. Pitching isn't the problem right now, which is remarkable because I thought going into the season pitching could be an issue, and it hasn't been. It's the bats. Nobody's hitting. And if your solution is, well, bring up the guys from the minors, I think that's probably going to work itself out soon enough, but understand you're replacing guys that probably should have been in the minors with guys that are in the minors. I don't know if any of these guys are really thought of as high-end talent with Ben Malgary and Jace Young and Corey Julks. I mean, obviously Jace Young was a first-round pick, but, I mean, Hao Yuli got it. He got the opportunity a few weeks ago when he was called up. Gage Workman's got his chance because he hit incredibly well in the minors. Hao Yuli didn't exactly light it up in the minors, but was given the opportunity. But he hasn't run with it.
248-539-9797. William is next. Hi, William.
Hello, gentlemen. The hypocrisy of all this from Tiger leadership, it's just bad. So we were told for the last 2 years we couldn't trade any of these prospects for real bats because the GM would lose sleep over it if he did that. But now there's no one in Toledo that can help. Which one is it? Do we have prospects that are valuable that people want that we can trade?
Yes.
Or are they all useless? Because
they're not ready yet. They're not. If you put Max Clark, if you put Max Clark out on the open market, you would get quite a few offers.
Well, then do it, because I'm sick and tired of seeing Jimani Jones and Wetzel Perez and Zach Short.
All right, so let's say you go ahead and do that, is that going to make this team a playoff team this year, or would you rather hang on to Max Clark, let him develop at Toledo this year so he can help make this team a better team next year?
Well, you're asking that question in a very narrow window. We have to answer that question in the context of we went through a giant rebuild where we sold everyone who was valuable and we were barren for years.
Right. Yeah, they did a very poor in that rebuild. They did a very poor job in who they got back.
They did, and we suffered through that as fans. And now we're at the edge, and we're told, well, we just have to wait. I'm done waiting. I'm done waiting. I'm 60 years old. I'm done waiting.
Okay, then don't. But what the edge? Hold on, William. You said they're on. Wait a sec. William. When you said they're on the edge of what?
They're on the edge of contending. We were in the playoffs the last 2 years. The general manager sat on his hands.
I just want
He did
clarification.
nothing.
All right, William, I will tell you this. This is a massive, massive disappointment under any measurement. Before I freak out, not to say that you were freaking out, but before I freak out, I do want to see what happens when guys come back.
It'd be when they get Carpenter back, how he hits Gleyber Torres, because Torres is always a really good at bat. That should help. I don't know if it turns him back into a above 500 baseball team, but we'll see. Look, he wants to complain about the prospects. Where are they? No, they're not in Toledo. They have Max Clark, who is. That's it. The other guys that are prospects, which are high-end prospects, your Bryce Rayners of the world, the Yosts of the world, your Briseño and Alonso. These guys are all at AA and high A right now and low A.
A lot of teams who have interest.
Yeah, those are, and Chris Rodriguez is another one.
This call 3 months ago would say trade McGonigal.
Sounds like it.
Garage door problems? Well, guess what? M&M Garage Doors, local company. They'll fix your door. Almost every repair comes the day you call. Almost everyone. There's a reason why they had to hire new people, because so many people calling M&M Garage Doors for the garage door repairs. They got everything on their truck to fix your door. If you need a new door, they'll show you what it looks like on your house. They'll help you make the best decision that makes sense for your house. M&M delivers upfront pricing, quality parts, and warranty on every job. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit GarageDoorRightNow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. just for the previous guy who was obviously pretty frustrated, certainly we get the frustration. If the Tigers, at this point, what he was endorsing was all in, go for it moves right now.
Well, I think he wanted that in the offseason.
No, he wanted it now. We asked him specifically. He said trade them.
I don't know if that's what I took out of it.
Well, I think he said exactly that. If he didn't, then I apologize. But the reason I push back a little bit is I think a better move is to see what happens when guys get healthy, which my expectations are getting lower and lower all the time.
Yeah. But the sand is running out, too.
Yeah, exactly. But once you get your guys back, what happens? And then if you get to the trade deadline and you're still 9.5 games out, I am not trading Tiger prospects for players that can help now and going for it. I'm doing the exact opposite of what the caller was suggesting.
I think it's interesting and telling a little bit when you look at what happened at the trade deadline last year, and we all wanted Eugenio Suarez, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Tigers didn't trade for him. He goes to Seattle. And then we get to the offseason, and Suarez is a free agent. Tigers didn't sign him.
No.
It tells a little bit that they didn't believe in Suarez. At least that's what I get out of it. That whatever the price was to acquire him last year was going to be too much that the Tigers just weren't into it. And remember we talked about it, and the name we kept bringing up was, would you give up Max Anderson to acquire Suarez?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Arizona was asking for Kevin McGonigal for Eugenio Suarez, would you have done that for a rental?
No.
So when it comes to deals that are made or not made, again, it's very important to know what the other side of the phone is asking for in return. And it's something we don't know. And I know that some people think it's a crutch that we fall on, but they're just facts. We don't know what the other side is asking. We don't know what the asking price is. We can propose trades all we want.
Not trading McGonigal looks like it might have been a pretty good move.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't. And then somebody was okay. Well, why not trade, Bryce Rayner, who was the first round pick a couple years ago, and
because he got hurt, he had a dislocated shoulder and didn't play all of last year.
Base. Right. I mean, there are reasons for why guys are traded or not traded.
Like you'd be selling low.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get the return that a prospect who's a top 50 prospect in the game, people would try to get him cheap. Look, if we were all privy to all the trade talks and the free agents that they chased, the free agents they offered, the free agents that weren't interested, the free agents that they turned down, I'd feel a lot more comfortable with the specific criticism of Scott Harris. Ultimately, though, injuries don't account for everything. They're coming off back-to-back playoff seasons. Two teams that I think the roster construction of those two teams leading into those 2 years, I'm not sure people thought were playoff teams, but they go to the playoffs back-to-back years, which is awesome. They go out and they sign Framber Valdez, which is a big money move. They get into this season, they get ravaged by injuries, and it is something to do with where they are. They're not finding answers from their own system. Like, it'd be awesome if Max Clark were ready, but I think it's the right thing to wait for Max Clark to get ready before you call him up. Same thing with Max Anderson with one walk this year.
That is something I agree with Scott Harris's philosophy, that he's not going to bring up one of these prospects just to bring him up. When he brings them up, he wants them to stay here and not be sent down after a couple months because they struggle. He wants to know that these guys are ready to handle the everyday rigors. Otherwise, if you're going to be brought up and just be like, you're not going to bring up Max Clark to play him every other day or every third day. There's no point in that. He's going to get way more out of playing 3 out of 4 games or 5 out of 6 games in Toledo than he gets 1 out of 3 in the majors. So, that's the thing, is you have to look at where it actually fits in here. And it's unfortunate it doesn't fit for Max Clark right now. He's going through his first year of AAA. He's hitting 267 as we speak with a 703 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing to write home about, but we'll see where it is at the end of the season. If he builds himself up, then we expect, hey, maybe he makes the roster next year. But if you wanted to get rid of him to acquire a major league bat, and it would have to be like an all-star bat because that's the type of prospect Clark is, being a top 10 prospect. Okay, I'll listen to it, but we don't know who those players are if it's offered or not.
There's a time and a place for a lot of moves that people suggest, but I think we kind of got to settle in and see what this team could potentially be. My expectations getting lower and lower, but that's the thing about baseball. It moves at a snail's pace,
162 games, and injuries have torpedoed this team, but in addition to the injuries, it's guys that are healthy that just haven't done it. And it's very disappointing to see the season that these guys have gotten off to, whether it's Spencer Torkelson or, Zach McKinstry and, the guys you counted on last year that just aren't showing up this year. Even to a smaller extent, like a Wenzel Perez, who you thought was a nice little piece to this team, and it hasn't been. But you factor in the injuries, it's unbelievable. Losing Parker Meadows, Javi Baez, Gleyber Torres, Kerry Carpenter. I mean, that's 4 guys right there, position players off the top of the head. That these are guys that are everyday lineup players that aren't in this lineup. And now you're replacing. This is where that WAR number matters, the wins above replacement. Because the players that are now replacing those guys are not necessarily major league players.
Well, and the ones that appeared to be aren't. And there's culpability for A.J. Hinch, too. They're losing a lot of close games, and close games managerial decisions matter, and he explains his reasoning, and you hear him explain. You go, okay, that's not unreasonable. However, at some point, you got to do something that's going to work.
Well, at some point, someone's got to have a 3-run double.
Right.
A bases loaded double. Someone's got to deliver there.
And in the end, if it's going to go south and are not going to get any better than this, then you take Tarek Skubal to the trade deadline and get the best you can for him and hope for that bidding war between all those teams at the top, especially the big money teams. That the Dodgers don't want to lose him to the Yankees, and the Yankees don't want to lose him to the Dodgers. So we're in a weird spot where we want those teams, these evil empires, to keep winning, and so that they are motivated to make that blockbuster deal, and the Tigers can at least get something for them. Look, Rico Beard is here. What's up, man? How are you?
Gentlemen,
what's up?
Doing?
We're okay.
Yeah, I missed you yesterday. You were down there. I laughed when I heard the gentleman ask you about the kale smoothie.
Yes.
I heard it, and I was like, did that guy just ask about a kale smoothie?
He did. He yelled in the background, "Where's your kale smoothie?" Yeah.
I was chuckling.
It was funny.
Guy in a Detroit Fire Department hoodie. We heard you, bro. How are you?
I am good. I'm good.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to kind of, I guess, continue talking about the whole Skubal thing and, whether you're going to trade him or not. Basically, it's the conundrum that you're in.
Everybody's talking about it in Major League Baseball, I guess. So a lot of writing about it today.
So, yeah, and then, the normal staples will have who said it. Kenny's new yes or no game where we all lose points because the day ends in Y.
Okay. Have a great show, and everybody have a great long weekend. Enjoy. I'll be in on Monday. And,
be safe.
Well, as always, be safe. Treat each other with respect. Carson
and go
Anderson.
to that Grand Haven thing.
You been there?
No, I just heard it.
Okay. The Coast Guard Festival.
Sounds great. 350,000 people show up.
97.1.
Welcome in on a Friday. Yes, very, very exciting stuff. Our Friday shows tend to be a little bit, I don't know, shall we say lighter? But we do have another rousing edition of Kenny Cott's Yes or No. We do have Can We Say That? And we will talk some Tigers. But we're going to start with what I am calling Project Rico.
Okay.
He has no idea what this is. I think we do a pretty good job that if we're going to do surprise topics, we want authentic reaction. I have not shared anything with you.
So it's not our bullpen meeting we had with one Mr. Powers?
Decidedly not, where you guys went down a true crime rabbit hole. I had to get up and leave. I go, you guys are depressing. No, sometimes I just, in the news cycle, I see things and I go, okay, this is meant for us. This is meant for Rico Beard. So David and Kenny, I want you guys to participate, but you, the listener, as well. And we don't have to stay with this a long time. But I'm going to need opinions and assistance, all right? I give you, and I will show this to you if you need to see it, explosive video of U.S. fighter jets shooting down a UFO over Michigan, revealed in new declassified files. We are terming it Project Rico.
Okay.
If you're new to the show, yes, we are a sports show, but no man short of George Clooney when he floated away into the darkness, loves space more than Rico Beard. No man has been more forthright in his belief that A, the Tigers should trade Skubal, and B, his belief of unidentified flying objects being real than Rico Beard. So when I see something like this, David, I know you're putting your hand over your face. It is my job. I do not get an option. Duty is not about option. Duty is a requirement.
Okay.
And my duty forces me to be here today to not make the news, but report this news to Rico Beard. And you can tell me what you believe, okay?
Okay.
Explosive video released in the Pentagon's latest UFO dump today shows the moment a U.S. fighter jet took down a mysterious object flying over Michigan's Lake Huron. The infrared clip captures the moment an F-16 zeroed in on the unidentified object after it surfaced over the lake in February of 23. The craft appeared to be shaped like a diamond, was quickly struck with what the Department of Defense is only describing as, quote, a weapon system, unquote. The unidentified object suddenly erupted and sent what appeared to be shrapnel flying. The new footage is among the 222 declassified files made public today. Breaking news you can use. More than 50 previously classified videos were released in the latest tranche, but this one affects us here in the mitten. One video appeared to show 4 unidentified aerial phenomena create a formation over the water in Iran back in August of 22. Another clip from the U.S. Coast Guard's infrared sensor showed an object flying near a plane over the southwestern United States in 24. Mm-hmm. It's time the American people, including Rico Beard, see it for themselves. That comes from the Department Secretary, Pete Hegseth. So listen, I am going to sit back and say nothing. This is about you and your people.
When was the date for that again? February, you said February 20.
Hold on, I want to be accurate. This is a news program for the moment. In February of 23.
Okay, here's where I'm going to connect some dots, Michael. David, no. Because they said it was a meteor. I remember I was driving back from an MSU hoop game. It was late night. I was around Brighton, and all of a sudden the sky lit up. It almost turned daylight.
Oh boy.
For a few seconds, and then it went dark again. And then they later said, oh, it was a meteor that landed and it was something that happened. But it was like what is going on here? Like all of a sudden it went from night to day back to night. And then later, a couple days, I think the next day, the news said, oh, it was a meteor that landed somewhere in the thumb area. And that's what happened. So I do wonder, Mike,
Don't talk to me. I'm not here.
Okay.
I am providing a service. Because I don't want to upset you on a Friday, and we have a great show planned, I simply wanted to, this is what the news is supposed to be. You don't offer an opinion.
No, I
You
believe
give
it.
the news, and now I bring on our panel, Mr. Rico Spacebeard, Mr. Kenny Asteroid Cott, and Mr. David Galaxy Hull.
See,
I'm out of this because you know my thoughts on this,
Mike. And yeah, I remember this. I remember that night vividly because I was just like, what just happened here? Because, I was right near Brighton driving back home to Detroit, and the sky just all of a sudden went from pitch black to it was like daylight. And then it went back to dark again.
People, bottom line, do you believe in UFOs or not? And this is a Rico production. We got plenty of sports to do, but damn it, a headline this salacious, this juicy, it was meant for Rico Beard.
Yes, I do.
And it involves us in the mitten. I leave it to you. Kenny, David, go. I'm not here. Because you know my thoughts.
I am waiting for Rico to sway me in such a way with his logic and reasoning that this was a UFO. Until he does that, I'm erring on the safe side and saying I do not, because I live on the ground and I'm not in the sky right now.
I've heard that.
See,
yes.
And I think for most people, Kenny, I could try. But
I'm open to it, by the way.
No, but here's the thing. It's far easier just to say, no, I don't believe, so therefore nobody makes fun of you. I don't care.
Okay, well, then I'll do that. No, I don't believe, okay? In no way you saw anything on your way home from Lansing. No way.
No, David, I didn't see anything get shot down, but that was a news story
It was
the
a
next
meteor.
day. And they said that no one, but here's the thing. No one had any photo of this meteor. No news broadcast. Nobody. It was just clearly, hey, a meteor landed and don't bother to come out here looking for it.
Here's the one thing I will say. I'm only going to speak if it supports Rico. I owe him this segment. The one part that makes me believe, okay, maybe something's up. They didn't say what the F-16 used to shoot down this UFO in quotations. They just said a weapons system. Now, that kind of lends itself to Rico saying they got stuff we don't know they got.
So, David, I know you're saying no, but just...
I'm saying no and no.
But let me then... What about this, David? Let's go all the way back. What did Ezekiel see?
Excuse me?
I'm not doing this.
What does Ezekiel Elliott have to do with
this?
See, I was going to bring this argument up, but I
What the
didn't
hell
want to be
does Ezekiel
disrespectful.
Elliott have to do with UFOs?
In the Bible, Ezekiel saw a winged wheel in the sky.
Now you're invoking the Detroit Red Wings?
Steve, is that you?
Steve, are you out there?
So, David, nothing. Okay.
Not this time, no.
I'm going to throw the number up. I don't care.
That's
I
absolutely fine.
want to know who's on Rico's side. An F-16 shooting down a mystery object that's part of the latest tranche of declassified UFO things.
And think about this, Mike.
What?
It explains Wimby. Wimby.
No, because if aliens were real, I wouldn't have to put up with Zach Short.
No.
Intergalactically offensive Zach Short. An alien would just come down to save us.
I'm saying Victor Wimbayam.
Yeah, maybe. It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like Men in Black and there was an alien inside of Wemby.
I don't even think it's inside. I just think that's just him.
That's just the natural state.
Right.
248-539-9797. Don't worry. Oh, I got a Skubal thing for you. And we've got plenty of football with Jack Campbell. But there's no way I was letting this headline go to the wayside. No way. An F-16 shooting down an unidentified flying object above Lake Huron in 2023. This guy over here believes to his soul in UFOs and aliens. I don't. To me, this was some hillbilly's drone.
Mm-hmm.
What, David?
Scott in Grand Rapids. I remember that day and that same flash, Rico. I'm not saying I believe in UFOs.
You sure you
but
guys
that
weren't
was
just tripping on shrooms or something?
No,
like, what are
Mike.
we talking about here?
Because it looked like something out of a movie. It was like, wait a minute.
Don't make me change the question. Do you remember Rico's magical night? I'm not doing that.
It just
I
so
want to
happened to
know if you
coincide.
believe. You need to watch the video.
Oh, that was on for the weekend. Like I was going to
No,
do a deep dive.
you're going to watch it
Okay,
now.
all right, fine.
I have it queued up now.
Okay.
This is breaking news. We don't have time.
So why are you and David just so adverse to believing that there could be other life?
Because if the other life had any clue of how stupid and inept we are, they would have destroyed us long ago because we have the best planet.
Or why would you even come here knowing that we're stupid? Just stay there.
For instance, if
they
they took one moment to watch the Detroit Tigers, they'd say, no more of this. No more. No.
Or hear me out, maybe we're their science experiment. You know what? Let's see if they can get this thing right this time.
People, I leave it to you. I'm staying out of this. Do you buy this headline? Do you buy that this is real? Do you buy that this declassified 222 files and video and the rest is real? That this is, I still think it's hillbilly fireworks and drones. I don't buy it.
Best way to hide a secret is to put it right in plain sight.
Okay. What secret are the Tigers hiding?
They're not good.
Got it. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. I got some Skubal stuff at 3 o'clock. It's 97.1. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville's Michigan's Trex Superstore. Now, their brand new warehouse is incredible. No, you can't see it from the sky like Rico sees his UFOs, but listen, it's a pretty big place. Full window program, and nobody can touch them on selection, service, and price. So you could stop in, you can take home some samples. You're a contractor and you're not doing business with Northville. You're missing out, period. So go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Well, I have breaking news. I have just received a communique from someone within the DOD. They are fans of the show. They have seen said video. Their stance is that video is absolutely nothing. Close quote.
Meaning there's even more? That's just the tip of the iceberg?
Exactly what someone with something to hide would say.
Okay, listen, I don't make the news. I report the news. David, what are the texts coming in on Project Rico?
There's no such thing as UFOs. You guys are crazy. Or
Thank
I guess
you.
Rico would be the one that's crazy.
Thank you.
I don't know how a UFO being shot over Lake Huron is going to make a flash in Brighton. You're crazy, Rico.
Get him! Get him!
Okay, I will say this. First of all, I don't know what they shot it down with. I don't know how big it was. All I know is I saw the flash, and it was tremendous. It was like, wow. Now, for everybody to say, well, there's no such thing as UFOs. Also, there's times where I remember for the longest, people believed the world was flat and that was it. There's nothing on the other side. You'll actually fall off the earth.
Listen,
No.
it's not Kyrie's fault he's dumb.
Not Kyrie, but I'm saying just because a population believes something to be true doesn't mean that it is.
Like Michigan didn't cheat. Sorry, I don't know why. That
was a stray, but I'll allow it.
It felt amazing.
Out in Oxford, I remember the night sky lighting up as well.
Okay,
Boy,
sure
oh
you
boy.
do. Have another gummy.
Thank you. Gronk in Pinckney says, yes, it's not aliens. It's our own government flexing its weapons systems. Aliens aren't real. Okay.
What do you think of that?
Once again, Victor Wimbayama. Explain.
They are here. They have
hold on. He literally calls himself an alien. Like, this isn't even a disguise anymore. I'm an alien.
My money is on another Chinese spy object. It was 2023, guys, that brought us a spy balloon.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about those.
Eric in St. Clair Shore says, they are here. They have always been here.
Okay.
Sure they are.
Rico, do you believe they're living among us right now, disguised as us?
Oh, I like this. This is like a Roy Firestone question.
I'm asking.
I'm just,
Look,
if you
Kenny.
make Rico cry, free lunch for a week. Go ahead.
Well, Kenny. I'm glad you asked me that. Yeah. Yes, I do.
Are you, you're messing with me.
No.
You for real?
Yeah.
Wow. The things you learn. Okay. David, go
Someone
ahead.
says all you saw, Rico, was a transformer blow. That's all you saw.
He saw a cow farmer's transformer in Williamston.
I've seen a transformer below. That wasn't a transformer. That was something that was so vivid. Like, I was wondering, what did I just witness here? Like, it went from night to day, from night to daytime, back to night.
Aliens are just us from the future trying to tell us something or at times keep us from something. Oh, boy. They're your people,
So
Rico.
you guys
They're your
can't-
people.
You can't even think about expanding your mind for a little bit. You're just going to believe what you can see.
Listen, Aaron Rodgers expands his mind, and then he bleeps himself. So the answer is no. I don't believe in this stuff. I don't. I'm sorry, because at this point, they know how stupid we are, and they just take us out. I just don't believe, because if they're sitting there afraid of us, then they're idiots.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they're, Mike, whoever visits you has better technology than you, and normally is the one who conquers you.
Well, then an F-16 wouldn't be able to take it out.
So
see? Listen, let's get to the people. I mean, this is rather provocative. I've provided the headline to Rico. The video's out there. I've given.
David, I figured that you would at least have a glimmer of something.
Why is that?
Because you preach faith. You preach in things that you can't see.
That has nothing to do with aliens.
God, aliens, God, same.
Yeah, what Bible verse is flying saucers? Is that in the New Testament?
I'll find it for you.
Okay, we'll go to Bill, 97.1.
David knows what I'm talking about.
Billy, what's good, buddy? Billy.
Bill.
Aliens got him. I knew it. They don't want people talking.
They silenced him.
They silenced Bill.
No, that's the Men in Black.
Oh, let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. So, non-sensational. Just going to try to convince you a little bit, Michael. Right?
Okay.
So,
Obama just a couple months ago said to the press, you can Google it, he said point blank, aliens are real, explicitly, no doubt.
Oh, I
right?
saw
And
the
then-
articles written about this.
And then you can Google the video footage. He said it to the media. And then that same day, Trump comes back. He's standing on Air Force One and says, Obama shouldn't have said this. This is confidential. He's got no business saying this publicly, right? So, and this is really just a math equation for me. I mean, there are trillions upon trillions of stars, right? And they know that the vast majority have planets going around them, right? So, to think that life only sparks one time, when you got that enormous amount of incomprehensible math, it's not logical. The logic is that the universe is full of life.
So can I ask a question? And I'm being completely sincere, because this is where I'm wondering, does this play into what Rico just said to David about faith? Because if basically you have to believe in something you can't conceive, you have to believe in something you can't prove, you have to believe in something you'll never probably get factual proof of. I mean, do you think that's the tie-in?
I'm trying to convince you without any sort of faith. This is more logic, right? So there's trillions upon trillions of stars, the vast majority of which have planets. So whatever sparked life here, you've got to be able to logically say that. So you're an odds guy, right? So what are the odds that it only happened once when there are an unlimited amount of possibilities for it to happen, right? So there's almost has to be life other places. And the math is so enormous that there's got to be lots of life, right?
See, that's
the only logical conclusion.
That's really credible. No, Sean, honestly, this is a very convincing presentation. I like this. No, this is good. Sean, I guess you're right. I mean, if you put it logically, I guess you're right. But it is rather hard to fathom. Now, here's what I will say. I can meet you guys in the middle. I think our government lies to us on a daily basis. That's not breaking news. Right. So to support what you're saying and what Rico is saying, is it plausible it's easier for them to believe? Because let's face it, why are they in the business of hiding this from us and then only releasing what they want?
Because they don't want to cause panic and ruin. They need the tax dollars to flow in. They don't want panic. They don't want to crash markets and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yes. So Sean is right.
Also,
hold on, real quick, Sean. Go ahead.
They're also discovering technologies in every one of these, and they don't want China to get the technology that they shut down over Lake Huron, right? So it's all very confidential, right? So, and I mean, I'm just telling you, man, like, this is logic. Like, you got to just sit and think about how vast the math is here. That's it, right?
Listen, I got bigger problems. I got Zach Short in my everyday lineup. I mean, Sean, what do you want me to do here? I mean, I
wish we could trade him. We'd trade him for an alien.
Listen, if the galaxy is so vast, why do I have to have Wenzel Perez in mind? Get out of here.
You also got to remember our star is fairly young, so the odds that life evolved 10 million years before it did here somewhere else means there's more advanced civilizations, right?
Oh, boy. Now, Sean, listen, you're stepping in it now because no, you don't understand. This is going to trigger Rico's Great Pyramids conversation. This guy believes Manhattan is underneath the pyramids.
Just saying. Nobody's still explained how those things got built and
how they're identical.
How?
Whose side are you
I'm
on,
on Rico's. I fully switched to Rico's side. Rico, you sold me.
And think about this. No internet, right? How are the same pyramids built over in Egypt also built in Mexico? No internet. You can't share plans, but somehow or another, same design, same everything in two different continents.
Yeah, Mike, huh?
Listen, I don't have a great answer for that. I'm man enough to tell you I don't have a great answer. I don't know. Maybe it's cool design. I don't know what to say.
And think about this. We can't build something that lasts 50 years. These things are still around. Like, we build buildings and we tear things down.
Well, they're made of stone. Where are they supposed to go?
Right, Mike, but the stone is almost surgically cut. It's like perfect. And it's like it has lasted the test of time. And on two different continents, I think actually 3, pyramids were built without sharing information. No internet.
I'm going to Tim. I'm getting uncomfortable.
Yeah, no horse and buggy.
Tim, how are you?
I'm doing good, Mike, and I just got to weigh in. I'm with Rico, and he cites a few important things in ufology, and Sean made a great point. And what he's talking about on those odds is there's a lot of academic study on this, Mike. So I know you're a facts guy. You have an incredible amount of knowledge. So you have to look into some of the academic work on this. So what Sean was talking about was the Drake equation, which Carl Sagan cited as far as others in the universe. And currently, Dr. Avi Loeb, an astrophysicist at Harvard, has actually recovered what he thinks are some artifacts from an extraterrestrial spacecraft.
Oh dear!
In the Pacific. So look up Avi Loeb at Harvard.
Hold on. Let me bring a fact to the. All right, here. I don't care. I'll jump in the insanity pool. I want Tim and Rico. You stay with me on this.
Okay.
Here is what has raised my dander, and it's not these stupid videos that the Pentagon released today. It's not. Here's what's got my dander up. Why are all our UFO scientists disappearing?
Hey,
where are all the scientists going? Why are they all dying?
Well, why
are they dying?
Tim, you want to go for this? Because I have a theory on that.
All right. Well, for sure, Rico. Well, it's interesting you say that, Mike, because, some good journalists like Ross Coulthart, if you want to look at his work, they've contended that it's not really all the scientists, like the 12 or 14 documented cases. Many of them aren't connected. But, among the most concerning is Air Force General Neil McCasland, who's the guy that disappeared on a hike a few months ago. And he was one of the top guys in the DOD, in the Pentagon, on foreign technology, they call it, which is headquartered at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And so they're not all connected, Mike. Rico and I are not tinfoil hat guys.
I didn't say that.
No.
Yeah. But there are 3 or 4 scientists who were involved in DoD programs and propulsion systems.
And they're all and it's all the Moscow stuff. Like some high profile anti-Putin guy shoots himself in the head 3 times. Right. It's physically impossible.
Well,
it's impossible.
The propulsion system and the anti-gravity is what I think is what's upsetting people.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, Rico. So what I would say, Mike, is, I would say 2 things. One, in the macro that we've been talking about, there is a great deal of scholarship and journalism on it. If you want to research it, I know you're a facts guy. You're an amazing facts guy with sports. Look into that. But my second point, and Rico, when we shot down that thing over Lake Huron, after the Chinese spy balloon that we shot down off the Carolina coast, we also shot down 2 things, Rico. You'll remember this, in Alaska. And the one, okay, so here's the thing, Mike.
Hold on, Tim, listen, I love you. We are way over. I didn't want to cut you off because this is hyper interesting. We got to stop. This isn't a Netflix show. We do have breaks. Rico, take him to church, and then you can hypothesize further.
Okay, I will.
So confused. I don't even want to talk Skubal anymore.
All right, quick question. What if your Wi-Fi can actually keep up with your life? We're talking about Wi-Fi that's smart enough to fix itself when something goes wrong. Yeah, seriously. No more random drop-offs in the middle of your show or the game or that big work call. This is next-level reliable, fiber-powered, built for speed and designed to keep up everything running smoothly in your home, streaming, gaming, working from home, all at once, no problem. And coverage, we're talking Wi-Fi in every corner of your home. No dead zones, no why is it slow in this room moments. Plus, it's like a security blanket on your network. Keep your connection safe while everyone in your home works together seamlessly. And here's the kicker. You can lock in 5 years of predictable pricing. Same price. No contracts, no surprises. Everything's included too. Data, equipment, and insanely reliable Wi-Fi. And you can even get it set up that day. So, yeah, fast, securable, reliable Wi-Fi that just works. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Okay, we'll get to the callers. I had, for this portion of the show, I did have a study being done on SGA since Game 3 is tonight, and just how unethical is he, quote unquote, and how much does he really flop? I do have that for you, but
by Professor Kang?
No, this is by Tom Haberstroh, who writes, I believe, for Yahoo Sports. But we started out with the Pentagon releasing footage of an F-16 shooting down an unidentified flying object over Lake Huron. And this is Rico's wheelhouse. As Rico, what was it, a texter? Or you just said to me someone had written in, our teams are so bad we've been reduced to...
Oh, yeah. This is what we're talking about now.
Okay, guys, you have to understand something. I have plenty of Skubal stuff to get to. Or, Jack Campbell got paid money to play football. It's not really a big deal. This is Rico's jam. You know Rico loves this stuff. And when I see a headline like this and I can keep it secret from him, it's Friday. We had to.
I mean, Mike, there's all types of examples and maybe the lines get blurred with a lot of things, but I do believe that, yeah, like Kenny asked me, are they living amongst us? Yeah.
Also, Kenny, your Belmont at Aqueduct and Churchill Downs selections have been sent.
I was just putting those bets in right now. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Let's get to the people, shall we?
I do have someone that agrees with you, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Trajan believes that he's a 7'6" alien.
See? There you go. Or David, maybe he's a Nephilim.
Okay, I don't know what you two are talking about. I'm going to DJ.
They're the giants in the Bible. There were giants in the Bible. Sure. Goliath was the famous one.
Right.
You've heard of him, right? David and Goliath?
Yeah, I just thought that was a story. That's real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, David, how are you not on Rico's side at this point? He's citing many biblical examples.
Look, man.
Because we have to look at Zach Short every day. That's more unbelievable than anything Rico said. I still have to watch Wensil Perez on a daily basis.
Here, I got pyramids for you.
Yeah, you lose me as you tell me Midtown Manhattan is underneath the pyramids. Now, come on.
What?
You've told me about the underground city and the whole bit. If it's there, show me.
No. You mean under the pyramid?
Yeah.
Mike, you can't get in there.
You're a liar. All right, let's go.
First of all, the government won't let you in there. And second, they're stopping you for your own. Like it's like Indiana Jones, dude. You walk in there,
Tell you, I love the one with Sean Connery where they're trying to find the chalice. He drinks the wrong one and he turns into like a golden girl immediately.
But like all the different challenges to get through, like you need to know.
Is that what's in there?
Yeah.
Well, then you ought to go over and figure it out. I believe in you.
And you saw what happened when he forgot. Wait, Yahweh is actually spelled with a Y, and he almost died.
All right, now you're losing me. Let's go.
You saw the movie?
I did, but I don't know the finite details the way you do. Go to DJ 97.1. DJ, hello.
Fellas, what up, though? How y'all doing, man?
I'm DJ? So confused.
No, I'm going to make it simple for you, Mike. So here's one of the things. I'm not a big belief person, so to believe in something with no evidence is considered faith because you have no proof. Here's the proof, Mike. All you got to do on a nice, clear night in Michigan, look up in the sky. All those so-called stars that you see, man, those are galaxies, man. Those are galaxies. Just the other night, Venus and Jupiter was aligned with the moon, which I took a picture of because I'm something like a nerd. All you got to do is look up, Mike. Now, here's the thing. Just in our galaxy alone, there's over 6 billion to 20 billion Earth-like planets that are in the habitable zone, far enough away from their sun to support life. That is a fact. All you got to do is look up. So to think that it's 6 to 20 billion planets that are in the habitable zone from their star, just like our star, there's no life. That don't make no sense. That's just what it is. Now, are they little green men and all that? The way that space and time works, Mike, probably not. Like, we either missed them or they're on their way, and about time they get here, we won't even see them because the closest galaxy, Andromeda, is about 2.5 million light years away at the speed of light. So even if they on their way here now, we ain't going to see them. That's just what it is.
My God.
Or
DJ, I've always respected you. This hurts.
And DJ, I still respect you. Or DJ, you know what? There's still one place on the earth that we can't explore, and that's the ocean floor.
That's the ocean. Absolutely. So, Mike, are you familiar with any of our solar system whatsoever?
No, but what the hell kind of question is that, DJ?
He knows there's a moon.
Okay, so that's fine. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Mike. when you just bored one night, you just wanted to just mess around, Google Europa and ask AI, who I ask ChatGPT all the time, what different stuff. Because ChatGPT I ain't gonna lie to you. Just tell the truth. Do you know where Europa is? I'm assuming you don't.
No.
Europa is actually one of the moons. I think Saturn or Jupiter actually has ice-like oceans. We can see them. And wherever there's water, one of the fundamental things on this planet and around the universe is that there's water, there's life. Europa actually has ice caps. We can see them. Pluto has ice caps. We can see them. So there's probably life there, Mike, but depending on what stage of their evolution they're at, we don't know. But there's probably life there.
So just to put a button on this, you believe in the video released today by the Pentagon that was a UFO getting shot down over Lake Huron?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. So with that part of that, now we're moving to go, but that's a different conversation. See that right there? I think they just putting out just enough to deflect off all the other nonsense and give us little bits and pieces. But they, like Neil said, they ain't came with the real alien. I think all that's distraction because what Rico said earlier, and Mike, you're a logical thinker. If they have the technology to get here and we can't get there, that means they're technically advanced enough to where whatever we do wouldn't even phase or harm them, not in the little simple missiles. So, no, I don't believe that's real.
Okay, well then good. I'll meet you halfway. You want me to accept there's something else out there? Fine. I will not accept Wenzel Perez in this lineup. And I also refuse to believe that an F-16 shot down a UFO over Lake Huron. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
That was a kid's drone or something. It was ridiculous.
Because theoretically, Mike, that spacecraft literally has to either go through a wormhole and get here instantaneously, or it has to move at the speed of light to get here. So an F-15 ain't shooting that. That's just, come on, man. It's not happening.
That's what I'd see.
Or, DJ, like I said, or it sits and it resides at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, for God's sakes. Okay.
Mike, you realize we can't get we have no idea what's at the bottom. We can't go that far down there without dying. There's no pressurized thing that can get you that far. None. You do realize that, right?
I know we haven't explored a lot of the ocean.
A lot? How about just a
lot of ocean
fraction of the ocean have we explored?
On that note, this text comes in. I saw the flash. I said, wow, what a flash. It was a big flash. I said it was a big flash. Some say the biggest flash.
Possibly the best flash.
What a flash. I quit. I you know what? We're off it's a Friday. We're already off the rails. We haven't even gotten to the Skubal conversation. It's a disgrace.
How about we don't?
Because it's just, how about this? We can continue to allow these calls with the release of the classified files, but I'll mix in Skubal in the 3 o'clock. Is that fair? All right. Gee whiz. Technically, up next, Rico about mermaids. FanDuel. Can I go home? Same game parlays for the NBA playoffs. More ways to build, more value every time. Bottom line, if you're playing SGPs, FanDuel is your spot. All NBA postseason long. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll take a quick break here. David, the music will dictate what the hell we're doing. Oh, my God, it's football, not space saucers. All right, I'm locked in now.
You ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
This is your Egyptian pyramid blitz.
Well, you know what? I'm going to wait for Kenny to get back because I have something specifically for him, Mike.
What is it, a question about shackets and possum stew?
No, it's about Georgia and Georgia players.
Again, the driving.
Yes.
Was it Nolan Smith, 135 miles an hour?
I don't know if you see behind me, Mike, but we put up a little thing on the glass. It says, days since Georgia player arrested.
For driving violation.
Right.
Now back to zero.
It's now back to zero. There was just one last week. And yeah, Nolan Smith got clocked doing 135 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour zone.
I've never seen anything like it. It is the same program and largely the same issue, driving violations.
Yeah.
What on earth?
I don't understand. But you're right. It's like at some point, don't buy a sports car. Just no, because you can't handle this. Your team can. I don't know if they teach a class on this or what, but yeah, we've hit the reset button on the Georgia players arrested for driving.
Rico, I'll go a step further. Don't buy a car. Just walk everywhere. Someone can drive you.
That's David Hull, 97.
Yeah, exactly. And now David's turned the Georgia Bulldogs into the Amish.
All right. Let's go out to the Los Angeles Rams. News out there. Matthew Stafford signs a 1-year extension for about, I think, $55 to $60 million, which to me tells me that the Rams wasted their first-round pick. Yeah. He's never going to see the field ever. Ty Simpson is that to me, I don't understand what the Rams were doing.
Look, I think part of this, too, is almost like a keep them happy tax. There's no world where Matthew Stafford, and he was, they made him aware of what they were thinking of doing. And there's no world he's happy about it. And you might think it's crazy, but it's not. I mean, they're in their Super Bowl window, and they literally punted on the 13th pick of the draft with an aging quarterback. So, no, I think it's very messy. And if they had the 25th pick, I'd still have an issue with it, but there'd be precedent. The Packers had done it. Other teams have tried this. Never at pick 13. Yeah. I think it's nonsense. Yeah. Complete and utter nonsense. So, yeah, I think part of it is keep this guy happy tax. Yeah. So yeah. Otherwise, he could up and retire right now. Who are we kidding? He's got 4 young daughters. He's got a life ahead of him. He could easily just be like, okay, watch this. I'm leaving.
Oh, my God. And one of the daughters is him. Like, wow, Matthew, there no DNA tested. That's your kid.
She throws a lot of interceptions?
See, initially, I always thought that he was going to play just one more year. This was going to be it. And you're right, Mike. They said, oh, you're going to threaten us? We're going to just give you some more money. So, he's staying there for 2 years. Wasted pick.
Yeah.
Dumb.
Basically, just to get to the point where they'll hand the reins to Ty Simpson.
Okay, guys, are we in the middle of a stare down? And maybe the reason we haven't heard any Jahmyr Gibbs news, they're waiting to see who signs first between Gibbs and Bijan Robinson.
Yes.
And because if you sign too soon, the other one's going to one-up you.
I'm just fully prepared for something worse than this Campbell deal. I won't be shocked at all if Gibbs gets 22 a year. You know my thoughts on it. I'm not going to yell about it. People can be happy. They can be angry. They can do whatever they like. I think it's idiocy to pay a running back this way. Whether it's Bijan, whether it's Gibbs, whether it's Saquon, it's not a winning formula. It's positional, zero value. Running backs do not win games. Offensive lines do. So, Rico, I think you're 100% right. Whoever signs first is going to lose out on about $1 million a year AAV. Mm-hmm. So, yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be closer to training camp because I think they're going to just push it and wait to see which one does it. Who blinks first? I'm not sure who will, but yeah, the other one's going to be like, man, I could have got $5 more million.
You know what? Unless you're smart and you put the Nick Saban rider in your contract, I always have to be the top paid running back by at least $1. So I get an automatic raise as soon as somebody else gets a raise.
That is a good one. That was always a good bit. The Saban, I have to make a penny more deal.
Mike, for you, I got 2 bits of Giants news.
Oh, great.
One, how do you feel? Joe Shane has a new deal, got an extension.
I hate it. I think Joe Shane's a con artist, so I'm definitely the wrong person to talk to there. I have no respect for Joe Shane.
Okay.
I think the guy's a clown.
All right.
Sorry.
No. The other, I didn't know. I thought maybe with Harbaugh there,
A lot of clowns.
we go ahead and hit the reset
No,
button.
I just think when you turn over this much power to John Harbaugh, it really doesn't make much sense to have the old GM essentially be his intern. But you have an owner who's dying. They don't want to have a shakeup. The co-owner was unearthed in the Epstein files and had to basically get rid of his shares of the team. There's a lot of mess with the New York Giants structurally, so that's why they're hesitant to kill everybody. But I don't like it. I just wanted to give you some context to why, other than me being a smartass.
The other bit of Giants news.
Malik Neighbors is dead.
It looks like Malik Neighbors just didn't suffer a normal injury.
No, he got Tank Delled.
And he may not be ready. I mean, John Harbaugh is saying, guys, I don't know when he's coming back.
Yeah, I know. It's not optimal. We'll see. There's a long way to go in summer. He had a routine cleanup procedure on the knee. You got to wait and see. Look, bottom line, kid's been hurt a lot early in his career. He had 3 injuries last year. He had a toe, a shoulder, the catastrophic knee injury. If he's not back until week 3 or 4, and that means he's healthy, then that's what you do. I'm kind of just sitting and waiting.
Guys, where do the Bears end up? Are they going to end up in Chicago, or are they going to end up
Hammond, Indiana?
Hammond, Indiana.
Because greed runs everything. It's a grift. By the way, shout out the Chicago Bears. Nice job. You destroyed Arlington Park. Very nice racetrack. And now you're not even going to move there. So cool. Now you're going to go to an industrial dump, which is Hammond, Indiana. And the Chicago Bears will play in Indiana. Look, it's one thing if the New York Giants don't play in New York. Not sure if you've ever been to Manhattan Island. Not a lot of real estate there. Not a lot of room for a stadium.
They can knock down a few buildings, can't they?
How many city blocks would you like to obliterate to build a football stadium? And the construction costs, you'd have a $10 billion stadium. But this is not that. They already have a beautiful location, and they've been offered a suburban location. And you're going to go to Indiana.
Here's what I'll say about that is, remember when a certain individual ran the Big Ten? Then
Kevin Warren.
He left to run the Chicago Bears, and then there was a TV deal, and teams were like, well, why did he promise us? Why would he promise this? Why would he promise that? Kevin Warren is the devil. He clearly doesn't know how to run things, man. You cannot be this way.
Or he's just so far ahead that he'll take another job and
then leave and
at
then
the burn.
they'll be in Hammond.
Okay.
Look, it's all a grift. You've seen what the Chiefs are doing. Now the Chiefs are going to the other side of the border. It's just, I'm tired of it. And anyone who offers public money moving forward on these stadiums, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. It's been proven time and again. These socioeconomic studies are a laugh factory.
But they did say that the Chiefs will have a Houston's.
Damn.
That's your football blitz on a Friday. 97-1.
3 o'clock, good to have you. Hopefully you enjoyed Project Rico to start the show as the files have become declassified regarding UFOs. But we do have something to bring up sports-related, which is, okay, here's your PSA. John Heyman is Scott Boras's errand boy. Okay? I know. You don't have to text it 1,000 times. And I understand the motivations behind why Scott Boras would dime out his media errand boy. Let's put that to the side for a moment. And let's deal in what is and what is not smart. Here's what John Heyman wrote yesterday, okay? Or excuse me, this morning. Okay. Tarek Skubal trade chances are rising. Tigers have lost 14 of 16 and are in last and 5 games out of the wild card. The Tigers have 5 starters on IL, and Skubal's progressing since elbow scope. Tigers' chances to extend him are nil, meaning 0. Okay, so we know that's coming from the Boras camp. Boras has wanted him traded. Boras has wanted him gone. Why, you may ask? Because if you're trading for Tarek Skubal, you're lacing him with an extension. Why would he want that now when he could go to free agency later? Because there's going to be a labor war. Because there may not be baseball next season.
Right.
So it makes sense. And let me be clear about something. I just have a belief. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm telling you what I feel in my heart. You're never going to sell me Skubal wants to be here. We know Boras doesn't want him here. And if Skubal wanted to be here, all he'd have to do is tell his agent, make me a Tiger for life, period, or you're fired. He could be here. Doesn't want to be here. And that's just my belief. I'm not reporting news. I'm not trying to sling an arrow at the guy. And I'm half as mad as you guys. I never get that uncoiled about the Seattle coming out of the game thing. But here's the question. Do you want Skubal to come back and pitch well to help you win? Or do you want him to come back and pitch well so you can trade him? And before you freak out, this really does come down to one basic question that we really haven't gotten into in 2 years. Should the Tigers trade Skubal? Look, over the last 81 games, you can do with this what you like. You could spit on this statistic and tell me it's garbage. That's fine too. Last 81 games, you're 29 and 52. It's the Angels, the Rockies, and you. Last 81 games. You've been terrible. And we keep saying...
No, I'm just laughing at the company you're keeping.
Right.
The Angels, the
because
Rockies, and you.
We're all guilty of this, myself included. Well, they're not this bad. Well, they've got to be better. Do they? You're sitting here and you look at this team, and even with Carpenter back or Torres back, even, fine, you want to get Melton back or Skubal back. This thing is so flawed, and you're so far out of it. Should Scott Harris be preparing to move Skubal? That if he comes back and makes 2 to 3 really credible starts, you set the market and you deal him. Because, frankly, he's the only trade chip you have. Nobody wants Jack Flaherty. No, nobody wants Zach McKinstry. No, you might get a little something for Kenley Jansen, but you get the point here. Now, Casey Mize is interesting because he's going to be a free agent, but he's pitching really well. Maybe you would trade Skubal and give Casey Mize some of that money. The point I want to ask the people a serious question, because I've arrived at a point, Rico, at 20 and 31. And by the way, they're underdogs tonight against the Orioles. The Orioles are terrible. Yeah. Look, you're getting to a point where trading Skubal, it's not even an option. Like, you don't have to wait till the deadline. If you have Tarek Skubal and you put a bat signal out there that he's available to the league, teams are going to line up to come and get him as early as you want. I'm not suggesting it today either, so I don't want anyone yelling at me.
Right.
But I'm asking the question, when John Heyman says it, okay, a.k.a. Boras, do you want Skubal traded? Do you want him to come back and pitch well so you can move him? Or do you still believe this team can make a deep, meaningful run to a World Series? You believe this is all injury-based And you want Skubal back healthy and winning you games for you. 248-539-9797. You know what side I'm on. They have been so egregiously bad, and the math is the math. I'm actually at a point, I think I want them traded, and I want to put this season in the rearview mirror. And I know that sounds terrible with 100 games to go, but this is arduous. And they're 10 games out. Cleveland has 3 in hand. What are the true odds that you're going to do this?
This is a real Sophie's choice.
I know it is, but I thought it was the best way to phrase.
I like. Look, I like the question. It's just if I had to choose between the two. And 248-539-9797. We got to choose between the two. I actually just hope that he comes back to help this team to win. The reason being, I don't think if you trade him now, you're going to get much. The value was a couple of years ago, but you didn't want to do that then. But you got a couple of playoff series victories to show for it, so everybody was happy with that. Right now, I don't think that you're going to get that king's ransom that a lot of the Tigers fans think they're going to get for Tarek Skubal. So if that's the case, you might as well just come back and help this team win.
Listen, do I still think the looming labor stoppage could increase his value? Yes. Teams know this might be their final go-around before the game may look totally different. I agree with you. You will never get what you could have gotten 2 years ago. But do I believe you could get 3 top 10 prospects from a team? Not their number 1. Probably not their number 2. But in the aggregate, like their 3rd best prospect, their 5th best prospect, and their 9th best prospect. Yeah, I think you can get that. I do.
Okay.
Again, I'm not arguing your point. This Tiger team, if we actually look at this farm system, let's think about this for a second. Is there any pitching on the way? No. Okay. Once you call up Max Clark, Bryce Renier is years away and currently rocking a 45% strikeout rate. Going to need to cut that in half before you're remotely playable. Outside of that, what else is really down there? Now, your first-round pick from this year, fine. No clue. You want to sell me on Christian Rodriguez, the international signing who's like 16 years old. That's fine. Rico, they kind of need a reset. They need more bullets in the chamber. It's probably not a terrible idea versus losing him for 0. And you're 10 games out. David, where are you on this? Where's Kenny on this? I'm open. I'm willing to have the debate, but guys, I mean, I watch them all the time. They're atrocious. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, and we're not talking full-blown reset here. We're not full rebuild here. That's not what I'm, asking for. But Skubal right now, let's get rid of him while his value has never been higher, I guess, in terms of like now he's injured, now he's hurt. We have to reset this process. We have the young guys coming up. I think I'm with you, Mike, in that what you just said. I'm ready to forego this season. I think I've pronounced them dead, and I just don't want to say it out loud. That's where I'm at right now. And if that's the case, trade Skubal and get whatever value you can.
It's kind of where I'm at. It sucks to say it. I mean, I feel like a complete jerk, but what am I supposed to do at this point?
They're too far back. They're too far behind. Even if Skubal gets healthy and is the X factor we know he can be, there's so much ground that we have to make up to even be close to a contender. I don't think we're there. I don't think we're close. So get the value.
David?
Yeah, they have to, as long as he shows himself to be healthy and this whole, he could be back sooner than later. Okay, great. Come back sooner, show you're healthy, trade you sooner. We don't have to wait till the deadline now.
But see, that's okay. And again, I think that's a critical point in this. I'm not trying to nerd out. This is like Walter White. Like, you are the one who knocks. No one is going to be trading a better player at the deadline. Once you send the bat signal to the Dodgers, to the Yankees, to whomever, Seattle, it doesn't matter. It's immaterial to me. They're going to play ball on your terms because no one else is going to have a left-handed back-to-back Cy Young award-winning pitcher to offer.
But just know this, bringing in, prospect number 4, 5, and 9, if you're the Tigers, kind of hitting that reset button. you're not going to be really getting anything done anytime soon. And
I know.
you got to be okay with that.
No, I know, but there may not be baseball next year. So I'm just playing the game. I mean, what's the point of having him pitch here for us to fall short?
Well, see, and that's the whole thing, because we talked about it previous times where you only get rental 2 months, right? Well, if you can get 3, you may get more for him now. So do it.
Hold on. First one today.
All right.
He's right, you know. Sorry. Go ahead. Carry on.
All right. Fan Cash Fridays, powered by Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller at 248-539-9797 for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatic Sportsbook. Every Friday, winning hits different here.
Okay, let me tell you, with warm weather showing up, kind of, sort of, maybe, everyone's on the road, distracted drivers included, people flying up north like there are no rules. If a crash happens, one problem, the insurance company's already ahead of you. They got a team. They're ready to roll. You need to call David Femininio and the accident response team so you have backup. They'll get your life back on track. David will fight you. Not fight you. Fight together. Yeah, that's it. You got in a crash? David's going to kick your ass. No, David will fight to get... David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we're doing it. Damn it, we're doing it. We're doing the Skubal convo. John Heyman, Scott Boris's mouthpiece. That might be irrelevant to this because the conversation about trading Skubal, yeah, it should be something we talk about because this team is in a position that mathematically it's going to be very difficult to get where they got to go. And here's the other thing. Ask yourself this. Are you willing to get nothing for him to creep into the playoffs as a highly flawed 500 team versus the World Series hopeful you were? See, I'm not. I think when you play this poorly, and by the way, we do need to have the conversation of the last 81 games, they're 29-52. It's you, the Rockies, and the Angels. You know, maybe they're not better. Maybe they don't have to be better. Like, I know in my heart, I keep telling, like, well, I mean, it can't be this bad. Maybe they are. I mean, the data is suggestive that they are. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a conversation. I don't want to write a team off with 100 games to go. But I will say that Skubal is one of the only possible players to hit the trade market that you could set a market as early as you wanted to. I wouldn't do it now.
No.
But by mid-June, a couple of weeks, I wouldn't be against it if he's back and has made a couple of starts.
I would be fine with this if you can get an everyday player back along with the prospects. Now, maybe all of a sudden the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Mets and all these other teams get into a bidding war, and that helps you out. But if it's just for prospects,
well, then you need to stay on your side of the aisle.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at you for saying it. I think you could get 3 top 10 prospects from a franchise's system. You're not getting it every
I mean, and that's fine. And that means what? See me in 2-3 years?
Yeah.
And
and
maybe be no baseball next year?
Yeah, but can I remind you, you might be saying I'll see you in 2 years anyways, because there might not be baseball next year. You don't have to change your opinion there. I'm just throwing it your way.
Mike wins, and he'll fight you if you get into an
That's
accident.
right. David Firmino kick your ass. David.
Absolutely love that.
God, you're a terrible driver. All right. David, text, and then we'll get to the calls.
From Ryan, he says, pitch well to trade him. He doesn't want to be here, period.
All right, pitch to trade.
Yes, another one says, pitch well enough to get me talented bats, and I'm happy.
Pitch to trade.
Just trade Skubal and blow it up. Keep Green, Kevin, and Dingler. Rebuild around them. We couldn't get to the ALCS with this group, so why keep him around?
Interesting.
I want him to pitch well to trade him.
Another pitch to trade.
My concern is Harris. I don't trust his ability to swing for a decent deal.
I don't either. But that's not a part of this equation. This is about what you want. Let's not conflate these things. I have no faith in Scott Harris executing a high-level trade. Why? He hasn't shown an ability to do it or a willingness. But that's not what the topic is. This is about what you want. Do you want this guy coming back in his speedy recovery to build his resume so you can trade him, or do you want to just hold onto the rope and go, no, I want him to pitch well, I want to win games, I want to go for this?
Trade Skubal. This team is such a mess.
Oh, my.
Of the 8 position players, I like Dingler, Green, and McGonigal. That's it. We need 5 more, so trade him to get the 5 more.
Great, but by the time those players are up here...
No, you get a guy that is ready, that is Major League Baseball ready.
If you're able to get me somebody who can come in here and play
Okay, so what if I called the Mets and I were able to get Jonah Tong? Their second best prospect, he's a pitcher. And he would go in your rotation whenever baseball returns. Okay. Does that qualify as an everyday player, or are you talking a positional guy?
I'm talking a positional guy.
Then here, and I'm not being a smart ass to you, I wish you good luck.
And that's why
I think you're gonna get it.
No, but remember, I was on that island a few years ago, like, maybe we should. And they're like, no, we're gonna do it. I'm like, all right, you're gonna get anything, you're gonna get pennies on the dollar.
By the way, the Mets just called him up today.
Okay. Well,
I'm making a point. Like, again, if he's up and he's pitching and he's good and he's the centerpiece of that deal, would you do it? Rico, I can't change the landscape. I can't change it in dealing with the winter meetings.
It's a great question, Michael.
It is interesting. I think it's telling. Fans are going, F it, I'm done.
See, I think fans are done with this team right now because there's such a disappointment that they're ready to put everybody out on the front lawn with a sign saying everything must go.
And that's how I am too. I admit that. It's a weakness. We'll go to Jimmy, 97.1. Jimmy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike and Rico. Happy almost Memorial Day here. Hope you guys are going to enjoy the weekend.
You too, and we are. And by the way, our Fanatics Fan Cash winner this week is Jimmy. Jimmy, all right, go ahead.
Let's go. Okay, I have two things. One question and then one something similar, if that's okay. The first thing, I think it's a slam dunk, Mike and Rico. I think you trade him. You wait for him to have one or two more good starts. This team is dead. I canceled my Detroit Sportsnet subscription because of how bad this team is. If you want to charge me $20 to put out a product like that, heck no. So you let them do a couple starts and then you trade them. By the way, I think signing a pitcher like him who's had 3 elbow surgeries, I'm out on it. So you trade him, the season's done, and you just got to move on and get whatever you can from him.
I'm kind of there. I don't know if these problems are fixable, and even if they are, I'm not really interested in kind of a fake pennant chase. This isn't shaping up the way we had hoped, and I don't know that it will. So, yeah. Now, what was the second part, Jimmy?
So the second part here was, if you look at this list, and I don't think maybe you guys talk about it, but not very many other people talk about it. I'm going to list off these pitchers. Cobb, Maeda, Verlander, Flaherty, and Tommy Kahnle. Those are just a few. Why does no one talk about the fact that Scott Harris is like 10% on signing pitchers? I don't know what the heck is happening, but it's absolutely horrible. Do we need to have the conversation that he's the right or the wrong person for the job? Because I am sick of it. It's these old guys, and I think it's horrible. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if you guys have an answer, but just
no. Listen. I think you're being more than fair, and it's very similar to Steve Yzerman. Drafting and development seems pretty good. Pro personnel scouting is egregious. I don't have an issue with it. I think the town might, but there's no illusions. I mean, Jimmy, I have given Scott Harris a lot of credit for changing the organization, changing their development, changing their drafting strategy. There's a lot of work behind the scenes that is not in the standings that I give Scott Harris a lot of credit for. But when it comes to the pro personnel stuff, the free agent stuff, no, I've raked him over the coals because he deserves it. Oh, but they've made the playoffs. Yeah, here's the problem. Jimmy, he inherited a lot of his best players. Yeah. They aren't his players. I mean, like Tarek Skubal's not his guy. Mize is not his guy. Green is not his guy. Karp is not his guy. I'm sorry. And I understand it takes some time, but look at the deals they've signed. The Jack Flaherty thing's a disaster. Kenta Maeda, disaster. Alex Cobb, disaster. The Kenley Jansen thing, well, he's been good lately. Right, he's already blown a season's worth of saves in April and May.
It looks like the Verlander thing may be going on that pile,
so far, not great, Bob. No, I'm there. So, yeah, Jimmy, he does deserve heat. The problem, this Cialis-ridden town is incapable of it.
Oh, my God. Jonah Tong looks like they picked him up from his prom. This kid is...
Uh-oh. Oh, my God. Makes Doogie Howser MD look like Morgan Freeman. But here's the thing. I'll give the Mets credit on one thing. Their season is slipping away. They called up Ewing, their number 2 prospect.
That's true.
They're calling up Jonah Tong. Tigers are sitting here running out guys who should be painting for a living. I mean, why the hell do I got to look at Jahmai Jones anymore? Call up Max Anderson if you need a right-handed stick. What are we doing?
Because I think for the Tigers, they still believe there's a chance to turn this thing around, and it's really not. I think we've hit desperation phase where, as you so eloquently put, so long as it's not short, anybody else. Kid, turn around. What's the name on the back of your jersey? It ain't short. You can play.
David, go ahead. I mean, are people just all on the trade wagon?
Yeah, I don't see one person so far saying to keep him. One person says fans are done with this team because they put out this product. So, yes, trade him. Get some pieces for this team.
I do think if you're holding out hope, I don't think the next 6 games tell you a lot. I mean, obviously, if you went 6-0, that would be great, or 5-1, but it's
1-5.
No, okay, no. Even if, let's say they go to Baltimore and lose 2 out of 3. That's as bad as it gets, but it's what's after the Angels. You should probably look at that schedule. I know Tampa's staring you.
It starts getting tougher.
There's a lot of good teams, and here's the problem. You've already lost to a lot of bad teams. You got swept by the Twins in a 4-game set. You got swept by the Mets. You got swept by the Red Sox. These are not good baseball teams. And Cleveland, look, I'm not making fun of them, but there's no world you should lose a 4-game set to that team in a sweep. So I wonder if people are holding out a little bit of hope, and it's like the next, 2 weeks, everybody might just be looking at each other going, to hell with this. It is pointless.
Yeah, so after the Baltimore and the Angels series, and you're going to Chicago, the White Sox. They're playing.
They're above
right
500, David. I can't make fun of them.
Tampa Bay.
They're electric.
Seattle.
Not great, but still talented. But they're like you, very disappointing.
Correct.
And Cal Raleigh's been garbage.
Minnesota and then Cleveland. And you can't say anything about Minnesota because you lost to them.
They already swept you, and they have a substantially better record than you. That right there with this team, and I understand Skubal a few weeks away. Melton could come back very soon. Torres, I think the soonest he could come back would be, is it Monday?
No, but at that point, you start running into a math problem where you don't have enough runway to take off.
Correct. Yeah, look, the math is right now, you got to play 600 baseball. You're going to have to be 20 games over 500 to have a real, historically accurate chance at the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you can only lose 44 more times this year.
But see, when you're talking like
just
that,
to put things in perspective.
Right, but that's where I say trade him and just give me the sweet release of death. I just can't take any more of this season. I'd rather just watch other teams.
Mike, we're going to put you on life support.
No.
Let's keep this thing.
No.
There's a chance.
They got paws hooked up to the machine.
There's a chance.
I'm all set. I don't need it.
He's getting visited by the dancing usher.
Right. I don't need it. 97-1. Jeez. All right, we'll get to the people, kind of round out the Skubal discussion. Again, the John Heyman thing, we know where it emanates from, but it doesn't mean that it's not an interesting point. This team is just, over the last 81 games, 29-52. I know I'm guilty of saying they can't be this bad, but maybe they are. Maybe the team that fell apart post, say, July 1 last year, maybe that is who they are. And if that's the case, and Skubal's on this rocket ship recovery, maybe you want him to pitch good just to trade him versus pitch good, save our season. But that's up to you guys. I'm not mad at anybody. Let me be very clear. I'm not mad at anybody who says there's 100 games to go, and despite how egregious we look, I can't and will not write off a team. Not mad in the least. Totally get it. You want to cite 2024? You can, but let me be clear about something. You were 9.5 games out of first, but you were only 4 games under 500. You're 11 games under. You've been swept 5 times. You're coming off of the first home 4-game sweep since 2017, the week after you dealt Verlander. It's very difficult for me to have a hopeful outlook. So everything's in play. Yeah, I'd be on the side of if he comes back and pitches well. I'm not going to lie to you. I'd be rooting for that report he's been dealt because I'm kind of just done. This has been a mess. We'll go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Hey, I might be one of the crazy ones, but I'm thinking we go all in with them and we try to push this thing. My reasonings are, A, having 100 games left. It's just so much baseball that anything can happen with any other team. I mean, the Indians lose their 1, 2, 3 starters. I mean, it can happen. Another reason is you got Melton still, you got Verlander still, you got Skubal still, you got Jackson Job still. You got guys coming back. So it's really, really hard with this much baseball to give up on everything. And even if we get all these prospects, you know, we get the number 7, the number 4, the number 11, we're going to be flooded with too many people because we might even have McGonigal win the Rookie of the Year and get another first-round pick. So we might end up having too many players that way. If we get all these prospects and we don't know what to do, and then we have Max Clark coming up and too many outfielders.
Well, here's your problem. You don't have too many outfield. Let's back up for a second. When you look at the system, it's very uneven. You have no pitching in the system. So right away, I would imagine they would want to get some pitching back. You can say Job, you can say Melton. Those two are complete wild cards. We have no idea if they're going to be good long term. I like what I see early, but fair. But Kyle, the outfield thing, look, Kerry Carpenter's not a full-time player. We know we have Riley Green. What do we have besides that? I mean, it's really thin. So I just disagree about this problem of, quote, having too many players. Kyle, I don't think they have enough. I don't. I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong for saying there's 100 games left. You're not wrong at all. I'm going to disagree about, well, we'd have too many prospects. Yeah, no.
It's just so hard to argue with the player situation when we have so many injuries. I mean, who knows if Parker Meadows ends up coming back or towards with his situation.
But case in point, though. Hold on, Kyle, stick with me on this. Kyle, Parker Meadows stinks. Like, we have to come to grips with it. He stinks. The player who led off a playoff game in Cleveland in 24, it's not there anymore.
So wait, are you telling me that Parker Meadows is a microcosm of the Detroit Tigers?
Kind of, but again, if Kyle disagrees, I'm not mad. I'm just saying I'm kind of done with it. Like, we know he's a good defensive player, but Kyle, he's bad. He can't hit.
I agree that he's not the player that we want, but he's the spark that I'm praying for.
Okay.
That people come back at this time. You know, I'm just hoping it's a spark that we're praying for, because I hate to lose a veteran like Skubal because he brings that fierce competitiveness around everyone, and I don't want to lose him out around our young guys. I don't want our young guys to see.
No, I agree, but Kyle, you're losing him regardless. He is not coming back. Now, I understand you want him here. Ride it out. You go for it, and then whatever happens in the labor war, I get it. I do. But, man, you're losing him for nothing. And if we truly have an honest look at what this farm system is, with McGonigal here, okay, fine, you're going to call up Max Clark. What's behind them? I mean, hell, if Max Anderson is so sweet, where is he? Where are these guys? Look, Rainier is years away. Rodriguez is years away. Whoever you just took in the first round, whose name escapes me, years away. And there's no pitching. So I'm not going to turn this. And by the way, here's the other thing I would caution you on. The team you're playing tonight, And you go, well, what the hell do the Baltimore Orioles have to do with this? Oh, really? Adley Rutschman, Colton Cowser, Jackson Holliday, Hunter Kierstad. Like, do you want me to keep going? Running out of gas. That is now looking like a failed rebuild from what was the number one system in the sport.
Holiday, yeah.
The number one system in the sport. And they all stink. Hey, remember Grayson Rodriguez? Everybody was gripping their flagpole. Traded for peanuts. He stinks.
I just remember Jackson Holliday. That was the untouchable. No, you can't have him.
They all
Anybody
stink.
else, right?
They all stink. Kobe Mayo. It's just that they stink. So you got to be careful going, well, we'd have too many prospects. I'll tell you one thing. Baltimore would love to have a few more prospects right now.
Well, that's why I said I'm just going to pitch him just to help us win, because unless you give me back something that I can use right now, something tangible,
yeah,
I don't want to do the prospect game. And yes, you could end up with the next Shohei in your farm system, or you end up with the Orioles.
Yeah, Colton Cowser. 248-539-9797. David, a text or two. We'll keep it timely. I'll rock out. We got a bunch more calls to get to. I'll do that. We got Kenny's yes or no. We got who said it. I've got this SGA study on floppability. I think you're going to be interested as you get ready for game 3 tonight. David, couple of texts.
Well, screw the text, because I want to bring this up here for Rico, because you just mentioned what you would want. There was 3 executives that were questioned about what you would do for Skubal. It was an article based on the John
And guess
Heyman.
what? You're going to give it to everybody next.
No.
That's a radio tease.
Tell us no.
Okay, tell with it. Trying to build a little drama there.
I understand. Executive 1 says a top 100 prospect plus a top 15. That's 1.
Okay.
Executive 2 says 1 top 10 prospect and then other pieces. And then the
Other pieces as in already established players.
No.
Oh, wow.
And then Executive 3 says you would start with 1 top 50 and then another top 100 prospect.
I'm just keeping him.
Okay.
At this point, I'm keeping him and signing him, and maybe if I have to, I'll trade him later in another year, or in 2 years or so if this team is still bad.
Wait a minute. Who are you trading?
He's a free agent.
Skubal's gone at the end of the year.
I'm saying I will try to re-sign him now.
You are going to re-sign. Okay.
That ain't happening.
That ain't happening. His agent doesn't want him here. His agent won't even engage with the team.
Well, I talked to him, and he said 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
I don't know what
he
this
would
means.
come back.
I don't know what that means.
You don't remember when Boris was out there with all the nursery rhymes?
Oh, Scooby-Doo and all
Yeah.
that? Okay, I got you now. No, I had to make sense of that. No, to me, it's that you're losing him for nothing or you're losing him for something.
Okay, so under this scenario, you're not re-signing him at all.
You can't.
Okay.
Well, here's a text. We did find someone that says they want to keep him.
Okay.
I think we're getting a little too caught up in their record and not looking at the division. I wouldn't call this a legit 9.5 game hole. Every team will have a scuffle in this division, so I say keep Skubal.
All right. I mean, I'm not going to yell at you. I mean, what do you want me to say? The division is bad partially because you're in it. And 10 games is 10 games. Now, you want to sell me on the Sox collapsing or the Twins, that's fine. But what does Cleveland put on tape to suggest that they're just going to be terrible? They play rock-solid baseball. They produce pitching at a clip that is just pretty remarkable. I mean, it just doesn't matter what happens. They produce pitching. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's 10 games, guys. Like, you can say it's not. It is. That's the math. That's what you're up against. And you have to now pray for Cleveland to collapse? I'm not going to do that.
And then I also can't on the other end, because some people have done this, I can't say that, well, other teams haven't dealt with injuries yet. They may never. I don't know. We can't predict that either.
Yeah. I do think to a certain point, not all, I think we're overrating some of these injuries. Okay? Kerry Carpenter was terrible before getting hurt. You know, the Verlander thing, Verlander to me was August and September. But I'm not going to act like he's Cy Young. You know, who else is hurt that I'm supposed to Parker Meadows? I'm supposed to really be broken up about Parker Meadows, Trey Sweeney? You know, it sounds great in the numbers. Gleyber Torres, I can just sit here and go, look, he's a professional bat from the right-handed side. It hurts. That one matters. But I also have no idea when he's coming back. Because he was supposed to come back, and then it would seem like he had a little bit of a setback, no? The oblique is a very tough injury for batters. So I don't know. I'm kind of lukewarm on, well, injuries are the only reason we stink.com. Like, I don't want to do that.
If we were waiting on Barry Bonds or Aaron Judge to return, then that's different.
That's transformative. I don't think any sure, it would take Zach Short out of your lineup. So, yeah, you're definitely better. But the other problem, too, is like a lot of those injuries are pitching, and the pitching hasn't been bad. I mean, you didn't lose 3 of the 4 Cleveland games because of pitching.
Yeah, I mean, if the numbers are what Davis says, I'm still just going to ride this thing till the wheels come off.
Wow. You'd rather just get 100% of nothing versus 70% of something.
Mike, they're pot committed. They should have made a move a while ago, and now you'll get a top 50 and a top 100.
You really are upset about that. Okay. I'd be okay with it. I don't know. Listen, I'm not trying to change your mind. You do whatever you want. To me, yeah, I'd rather get something. We'll continue. We'll knock out the phone calls. 97.1. All right, we'll go right to the people. Knock out these Skubal calls, the John Heyman report. I know that's Boris's buddy. But the principality of it is interesting. Look, if he's coming back quicker than expected and he comes back and pitches well, do you want him to pitch well to be traded or pitch well to somehow miraculously turn your year around? I think I'm at a point I'd be all right just trading him because there's so many problems with this team. And frankly, Rico has cited the mathematics. You've dug yourself quite a hole. It's not impossible, but I don't know. I'm kind of just.
You can only lose 44 more times.
I'm spent. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
First things first, the Rieger Blue Chew segment is just pure comedic gold.
It's remarkable.
That is remarkably amazing. To say the small sample size is quite the understatement. With it being 29 and 52, that's like borderline scary.
I know.
That's half a season right there, and that's got us with over 100 losses. I'm on the train. I have been. We've talked a couple times. Last trade deadline, the off season, and then now here we are about Skubal. And I want my hometown team to win, but I just feel like it's always made most sense just to get the most for what you have. And we're nearing that portion where it just seems like we need him to come back. Hopefully not rush, but come back, deliver, and then highest bidder, bring what we can. This offense does not scare anybody.
No.
So that's where I'm at with it. The guy that calls, I think his name was Kyle, a caller or two before me. It's like, you got to let it go. It's like kind of like the old girlfriend comparison. Like, you got to let her go, dude. It's mediocrity is.
Well, that's the thing is you start to wonder of like, okay, even if they're not this bad, are we sure there's a really good baseball team in here right now? Because all of these things that have to change midstream, it's more than players coming back. It would have to be Kerry Carpenter coming back and being awesome. It would have to be Gleyber Torres being vintage. It would have to be like, that's the problem. And Phil, even something that was supposed to be the strength of the team, they've blown 11 saves.
Yeah, that's the scary stat too. Nail on the head right there with like our bullpen that was supposed to be, just get us into the 7th, 8th, 9th, and we can shut teams down. Well, it's been quite the opposite. We're asking a whole lot for Carpenter to just do what he did 2 years ago. For, like you stated before, Gleyber got the deal he did because no one else was calling or offering him anything.
No, I'll never understand the qualifying offer, Phil, ever. I'll just never be able to understand the idea of it. No one was going to pay him $22, $23 million to play baseball. It's been out there. He didn't even have 15 on the table, according to reports. You putting that out there, I don't know what that was. And again, I can't make an accusation. I'm just telling you what I believe in my heart is they think they're pretty smart people, and they wanted their comp pick. He'll never take this. He'll get a multi-year from somebody else. Oh, really? Because we got Gleyber's reps on line 3. They're taking it. So I just feel like everything that could go wrong has, and yeah, I admit it. Like, I'm ready to just wave the white flag. I don't want to do this anymore. To do what? All summer have to play 600 ball? I don't know.
You're swaying me. Kind of like no. When I hit you with the pyramid,
a lot of swaying.
When I hit you with the pyramid facts earlier in the show,
hey, you sold me. It's exciting stuff. Let's go over to. He told me they got a Delta Lounge underneath the pyramids. Yeah. Go to KJ 97.1. KJ, how you doing, pal?
Good, Mike. How you doing today, Mike?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same. Good. I'm on the same track with you as far as Skubal goes. Maybe you can get one top 1-5 prospect out of him. Just whatever you can get, because you're going to end up with that Cabrera 10-year deal. You're not going to. He's going to be okay for 5 years. After that, he's just going to be average at best.
Yes.
Yeah. And you got guys. Go ahead.
No. You first, please.
You got guys like Torkelson. The guy he's not hitting very good. And, like you say, you talk about Meadows. He's hurt and he's bad as bad, and Carpenter's not doing anything. I mean, they need to just start from scratch. But I don't think Illich, with the way he runs the wings into Tigers, he's even doing an adequate job of trying to get people. I think he's just trying to do mediocre acquiring.
No, but KJ, here's the problem. You got the number 10 or 11 payroll in baseball. And I understand, right? It's easy to blame ownership, and I'd love to as well. I blame Scott Harris. Scott Harris had to go to his owner and ask for the money to sign a Verlander, a Valdez, a Finnegan, a Kenley Jansen. KJ, the bottom line is they spent on the wrong players. And that, again, I can't blame Chris Illich for that. I mean, sorry, I don't live in a world where Chris is like, no, I want this pitcher. I don't see that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you're probably right. I don't know as much about this stuff as you do. I'm a fan that sits there and sees the same stuff. You got Iserman with what he's doing in the last 7-8 years, and now you got our team.
But again,
to be really good this
KJ,
year.
I'll give you an example with the Wings. And I mean, I'm shooting you straight, man. Steve has spent money. He's just spent it poorly. It's a salary cap league. He's spent the money. They're not sitting there at the floor. I think just Steve's done a bad job. Now, you want to blame the owner for not firing Steve Yzerman? By all means, be my guest. But I can't change that. 97.1. Well, I'm probably going to regret this because I think I know what time it is. It is the Kenny Cott Invitational, yes or no? David.
You would be correct, Michael. It is time for yes or no. For those of you who have not heard this before, I ask the boys questions, Jeopardy-style categories. They answer yes or no, and I give them points depending on their reasoning. Is everybody ready?
Yes, but I want to offer a moment. No, David, hold on. I want to start out on a positive note. I had 3 people, not complete strangers, but I had 3 people come up to me. And you know what they said? Nothing else about the show. I don't even know why. I love this new Kenny Cott game. I go, of all the things we do all week, this is what
out a week's worth of sports content.
This is what you've selected. They go, I know it's ridiculous. One guy was like, I just can't stop laughing. It's so absurd. I love it. I go, okay, great. So, yeah, I guess yes or no is staying around.
All right. Yeah, and so Mike and Rico both said yes, so that's a couple of points for them. David, turn my drops on. Okay, I guess there's no drops. All right. So the categories this week are Tigers, Pistons, National, and there's 2 extra
horse
ones.
Racing.
There's 2 additional ones I've added. The GM Coney, the Detroit GM Coney.
Okay.
Or space.
Oh, God. Okay, hold on. It's Rico's day. They have declassified videos and UFO stuff from the Pentagon.
Part 2.
I think Rico should lead.
So let's just lean into it. Space.
All right, space. And
in space, yes.
No cockfighting in space. Mike, I want you to answer last. Do not poison the jury because this relates to you.
Okay.
Mike is more likely to believe in UFOs and aliens than a Tigers season turnaround. Rico and David, yes or no?
Wow. Kenny, first of all, great question to start this thing off. Mike is still going to believe in the Tigers because he can see the Tigers. It's tangible. I don't think Mike will ever believe in space. I wish he would.
David?
I don't know if it's a yes or no. I have no idea, but he will never believe in space. No.
All right, let's see who was right. Michael?
I believe in the Tigers more than space. I believe the Detroit baseball Tigers, from a baseball human standpoint, have a much better chance of making the playoffs than I do believing that there are space people or that an F-16 shot down a UFO over Lake Huron.
I know my buddy, Kenny.
So that'll be 5 points for Rico because I agree with his answer. That'll be -5 for Mike because I disagree. And -10 for David because he said he didn't know whether it was yes or no, which, again, not the game. All right, the next one. We got the Detroit Coney GMs, National, Pistons, or Tigers?
David?
Let's go National.
National. Aaron Rodgers announcing this is going to be his last year as a thinly veiled excuse for him to have a retirement tour around the country each city he stops in.
Is it a... Yeah, you know what? He's vain. So I can see that it is a way for him to just get praised everywhere, get talked about. Yeah, Tony Romo would love this. So yeah, okay, yes.
Rico?
I'm going to say no, only because he realizes the cities don't like him. The networks may glaze over him, but most teams, like fans, are sick of Aaron and wish he would have retired 5 years ago.
Let me take it. I agree with the answer. I have a different tact. He's married now. Things are different. And he's back for one more year with his old coach. He goes into the sunset. They give it one more run. And he moves on to the next phase of his life. I don't think it's Tom Brady. I don't think they're the same person. I think he's done.
That'll be 10 points away from Rico and Mike because that's the incorrect answer. David said the right answer, which is yes, because I don't think this man will ever try to stay out of the public light. He's always a weekly appearance on McAfee. Every offseason, it's, is he going to retire? Where's he going to go? This, that, and the other. He loves this. I don't care if he's married or where he is.
Okay, but here's the thing, Kenny.
You're arguing with the grandmaster.
I understand.
Of the game here.
He's already taken away the points.
Oh.
So I got nothing to lose now.
But he could take more.
I can take more away. That's -1 point for making the rules, Rico.
No, but Kenny, it becomes draft day. He throws a party, but nobody shows up.
I'm not arguing. I don't want to lose any more points.
And that's a point for Mike. I give you Rico's point for not arguing. See what you did there? All right. We got Mike, this is you. Tigers.
Yeah.
Pistons. The Detroit GM Coney.
Horse racing. Detroit GM Coney.
All right. By the way,
Mike, I'm taking away 5 because you gave me the wrong category.
I just like that we had Preakness stuff last week. I'll take GM Coney.
All right, Rico, actually, because I believe this was a creation, one of your brainchilds, the Coney bit. Could you explain to people who don't know what that is and what it means?
The Coney is where all the people who make decisions in Detroit sports, it's where Holmes, it's where Scott Harris, it's where Yzerman, and it's where Trajan Langdon all sit around and decide we're not going to make any moves because the first one who makes a move has to pay the bill. So let's just keep things as is, no pressure.
So now that we've established that, yes or no, at this exact time next year, one of the 4 GMs will have deviated from the messaging and have up and left out the front door of the Coney. Yes or no?
I say yes. Now, do you want an explanation?
I would love an explanation.
Okay. Yes, because you have Brad Holmes off of 2 missed, haven't won a playoff game in 2 years. You have Scott Harris, where this team's in dead last and looking like a complete failure. You have Steve Yzerman in year 8. And Trajan Langdon right now has a legitimate claim that they're 1 player away from being NBA Finals good. I say the odds are in our favor. Yes, one of them will stand up and fight.
Rico?
No, they will not stand up and fight because what Mike has just said so eloquently makes sense, but it's been the same problems year after year after year, and nobody's made a move.
Yeah, we're talking about a big move here. No, it will not change within a year. It will
Seattle
be the same
City.
old same. Yeah, they'll never make a big move. No, I'm depressed by it.
That'll be 11 2/3 points for David and Rico because, innocent until proven guilty with these 4. And that'll be only -2 points because I want Mike to be right really badly, but I disagree.
Great.
Okay, you get an extra point back.
Thanks, buddy. Yes.
-1 only. Okay, Tigers or Pistons? David.
Oh, Pistons.
Fans, yes or no? Fans have tuned out of the playoffs, or they're watching as spite watching because they're basketball fans. Fans have tuned out of the playoffs, yes or no?
Oh no, they have tuned out of the playoffs. This fan base in this city has shown that they are only a fan of their team and their team only. When their team isn't playing, they don't watch anything else out of spite. They're lying if they say so. They don't watch anything. They're done.
Rico?
David, I agree with you. I think what's happening is they're not watching it. They're not watching one. They're not watching the best playoffs out there, which is Spurs and Thunder. They're watching the Knicks and the Cavs out of spite because they don't like the Cavs and they want to prove that we could have beat the Knicks because we almost beat them last year. So they're only watching that one. They're getting full off the bread and they're missing the main course.
In an unprecedented move in yes or no, I'd like to copy and paste everything my senator from Southwest Detroit just said. Full agreement. I think you've nailed it. They're missing the bar they need to aspire to because of spite.
So that'll be a point to David because I think he's more right than wrong. -1 point for Rico because he didn't really say yes or no. He said, I agree with David, but also I disagree with David.
I like when you cut Rico off. That's good. That's great.
I actually did, but
again,
another minus point. And Mike, that's -7 points for you for basically not coming up with your own answer and saying Rico's answer is
that's
right.
Great. That's just super.
This is crazy.
We'll do Tigers here.
And this is what people like.
This is what people like.
Why put research into a show? Just do this.
after a sweep if we lose this weekend holiday series, Tigers fans will declare this team deceased.
Yes, 100%.
Yes or no?
Yes, 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 yes.
No, they will not, because there's always going to be hope. Well, what about this? And what about when they came back? And it's always going to be what about? So no.
You're exactly right, Rico. It will be no, because what they did a couple years ago has blinded the people, and they will always believe in that. So no.
That's minus points for David and Rico. And Mike, you said yes 5 times, so that's 1, 2. It's going to take forever. You get 5 points.
Yes.
David, you noticed that Mike didn't really get anything taken away, but he took away from us. I wonder why.
When he took 2 points away, then he gave him a point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is yes or no.
I guess I need to wear the hat again.
All right. David with the text, and then I want to give you this as preparation for Game 3 tonight if you're going to watch kind of the SGA files, which is, look, the flopping in the NBA, I know it's been a really sore subject for Piston fans, but also fans of the league. Like, it's problematic, and someone actually took the time to do a finite mathematical study of SGA. Okay. And I'll present it, and you can do what you want. Okay. But text first, because people do enjoy yes or no. David?
How can Kenny ask an either-or NBA question and expect a yes or no answer? Be better. That is Brian in Monroe.
That'll be 5 points away from Brian.
You know what? Segment's over.
Okay, yeah, stop. Please, I'm begging.
I wanted to say that, but I'm like, you know what? Okay.
Someone says, I really think you're on to something with this segment. This is amazing, Kenny. Great job.
All right.
Don't watch any playoff games that Detroit teams don't participate in. He says it's too difficult to follow the roster changes.
Yeah, but hold on. The flaw in that thinking is then I don't need to listen to you during the whole year where you tell me how sweet your team is and how we're haters and how we don't know ball. You don't even watch ball. So how do you even know what you're aspiring to?
I'm going to need you to stop making sense. It's Friday. Let's have some fun.
Okay, then.
Because what you just said was you cut him off at the knees.
You know what?
Because I said, now that the segment is over, I think a lot of fans are missing out on what is great basketball, what is the new standard for the NBA, because you're upset because you were just a Pistons fan, and you're watching the Knicks and the Cavs saying, we had a chance. No. I beg you, watch the games that come on the every other day from this series when you watch the Thunder and the Spurs, and then you realize, man, we got a long way to go.
David?
Someone else disagrees with that last texter and says, I watch everything, not just when my team plays. I love everything in the NBA.
All right. Look, that's fine. You get this deep in the playoffs, it's the best shot for the basketball to get better. But Spurs, and I'm with Rico in this one regard. Spurs and Thunder is a completely different level than Knicks and Cavs. Not only with the star power, but the depth, the pace, the speed, the physicality. It's a more, and again, that's aside from SGA, and I'll give you that in a second. It is different, guys.
You know what it reminds me of, Mike? Pre-transfer portal and all of that, back when we used to like college football, because I'm on your side now. It reminds you of watching like the SEC championship game versus the Big Ten championship game. A champion will be crowned, but it's a different level of football. Same here. It's just different. Like, I think that whoever loses between in the West could take out either team in the East. Whoever loses.
Correct.
And then one more here says, Kenny's scoring process with this game and the sounds comes through. It's awesome. It is hilarious. It's a lot of fun. Great job.
Thank you. Well, that's fun. All right, let me give this to you. We'll have some fun. And this isn't yes or no buzzers or points awarded. But the study was done by Tom Haberstroh. And SGA, look, you hear about Jalen Brunson or James Harden or Donovan Mitchell, I don't think is that egregious. But SGA is one of a kind when it comes to hunting fouls. So Tom Haberstroh broke this down. This is every shot. Now, there's two categories. Shots that SGA takes that he's not fouled on, that he falls, trying to draw a foul, and then shots he is fouled on, and when he falls. So here, this is in the playoffs this year. Are you ready?
Okay.
So out of 187 shots where there wasn't a foul called, this is just for the playoffs, on 187 attempts for SGA, how many times when he's not fouled does he still fall trying to get a foul?
So on 187,
how many shots did he fall?
I'm going to say 50.
No.
I was going to guess 100.
Hold on. Stop. You guys are being smartasses. This is when he's not fouled. He still fell 20 times.
Oh, okay. When he's
trying to bait the foul. That's 11%.
Well, see, I still said 50 because I thought it was like Harden who all of a sudden just fouls.
You're going to be much closer. Okay. How many times does he fall when he does get fouled? This is the embarrassing part, the embellishment part. 37 total times he's been fouled taking a shot in the playoffs. He fell on 51%. 19 times he hit the ground. So in total, out of 222 shots in the playoffs, he's falling on almost 20% of these that he ends up on the ground.
So 1 out of every 5 shot, he's on the ground,
and
regardless whether he's touched or not.
And here are the now to show you the difference and why I love Wembanyama so much. Wembanyama has taken 192 shots. He's ended up on the ground on 8 of them.
It's also a long way down.
Okay. Donovan Mitchell has taken 370 shots. He's fallen 8 less times than SGA, only 8% of the time. Jalen Brunson, 266 shots, 24 times on the deck. And then James Harden, 260 shots, 31. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is taking less shots by a factor of 40, 50, 150 than his peers. And he has still fallen 8 more times than anyone else.
So worse than Brunson and James Harden.
All of them. And it's by a factor of almost 18% to Harden's 11, 18% to 9%, and 8%. He's egregious.
So the number could be higher because they sat him in an entire quarter in the Lakers series in one of those games.
Correct.
Wow.
So when you're watching tonight, you're going to have to put up with that. And look, it's the back-to-back league MVP. And this isn't some like calling card of, well, Cade's got to do it more. I'm just telling you, this is the MVP. This is the player they believe is the best player in the league. Systematically, by the math.
Yeah. And they just rewarded him for the second time.
1 of every 5 shots he takes, he's going to end up on the ground. And when people complain about the league, this is what they're complaining about. There are ways to draw contact. There are ways to do this, but there's no world do you end up on the deck 1 of every 5 shots you take.
See, I would have lost this bet. If you would have told me him or James Harden, I would have been like, Harden, all day, every day.
It's fair.
Because it seems like he always is on the ground, every shot.
The other thing you're watching, if you choose to watch tonight, it's up to you. I'm telling you, no hyperbole, no sports radio hot take stuff. If Wembanyama can stay healthy for another 7 or 8 years, he's Jordan or LeBron. I've never seen anything like him. Players, these 7-foot tall, wiry players, they usually run like baby horses. I mean, they're uncoordinated disaster. They look like the balloon animals out in front of the car dealerships. You know, those guys, a big sale. Not Wemby. I mean, he's pulling up for 3. He's putting it on the floor. He posts. The defense is self-explanatory. Guys are using the rim to shield, and he's like, it's okay. I'll just go over here and block it. His closeouts are ridiculous.
No. You know what I like about him? Okay, guess what? I don't have a great angle for the shot. I'm going to just throw it off to the glass to myself.
To put back the other
and
night.
Put it right back in. I was like, look, is that allowed?
And look, do I believe Wembanyama will win at least 3 NBA titles in a decade if he stays healthy? I do. If you have 3 NBA championships, and I know LeBron and Jordan have more, I'm just telling you from a talent standpoint, an ability standpoint, just like we never saw anything like LeBron James. And we had this conversation in the mid-2000s. If this kid stays healthy, he's right there with Jordan. This is the same conversation. This is 7'4", but athletic. It's 7'4", but smooth. It's coordinated. And from a defensive standpoint, there has never been a player in this sport. I would argue if he's out there, he's affecting 75% of the shots. It's just unbelievable.
So I'll ask the question again I asked you earlier in the week. Do you think we're going to have a U.S.-born MVP anytime soon?
I'll just say yes because I think Cade is too good to not find a way over the next 10 years to get one.
But see, here's the thing.
Maybe there'll be a year Wemby falls down the stairs. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, okay. If
That's
he's
all
hurt,
I can offer.
Because other than that, everything that you just said, what can Cade do besides walk on water that outdoes any of that?
I think Cade, all right, I will be white Stephen A. Smith. Clearly, here we go. You ready?
Blueberries.
Blueberries. I'm going to offer you a first take, hot take. I think it's totally plausible at some point if the Pistons get off their ass and get this kid some talent around him, Cade could average a triple-double.
Okay.
I know that's a little first takey.
It is.
But do I imagine it at his zenith, he could average a triple-double? Yeah, I think I could see Cade doing that.
He is. But I think, unfortunately, Mike, he may do that, but the fact that Wemby affects the entire game.
I know.
That's why I think he's going to end up winning a ton of
Just
MVPs.
remember, we live in a world where that rat-faced Canadian goofball Steve Nash stole an MVP from Shaquille F. O'Neal. I live in a world where anything's possible after that.
So you think it's going to be Wemby fatigue?
Possibly. You know there's SGA fatigue. He ain't winning 3 in a row.
Oh, he's not winning it again next year, no.
And look, it's going to be about the Pistons, or God forbid if Cade ends up on another team. If he's got the right pieces around him, he could do that. I really believe that.
Okay.
Blueberries.
No Bobby nipples.
By the way, can I ask one last question?
Yeah.
Because I know we're up against it.
It's Friday.
Can someone alert Stephen A? You're not a mafia boss. Why is he speaking to Jaylen Brown like he's Don Corleone? What are you going to do? Schedule a hit on the causeway? Like, is someone going to talk to Stephen A at all and be like, listen, you had a great career and I'll even say you're respected. Why are you talking to NBA players like you're going to put a hit on them?
I'm just shocked that he's able to find time because as being the sixth man coming off the Knicks bench and helping them win this title.
Oh, boy.
Because according to him, like it's all because of him.
Blueberries.
But you're right. It's like, okay.
You don't want to challenge me? You'll do what exactly?
Mike, I was sure you were going to go after his hairline there. I thought that was going to be the point of contention.
Yeah, you know what, Kenny? I'm going to give you 5 points.
Thank you. He wears like a hair yarmulke.
Look, I respect the fact he wears a suit like a man.
Wait. Did you just say a hair yarmulke?
You can't.
Look at the top of the man's head.
You can't. I don't think you can do that. I don't even know if he can do that.
I don't know either.
I don't want to be a part of this.
Been done.
Okay, well, that's Kenny Cott. You can write into him. Let's take a timeout. 97.1. Oh, my. All right, let's get into it. We do it every week. Here we go. It's Who Said It. Our coworkers say things. Depending on David's mood, he catalogs it, and then we have to try to guess it. So this is really about David's mood, whether we have a chance or not. Away we go. I don't even know what's happening. Can we please?
Eligibility is 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Well, Joe was here this week.
Factual.
Number 1. Look, in the end, Cleveland won. They won a 7-game series. They're the better team. Just like the Pistons beat Orlando in the first series, they're the better team.
Okay, well, I disagree with the back half of that. They got lucky with an injury. Who the hell would say that?
I'm going to say it sounded as that was maybe Angry Doug this week. Starting off with look. That's it.
It feels like Doug or Cookies. Yeah. That's where I would be. Now, Kenny, are you allowed to play here, or are you going to be using the jank rule?
I won't be using the jank rule, but it does sound like Gator's vibe when these topics came up.
Hold on.
I didn't hear him specifically say this.
Stop right there. Let's hear it one more time. David, if you wouldn't mind.
Look, in the end, Cleveland won. They won a 7-game series. They're the better team. Just like the Pistons beat Orlando in the first series, they're the better team.
I don't think there's enough qualifiers for it to be Doug. Just statements of fact.
I'm going to go Cookies. Still chesty, even though his team lost.
I think we covered all the bases. One of us is going to be happy.
I doubt it. This is going to be trouble. I'll go Cookies. You're going Doug. He's going Gator. Is that what we're doing?
I'm going Angry Doug.
Here we go. David, who said it? Unbelievable.
Okay.
I hate everything.
It was Gator.
We're off to a terrible start.
All right.
Kenny, nice job.
One in the bank.
But I'm going to take one away from you, Kenny.
Oh.
David.
Number 2. It's 2 different seasons. It's the regular season, which I have said is a fraud, and then it's the postseason where it really matters. You've got to do you've got to do good enough in one to get to the other.
Is that you?
That's what I thought.
I don't think so. The last part doesn't sound like something I said.
One more time, David.
It's 2 different seasons. It's the regular season, which I have said is a fraud, and then it's the postseason where it really matters. You've got to do good enough in one to get to the other.
The last part doesn't seem like something I've said.
If that's not you, then I think that's Rieger.
That's fair, because no way would Cookies, John, Doug, or Scott call their regular season a fraud. Those guys were all boned up all year, every day. The Pistons won again. Are we going to dissolve and evolve? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Chew it and do it.
I'll go with Rieger.
Me too.
Who said it?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's asleep for half the games. How could I possibly have guessed him?
Did he say it was a fraud? When? I need proof. Damn. Who said it?
Damn.
I think in their conversations as the playoffs were happening and Jalen Duren was looking different, then he started saying it was a fraud.
All I heard him say the other day was he was in bed for the third quarter. And then I left. All right. We'll try it again. Damn it. I'm telling you, he's in a bad mood, and this is what he does to us.
I'm in a great mood.
Yeah, because you're watching us all drown.
Nope.
You're a person in the lifeboat on the Titanic. Nope. You're like, ha, Kenny's frozen and dead.
And I took all their whistles.
Right.
Number 3.
Let me get that top hat. You're dead. I'll wear it. Go ahead.
I'm not telling you to believe what I think. You can think whatever you want and believe whatever you want. I'm not telling you how to think.
Oh, man. See, that feels like Angry Doug, or that's something I say.
That feels like Angry Doug to me. He was on one this week.
Yeah, I'm going with Angry Doug. I don't know what he is even about, David.
What crawled up his kale?
But it sounded like crosstalk for one of the last 2 days. So
he melted down, and then he opened the show the next day, like justifying the meltdown.
Yeah, these people don't understand.
But have I said something? I always say that. Like, I don't have to try to change your opinion. I'm just telling you.
Do you think it's you?
It's possible. But the fact that we've all reacted to Doug going Chernobyl back-to-back days to end a show. He even hit Gator with the door on Wednesday.
You know what? We could have poisoned the jury. I think we all just want one of these to be angry Doug.
I do, because I've never seen Doug that angry about anything. I don't care. I'd rather be wrong, hoping I'm right. I'm going with it. I'm saying it's Angry Kale.
Who said it?
Yeah! Now, play the rest. I want to hear the anger. Where's the anger? That was Gator Wednesday. He was trying to hold the door for Doug, and he pushed Gator, and he hit him with the door. It's unbelievable. You know it. He was pissed. You were here for Crosstalk.
2 days in a row. Callers set him off.
Oh, because they were mad at Trajan.
And then he was so angry he didn't even use his respectful. For respect, some of you.
He told the audience to F themselves. I couldn't believe it.
Middle fingers.
Hey, San Diego.
Right. You know what? Don't wear your bike helmets.
Number 4. I don't even want to.
Are you okay?
Yep. I'm sorry. I'm already laughing because I
didn't realize we had Dexter Manley hosting the game this week.
I don't even want to relitigate what happened. They lost. Cleveland won. That's over with.
I don't want to relitigate. That feels a little woj. Doesn't that feel a little woj? Not wanting to talk about what happened? Avoiding conflict?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know what? You've convinced me.
No.
No. Because I'm like, who was just so? I don't even want to talk about this.
And he was also off the day that it happened, or the day after, the reaction day. He was off that day. He didn't come back until the day after that. So we had already discussed it as a station. That would make sense to be Wojo.
I'm going to go Wojo. I like where you guys hit.
All right. This is on me if I'm wrong. David, who said it? Ah, damn it. David, go to hell. Can I say that to a pastor? That might not be
Well,
good.
you actually did. It's kind of like there with the meat yarmulke. So
Nope.
there you go.
Nope.
Nope. Hair yarmulke, not meat yarmulke.
Nope. I've never heard that description for someone balding, and I don't know that I want to.
Look at the top of his head.
We're just moving forward. David?
Quickly, and the Red Wings are exactly the same. Why can't anybody play offense in Detroit?
How the hell did the Red Wings come up?
I don't know. Give me.
You know what? It could be because because Trajan Langdon talked and somebody was angry. So I'm going to say it's Cookies because he's paying customer Costa.
I'm going to say Rieger, actually. I switch my guess.
Why? You got to elaborate.
Because it doesn't seem like the way Cookies would put it, and I'm pretty sure that I don't know if I heard it, but I remember him saying something like it.
In the name of time, I'm just going to say, sure, Kenny. David, who said it? Oh, my.
Right show, wrong guy.
David, thanks a lot. You mind taking it easy on us next week?
This was the easy I've done in weeks. No producers.
Yeah, this one.
No anyone else.
We were just bad. We were the Tigers. We were just bad.
All right. Today, we are all Wensiel Perez.
We are all Zach Short.
Right. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Why? Because they're going to guarantee the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road with the great deals on their massive inventory. The selection, it's best right now, and it's ready for immediate delivery, so no waiting around. And that includes the May Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $249 a month for 24 months. You'll walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Oh, my God, it's football, not space saucers. All right, I'm locked in now.
You ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
This is your Egyptian pyramid blitz.
Well, you know what? I'm going to wait for Kenny to get back because I have something specifically for him, Mike.
What is it, a question about shackets and possum stew?
No, it's about Georgia and Georgia players.
Again, the driving.
Yes.
Was it Nolan Smith, 135 miles an hour?
I don't know if you see behind me, Mike, but we put up a little thing on the glass. It says, days since Georgia player arrested.
For driving violation.
Right.
Now back to zero.
It's now back to zero. There was just one last week. And yeah, Nolan Smith got clocked doing 135 miles an hour in a 70-mile-an-hour
I've never
zone.
seen anything like it. It is the same program and largely the same issue, driving violations.
Yeah.
What on earth?
I don't understand. But you're right. It's like at some point, don't buy a sports car. Just no, because you can't handle this. Your team can. I don't know if they teach a class on this or what, but yeah, we've hit the reset button on the Georgia players arrested for driving.
Rico, I'll go a step further. Don't buy a car. Just walk everywhere. Someone can drive you.
That's David Hull, 97.
Yeah, exactly. And now David's turned the Georgia Bulldogs into the Amish.
All right. Let's go out to the Los Angeles Rams. News out there. Matthew Stafford signs a 1-year extension for about, I think, $55 to $60 million, which to me tells me that the Rams wasted their first-round pick. Yeah. He's never going to see the field ever. Ty Simpson is that to me, I don't understand what the Rams were doing.
Look, I think part of this, too, is almost like a keep him happy tax. There's no world where Matthew Stafford, and he would. They made him aware of what they were thinking of doing, and there's no world he's happy about it. And you might think it's crazy, but it's not. I mean, they're in their Super Bowl window, and they literally punted on the 13th pick of the draft with an aging quarterback. So, no, I think it's very messy. And if they had the 25th pick, I'd still have an issue with it, but there'd be precedent. The Packers had done it. Other teams have tried this. Never at pick 13. Yeah. I think it's nonsense. Yeah. Complete and utter nonsense. So, yeah, I think part of it is keep this guy happy tax.
Yeah. So yeah.
Otherwise, he could up and retire right now. Who are we kidding? He's got 4 young daughters. He's got a life ahead of him. He could easily just be like, okay, watch this. I'm leaving.
Oh, my God. And one of the daughters is him. Like, wow, Matthew, there no DNA tested. That's your kid.
She throws a lot of interceptions?
See, initially, I always thought that he was going to play just one more year. This was going to be it. And you're right, Mike. They said, "Oh, you're going to threaten us? We're going to just give you some more money." So he's staying there for 2 years. Wasted pick.
Yeah,
dumb.
Basically, just to get to the point where they'll hand the reins to Ty Simpson.
Okay, guys, are we in the middle of a stare down? And maybe the reason we haven't heard any Jahmyr Gibbs news. They're waiting to see who signs first between Gibbs and Bijan Robinson. Yes. And because if you sign too soon, the other one's going to one-up you.
I'm just fully prepared for something worse than this Campbell deal. I won't be shocked at all if Gibbs gets 22 a year. You know my thoughts on it. I'm not going to yell about it. People can be happy. They can be angry. They can do whatever they like. I think it's idiocy to pay a running back this way. Whether it's Bijan, whether it's Gibbs, whether it's Saquon, it's not a winning formula. It's positional, zero value. Running backs do not win games. Offensive lines do. So, Rico, I think you're 100% right. Whoever signs first is going to lose out on about $1 million a year AAV. Mm-hmm. So, yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be closer to training camp because I think they're going to just push it and wait to see which one does it. Who blinks first? I'm not sure who will, but yeah, the other one's going to be like, man. I could have got $5 more million.
You know what? Unless you're smart and you put the Nick Saban rider in your contract, I always have to be the top paid running back by at least $1. So I get an automatic raise as soon as somebody else gets a raise.
That is a good one. That was always a good bit. The Saban, I have to make a penny more deal.
Mike, for you, I got 2 bits of Giants news.
Oh, great.
One, how do you feel? Joe Shane has a new deal. Got an extension.
I hate it. I think Joe Shane's a con artist. So I'm definitely the wrong person to talk to there. I have no respect for Joe Shane.
Okay.
I think the guy's a clown.
All right.
Sorry.
No. The other, I didn't know. I thought maybe with Harbaugh there,
A lot of clowns.
We go ahead and hit the reset
No,
button.
I just think when you turn over this much power to John Harbaugh, it really doesn't make much sense to have the old GM essentially be his intern. But you have an owner who's dying. They don't want to have a shakeup. The co-owner was unearthed in the Epstein files and had to basically get rid of his shares of the team. There's a lot of mess with the New York Giants structurally, so that's why they're hesitant to kill everybody. But I don't like it. I just wanted to give you some context to why, other than me being a smartass.
The other bit of Giants news.
Malik Neighbors is dead.
It looks like Malik Neighbors just didn't suffer a normal injury.
No, he got Tank Delled.
And he may not be ready. I mean, John Harbaugh is saying, guys, I don't know when he's coming back.
Yeah, I know. It's not optimal. We'll see. There's a long way to go in summer. He had a routine cleanup procedure on the knee. You got to wait and see. Look, bottom line, kid's been hurt a lot early in his career. He had 3 injuries last year. He had a toe, a shoulder, the catastrophic knee injury. If he's not back until week 3 or 4, and that means he's healthy, then that's what you do. I'm kind of just sitting and waiting.
Guys, where do the Bears end up? Are they going to end up in Chicago, or are they going to end up
Hammond, Indiana?
Hammond, Indiana.
Because greed runs everything. It's a grift. By the way, shout out the Chicago Bears. Nice job. You destroyed Arlington Park. Very nice racetrack. And now you're not even going to move there. So cool. Now you're going to go to an industrial dump, which is Hammond, Indiana. And the Chicago Bears will play in Indiana. Look, it's one thing if the New York Giants don't play in New York. Not sure if you've ever been to Manhattan Island. Not a lot of real estate there. Not a lot of room for a stadium.
They can knock down a few buildings, can't they?
How many city blocks would you like to obliterate to build a football stadium? And the construction costs, you'd have a $10 billion stadium. But this is not that. They already have a beautiful location, and they've been offered a suburban location. And you're going to go to Indiana.
Here's what I'll say about that is, remember when a certain individual ran the Big Ten? Then
Kevin Warren.
He left to run the Chicago Bears, and then there was a TV deal, and teams were like, well, why did he promise us? Why would he promise this? Why would he promise that? Kevin Warren is the devil. He clearly doesn't know how to run things, man. You cannot be this way.
Or he's just so far ahead that he'll take another job and
then leave and
at
then
the burn.
they'll be in Hammond.
Okay.
Look, it's all a grift. You've seen what the Chiefs are doing. Now the Chiefs are going to the other side of the border. It's just, I'm tired of it. And anyone who offers public money moving forward on these stadiums, you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. It's been proven time and again. These socioeconomic studies are a laugh factory.
But they did say that the Chiefs will have a Houston's.
Damn.
That's your football blitz on a Friday. 97-1.
Okay, 5 o'clock, and I do want to bring up the Jack Campbell extension, but first, we've got the lineup for tonight. What did I say to you yesterday? If there's not an announcement or a move of a DFA or they call somebody up, I just was going to take a few days off. Here's the lineup. Now, you're facing Chris Bassett, who's been pretty bad this year.
Okay.
But he's a righty, okay? Leading off, Kevin McGonigal.
Okay.
No problem. Proper. In the 2-hole, Dylan Dingler. Okay, I would prefer Riley there, but guess what? I'm cool with it. Dingler's been fine this year. He's been good. And you go lefty, righty to start. Okay, fine. Here's where we run into problems. DHing and batting third, Jahmai F. Jones. Once again, Riley Green is not batting where he should be batting in the top 3 in the order. That produces in the aggregate an extra 3 at-bats a week. He's batting 4th.
Along with the fact that those are 3 of your best hitters. Let's just bunch them together.
Right. And again, I understand you want to elongate your lineup, but I mean, whatever. Batting 5th, God help me, Spencer Torkelson. But here's where I get really angry. In center, batting 6th, not 9th, not 8th, not 7th, 6th, Wenceel Perez. Batting 7th, not 9th, not 8th, 7th, Zach McKinstry. At third, a man who probably should be working at the meat market because he's a butcher in the field, Gage Workman, and batting 9th, Hyu Lee. They just refuse to try anything different.
In all fairness to the Tigers, Mike, everybody can't bat 9th.
I understand that. There is no world you have Wenceel Perez hitting 6th. There's no world against a righty you're putting Jahmai Jones 3rd. And I'll say it to you again. Why is Max Anderson or Valencia, or why would you not try something else? I'll be totally square. No, do I think Max Clark is ready? No. But guess what? If he comes up and provides the high-level defense that he already plays, you've improved upon Wenceel. Why? Because nobody could be worse offensively than Perez. I'd rather see Max Clark in center hitting 9th tonight.
And maybe he gives you the spark that McGonigal gave you at the beginning of the year.
Right. How do you not call up Max Anderson? He's 24 years old. You may as well find out now. He's got more at-bats than Max Clark.
You're right. I know you were preaching you wanted to see some change.
Because, again, it's just they're running the same crap out there. And, okay, fine, they're not playing Zach Short. Slight improvement? Question mark?
Maybe they heard the show.
But it's Jahmai Jones hitting 3rd. It's Riley, who should probably be at a minimum hitting 3rd, hitting 4th. Perez up in the order to 6th. Wenceel Perez is awful. I don't know. I'm sorry. I know we want to get to the Campbell thing.
No. When you look at it, though, it really is one of those, I can't put you all 9th. I got to find somewhere in this lineup to bat you. So it's a bad product right now.
I just wish they would have tried some other solutions, okay? I'm not telling you the kids are perfect. I'm not telling you they're going to save the day. You just got to try. It can't be this way. This can't be what you roll out every day expecting a different result, Rico. It's just... And, oh, by the way, the game's on Apple TV tonight. Like, I'm not exactly going to hustle up to go watch that nonsense.
No?
Whatever. I don't know. They win, they lose. Whatever. I'll talk to you guys next week about it. Okay. Jack Campbell. Let me surprise the people. I don't really have anything to say about the Jack Campbell thing. I knew they were going to pay him. This is what the Lions do. They pay their people early. They try to get ahead of the market. They slotted him just underneath Fred Warner. He's an elite middle linebacker. You're going to pay him $21 million a year.
Right.
What do you want me to say? Maybe by next year, he's the 5th highest paid linebacker. And then the year after, he's 8th. Maybe. Fine. It's not this that bothers me. Although, would I ever pay a middle linebacker $21 million? No, I wouldn't. But fine. Not upset in the least. This is tolerable. What comes next is what I'm worried about. I'm just ready to see Jahmyr Gibbs 5 at 110. I feel like they are going to shatter the running back market, and he's going to get 22 a year, and that I will never support. But that is the next domino to fall.
No.
So I'm sorry I don't have a hot take about Campbell. Rico, are you worried about the Gibbs extension the way I am?
I am, Mike, but it's like what I just said. Like I think it's boiling down to Bijan or Gibbs, who blinks first, because whoever blinks second is going to get the bigger deal of the two. And I think it's an ego thing. I think it's a pride thing. But he's going to get that contract. And I think, kind of like you, I've already accepted the fact that at any moment the news will come out and the Lions will say, hey,
but let's
say
and
he's the highest paid running
back. All right,
back.
let's say you're right. Let's say Bijan comes out, resets the market. Right now, the highest paid back in the league is Saquon Barkley at $20.6 million. McCaffrey makes 19. Nobody else is close. I mean, Devon Achane, 16. Breece Hall, 15.25. Derrick Henry, 15. I don't care whether it's Gibbs or Bijan. It's going to come in north of 20.6. Yeah. And I just disagree with it on principle. But I'd love to know if Lion fans are even thinking this way. Look, the Campbell thing is just what this team does. I'm not going to scream and yell about it. It's not worth it. I like Jack Campbell. And do I think they overpaid? Yeah, by a couple $1 million. What do you want me to do? The running back thing is a principle matter. Running backs do not affect winning. They don't. They don't. Mm-hmm. You know, running backs are awesome. Cool. Ashton Genty's great. How did that work for Vegas? Like Saquon Barkley was amazing. Did it help the Giants win? It's insanity to pay a running back who, by the way, they get hurt all the time. They wear down overnight. It's insanity to pay a running back $22 million a year.
Let me help your case with this.
Sure.
Running back who did just help his team win a Super Bowl was Kenneth Walker III, and Seattle said, thanks, keep the trophy. Right. We'll ship you your ring. Go make your money somewhere else. Son.
And that's from an organization that knows how to win multiple Super Bowls. The Lions couldn't do it with two hands and a flashlight. So even reinvestigate last year. Here's Jahmyr Gibbs last year. And we've done this exercise before, but I'll have some fun with you. I want to pull up his game splits for you. All right? And we all like Jahmyr Gibbs. This is not a I don't like JahmyrGibbs.com thing. I love Jahmyr Gibbs, but I'm a realist. And sorry, guys, I'm going to need a second. My point is, when you look at Jahmyr Gibbs game by game, what did I say to you earlier? How many games did he have like an explosive game, right? Here you go. Here are his rushing totals. Tell me if this is $22 million a year, okay? Starting with the opener in Green Bay. 19 rushing yards. 94, 67, 91, 54, 65. Explosive, affected winning Tampa Bay, 136. The next week, 25 yards and a loss. 142 against the Commanders. The next week, 39 and a loss to the Eagles. 219 against the G-Men in an overtime escape job. Here's the rest of his season. 68, 43, 38, 2, 41, 80. Now, when you zoom out, you go, dude, it had 1,223 yards. It was 5 yards a carry at 13 touchdowns. His season was 3 games.
Yeah, take away 3 games and those numbers. Because I think in those 3 games, Mike, he got, a third or 40% of his rushing totals?
Yeah, I mean, let's just add it up. I mean, it was 280, 480. It was 500 yards of his 1,233 came in 3 games. The point I'm making is, on a week-in, week-out basis, I can draft, I can develop, I can sign, I can get multiple running backs that one-to-one won't be Jahmyr Gibbs. My point is, it doesn't matter how special you are. You're a running back. This is the same principle you have with certain defensive positions.
What about the argument, well, he won't have to share the rock?
So may I be clear about something? He already had 243 carries last year. Let me get the receptions too. Rico, he's not going to have a 400 touch year. So, 243 carries. He had already basically zeroed David Montgomery out. What do you think he's going to get? 20 more carries? 30? 40? I don't care. 50. It's immaterial to me. 50 carries over the course of 17 games. It's less than 3 a week. It doesn't impact winning. That $21 million, that's high-level players at high leverage positions. And I love the point you made about Kenneth Walker. Here's the other side of the coin. Look, the Eagles paid Saquon and got 1 year out of him. And he died last year. And I don't think he'll be any good this year. Running backs, unless you're Derrick Henry, who, by the way, has never won a thing, or unless you're Christian McCaffrey, hasn't won a Super Bowl, they fade. They fade quick. I wouldn't do it, but I am worried about what happens next. I am. I think they're going to make him the highest paid running back in the history of the league, and I just don't support it.
And I always laugh because I think back to, I believe it was Dan Campbell saying he didn't want to fall in love with his own players.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's a joke now. By the way, 77 catches last year. So when you combo meal this, brother, he had 320 touches. Go ahead. I'll give you another 30 touches. There's no running back who's getting 400.
Yeah, and I also want to, because I can hear the people in the back. But he also catches the ball. He only had 4 games where he had over 60 receiving yards. Just 4. One of those games was Tampa Bay where he went off rushing and receiving. But other than that,
David, the funny thing about it, I realized that last year when I would do the over-under, the prop bet casino, and I would always look at, like, okay, let me get Gibbs' number one average, and it was low. It was like 39 yards. No. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong person. That is Dave Montgomery. No, it was Gibbs. And sure enough, in games, he would struggle and either barely cross that threshold or he would finish under.
248-539-9797. We can get to some texts, get to the people. And again, the Campbell thing, it is what it is. They do what they do. And I'm not mad about it. I don't have anything great to say about it either. It's like, I like Jack Campbell, but 21 a year? I mean, you're paying a hell of a lot of money for an off-ball middle linebacker. But is he elite? He's bordering on it, so I'll live with it. I'd rather pay the off-ball middle linebacker than Jahmyr Gibbs. I'll say it. I don't care if people get mad. I'll take the supercomputer of my defense versus an ancillary toy on offense. That's just how I view things.
No.
And that's not hating. I love Jahmyr Gibbs.
No, but yeah, you'll get longevity leans towards the linebacker.
100%. Yeah. All right, spring's in full swing. Make sure your home can handle it. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They ensure you stay cool. $79 AC tune-up, free on check when you tell them you heard it here. And if you're looking for a total upgrade, now's the time. You can buy a new furnace or AC, get half off the installation. And the experts at Mastercraft, they know comfort can't wait. Same-day service, 24/7 availability for any emergency. All work backed by a 5-year warranty, and they offer flexible financing to fit your budget. Call them today for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. For every power failure and seasonal shift, Mastercraft has got you covered. Go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we get to the people. We'll check on the texts. Drew's in Roseville. He's up next. Drew, what's good, buddy?
Oh, man, you guys, great topic, guys. Where do I start? It seems like that A.J. Hinch, I love him as a manager, but he's really getting on my nerves with this smartest guy in the room act he's trying to push on us. Listen, I understand having Jahmai Jones in the lineup, but why is he batting third? That's supposed to be your best hitter's position. Like, Green should be batting there every day. Or second or third. Or fourth, right?
And
the other night he ended up on the bench. He was in the batter's circle waiting to be batting, and the game ended with guys on base when he batted fifth the other day. I mean, I'm just so frustrated with Detroit sports right now. And, the Jack Campbell thing, I understand. You want to keep your guys. He's a good player. Sure, we overpaid for him, but I like what you said about Gibbs. We don't pay running backs, but that sounds like we're gonna.
You're going to. I mean, listen, I filed the Gibbs thing under the Duran thing. They're going to announce the all defensive teams and the all NBA team. I just laugh that it's this fait accompli that, like, oh yeah, we're going to pay him $40 million. I'm like, is there any analysis to this? Is there any discussion? That's my problem in this town, Drew. It's like there isn't even a discussion or a thought. It's like heresy, blasphemy, if you talk about not keeping one of your own or trading them. And I'm like, dude, without the discussion, I don't think we're really getting the most out of all of this.
I blame the league for why we have to pay him $40 million. I mean, that's what it's going to be. I mean, because we're paying him on the hopes that that he can add a low post game to his repertoire.
But Drew, I blame the team.
Play a little bit more aggressively on defense.
You don't have to pay him that. You don't have to pay him that.
What if somebody jumps in and the Lakers could offer him $50 million?
Good. Well, first of all, the Lakers can't. There are guardrails. And the point would be that's where sign and trade things happen. He's restricted. You could match. Right. And also, guess what? Austin Reeves is an unrestricted free agent, but you know who can give him the most money? The Lakers. It behooves him to sign that deal and get traded. Now, again, I'm just making an example. If you didn't want to pay Duran 40, and here's the other thing I laugh at, Drew. People are going to tell you 40's not the max. Yeah, right. It's $6 million south of it. You maxed him out for a guy who got walked like a dog by Wendell Carter. That to me warrants a conversation, but I don't think the GMs in this town are capable of it. I think they take the easy way out. It's a player to put on the season tickets.
It's almost like the GMs in this town all talk to each other.
The Coney.
How can we frustrate the fans the most?
I know. No, but Drew, look, as far as the Tigers go, there's nothing else I can say. I'm not guaranteeing my way would have done anything different, but at least you'd have a hope. I would have called up a couple people from the farm. I've given you the names. I've given you the reasons. They play positions of need. They bat right-handed. I can't change this. So, yeah, game's on Apple TV. The game may as well be on the Mars TV network. I ain't bothering with it tonight. They win, they lose, they do whatever they want. I can't do it. I can't. Wenzel, Perez hitting sixth. Jahmai Jones again. Riley can't crack the top three in the order, is one of the best players in the American League right now. Dude, whatever, man.
With really no good reason. Listening to AJ, I was like, huh? So, all right, Brian.
David, texts.
It's May, and Harris has made the Tigers irrelevant. 105 days until college football season. Can't wait.
Someone else. You know, it's funny. Rico and I were just talking, David, in the break. Like, there were a couple things. I mean, the college football playoff expansion, we did a little bit on. But, like, there's just, what did you call it? Forgive me. A reset.
Yeah, it's going to be a college football reset. Where
there's no passion for this.
Where all of a sudden, David, I equate it to there's certain milestones in everybody's life that you remember, but like your kids won't remember. You remember, a phone booth, or you remember phone books, or a corded phone in your house, or pagers. There's certain things that were once a staple in society, and now when you bring it up, it's like, wait, you guys had one phone in your house that you had to share, and it was attached to the wall? What? That's how college football feels to me. Where it's just, remember the good old days of the, BCS or the 14 playoff, and now you're at 20.
But it's also, I think there's people leaving the sport in droves. I'm sorry, there's no passion.
Oh, I totally agree, Mike, because it's hard to be passionate about something where you literally don't know the names. And that was the one thing that you follow. It was like a mini male soap opera. You followed the career of certain players. People didn't transfer, and if they did, it reminded me like the boring kid who went from Michigan to Ohio State, and that was front page news. Like, how dare you now?
And I apologize. I wasn't giving you a bad look. I was confused because I was looking at you speaking, and I saw a small child walk by, and I'm going, what the hell's going on? Like, it's 5 o'clock on a Friday.
You're also not the only one because that small child ended up back here.
And then I saw Mr. Chew it and do it, and I go, okay, Rieger brought his kid to work. I didn't know what was happening. I'm like, what's going on? I was like, what is this?
Somebody's partying for the holiday.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell's going on? Did they like, huh?
That's our newest intern, actually. That's our newest board op.
Honestly, the way Milliken hires, it wouldn't shock me.
You said it.
You may know more than some of them.
You know what?
David?
Text here. How many Super Bowls did Chris Johnson win?
That'd be
exactly.
Zero. That'd be
Bob
zero.
from Lake Park.
Look, you can do this forever. You have a running back on a rookie scale deal plus a franchise tag. That gives me 6 years. That is double the amount of career for the average running back in the NFL. If you do a productivity study of running backs, their first 6 years versus their next 4 years, you will not like what you see. It is why I do not support signing Jahmyr Gibbs, no matter how good he is today. I'm not making a 5-year commitment. I'm not paying you that money. And by the way, part of the problem is your allocation is way off on this team. Paying J-Mo, I didn't understand. After they had drafted, you draft Tesla. Right. Look, J-Mo's money could have gone to a Jahmyr Gibbs. I just don't think paying a running back $22 million a year is smart business.
No, but it does look like, Mike, they're going to try to re-sign each and every one of their pieces.
They told you this. Wait till they sign Brian Branch in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
I half expect it.
I think the only one who may be the odd man out would be Terrion Arnold. And I think we know why.
What about Laporta?
I think Laporta gets a contract.
I think Laporta's coming too.
Yeah, he's going to get a contract. Branch's going to get a contract. Because they're going to say, look at how great that draft was.
That's fine.
Look at all these pieces that we had.
Great. And look, ultimately, once the games start, I don't care. But I just...
Well, the funny thing is, in order to make this all work like that, you probably got to hit the reset button and get a new quarterback in there, which we know they're not going to do. But if you have a quarterback on the rookie pay scale,
that's different.
This all works.
The rules all change when you're on a rookie scale. You're not. You're decidedly not. David, go ahead.
On that note, someone says, not everyone has to be the highest paid player. Play the game with Gibbs. Franchise tag. Too much injury risk at that position.
100% I would. I don't have to pay him right now. Oh, but he'll hold out. Right. Let's check in on James Cook. He showed up, and he didn't sign some BOGO deal. This is what we're offering. You don't like it? Too bad. I mean, but again, the GMs in this town, they don't show any willingness to play that game. Any willingness.
My problem with that, though, too, is if you want me to pick between the supercomputer and running back who could get injured and is also fairly easily replaced, 100%.
That guy
They're
calls
way harder to find.
That guy calls everything. That's your green dot. That's your MVP on the defense. 100% I'm paying. I'm paying two guys on that defense. I pay Aiden Hutchinson, and I'm going to go ahead and pay Jack Campbell. Everybody else, it doesn't have the value to me.
And well, pre-injury, I would have said Branch as well.
Sure, but Branch's got to prove he's the same guy.
Correct.
I'm happy to pay him. He is a jack of all trades. He's a pass rusher. He's a nickel. He's a center field. He does it all. I love BB, but I ain't paying him now off a blown Achilles. That's insane.
Now, I treat him like I did Aiden. Show me that you're good, and you'll get your money.
All right, if you're thinking about upgrading your ride before summer, Moran Buick GMC, one of the biggest selections of Buick and GMC vehicles in the state, including Denali's in stock. And right now, lease a 26 Sierra 4-wheel drive elevation crew cab, $189 a month, 0 down, or the 26 Encore all-wheel drive preferred, $269, $999 down. Certified service, you know the deal, MoranExpress.com. They'll give you that free loaner. And you can shop anytime online or, of course, stop by the old school way. Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
You would be correct, Michael. It is time for yes or no. For those of you who have not heard this before, I ask the boys questions, Jeopardy-style categories. They answer yes or no, and I give them points depending on their reasoning. Is everybody ready?
Yes, but may I want to offer a moment. No, David, hold on. I want to start out on a positive note. I had three people, not complete strangers, but I had three people come up to me. You know what they said? Nothing else about the show. I don't even know why. I love this new Kenny Cott game. I go, of all the things we do all week, this
we
is
pump
what
out a week's worth of sports content.
This is what you've selected. They go, I know it's ridiculous. One guy was like, I just can't stop laughing. It's so absurd. I love it. I go, okay, great. So, yeah, I guess yes or no is staying around.
All right. Yeah, and so Mike and Rico both said yes, so that's a couple of points for them. David, turn my drops on. Okay, I guess there's no drops. All right. So the categories this week are Tigers, Pistons, National, and there's two extra
horse
ones.
Racing.
There's two additional ones I've added. The GM Coney, the Detroit GM Coney.
Okay.
or space?
Oh, God. Okay, hold on. It's Rico's day. They have declassified videos and UFO stuff from the Pentagon.
Part 2.
I think Rico should lead.
So let's just lean into it. Space.
All right, space. And
in space, yes.
No cockfighting in space. Mike, I want you to answer last. Do not poison the jury because this relates to you.
Okay.
Mike is more likely to believe in UFOs and aliens than a Tigers season turnaround. Rico and David, yes or no?
Wow. Kenny, first of all, great question to start this thing off. Mike is still going to believe in the Tigers because he can see the Tigers. It's tangible. I don't think Mike will ever believe in space. I wish he would.
David?
I don't know if it's a yes or no. I have no idea, but he will never believe in space. No.
All right, let's see who was right. Michael?
I believe in the Tigers more than space. I believe the Detroit Baseball Tigers, from a baseball human standpoint, have a much better chance of making the playoffs than I do believing that there are space people or that an F-16 shot down a UFO over Lake Huron.
I know my buddy, Kenny.
So that'll be 5 points for Rico because I agree with his answer. That'll be -5 for Mike because I disagree. And -10 for David because he said he didn't know whether it was yes or no, which, again, not the game. All right, the next one. We got the Detroit Coney GMs, National, Pistons, or Tigers?
David?
Let's go National.
National. Aaron Rodgers announcing this is going to be his last year as a thinly veiled excuse for him to have a retirement tour around the country each city he stops in.
Is it a... Yeah, you know what? He's vain. So I can see that it is a way for him to just get praised everywhere, get talked about. Tony Romo would love this. So, yeah. Okay. Yes.
Rico?
I'm going to say no, only because he realizes the cities don't like him. The networks may glaze over him, but most teams, like fans, are sick of Aaron and wish he would have retired 5 years ago.
Let me take I agree with the answer. I have a different tact. He's married now. Things are different. And he's back for one more year with his old coach. He goes into the sunset. They give it one more run. And he moves on to the next phase of his life. I don't think it's Tom Brady. I don't think they're the same person. I think he's done.
That'll be 10 points away from Rico and Mike because that's the incorrect answer. David said the right answer, which is yes, because I don't think this man will ever try to stay out of the public light. He's always a weekly appearance on McAfee. Every offseason, is he going to retire? Where's he going to go? This, that, and the other. He loves this. I don't care if he's married or where he is.
Okay, but here's the thing, Kenny.
You're arguing with the grandmaster.
I understand. He's already taken away the points.
Oh.
So I got nothing to lose now.
But he could take more.
I can take more away. That's -1 point for making the rules, Rico.
No, but Kenny, it becomes draft day. He throws a party, but nobody shows up.
I'm not arguing. I don't want to lose any more points.
And that's a point for Mike. I give you Rico's point for not arguing. See what you did there? All right. We got Mike, this is you. Tigers.
Yeah.
Pistons. The Detroit GM Coney.
Horse racing. Detroit GM Coney.
All right. By the way,
Mike, I'm taking away 5 because you gave me the wrong category.
I just like that we had Preakness stuff last week. I'll take GM Coney.
All right, Rico, actually, because I believe this was a creation, one of your brainchilds, the Coney bit. Could you explain to people who don't know what that is and what it means?
The Coney is where all the people who make decisions in Detroit sports, it's where Holmes, it's where Scott Harris, it's where Iserman, and it's where Trajan Langdon all sit around and decide we're not going to make any moves because the first one who makes a move has to pay the bill. So let's just keep things as is, no pressure.
So now that we've established that, yes or no, at this exact time next year, one of the 4 GMs will have deviated from the messaging and have up and left out the front door of the Coney. Yes or no?
I say yes. Now, do you want an explanation?
I would love an explanation.
Okay. Yes, because you have Brad Holmes off of 2 missed, haven't won a playoff game in 2 years. You have Scott Harris, where this team's in dead last and looking like a complete failure. You have Steve Yzerman in year 8. And Trajan Langdon right now has a legitimate claim that they're one player away from being NBA Finals good. I say the odds are in our favor. Yes, one of them will stand up and fight.
Rico?
No, they will not stand up and fight because what Mike has just said so eloquently makes sense, but it's been the same problems year after year after year, and nobody's made a move.
Yeah, we're talking about a big move here. No, it will not change within a year. It will be the
Cialis
same
City.
old same. Yeah, they'll never make a big move. No, I'm depressed by it.
That'll be 11 2/3 points for David and Rico because, innocent until proven guilty with these 4. And that'll be only -2 points because I want Mike to be right really badly, but I disagree.
Great.
Okay, you get an extra point back.
Thanks, buddy. Yes.
-1 only. Okay, Tigers or Pistons? David.
Oh, Pistons.
Fans, yes or no? Fans have tuned out of the playoffs, or they're watching as spite watching because they're basketball fans. Fans have tuned out of the playoffs, yes or no?
Oh no, they have tuned out of the playoffs. This fan base in this city has shown that they are only a fan of their team and their team only. When their team isn't playing, they don't watch anything else out of spite. They're lying if they say so. They don't watch anything. They're done.
Rico?
David, I agree with you. I think what's happening is they're not watching it. They're not watching one. They're not watching the best playoffs out there, which is Spurs and Thunder. They're watching the Knicks and the Cavs out of spite because they don't like the Cavs and they want to prove that we could have beat the Knicks because we almost beat them last year. So they're only watching that one. They're getting full off the bread and they're missing the main course.
In an unprecedented move in yes or no, I'd like to copy and paste everything my senator from Southwest Detroit just said. Full agreement. I think you've nailed it. They're missing the bar they need to aspire to because of spite.
So that'll be a point to David because I think he's more right than wrong. -1 point for Rico because he didn't really say yes or no. He said, I agree with David, but also I disagree with David.
I like when you cut Rico off. That's good. That's great.
I actually did, but
again,
another minus point. And Mike, that's -7 points for you for basically not coming up with your own answer and saying Rico's answer is
that's
right.
Great. That's just super.
This is crazy.
We'll do Tigers here.
And this is what people like.
This is what people like.
Why put research into a show? Just do this.
After a sweep if we lose this weekend holiday series, Tigers fans will declare this team deceased.
Yes, 100%.
Yes or no?
Yes, 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 yes.
No, they will not, because there's always going to be hope. Well, what about this? And what about when they came back? And it's always going to be what about? So no.
You're exactly right, Rico. It will be no, because what they did a couple years ago has blinded the people, and they will always believe in that. So no.
That's minus points for David and Rico. And Mike, you said yes 5 times, so that's 1, 2. It's going to take forever. You get 5 points.
Yes.
David, you noticed that Mike didn't really get anything taken away, but he took away from us. I wonder why.
When he took 2 points away, then he gave him a point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That is yes or no.
I guess I need to wear the hat again. All right, we hit upon a myriad of things today. Use the Odyssey Rewind if you missed out. We started off the show because, well, we got more disclosure of alien stuff, and Mike asked me a question if I saw the attack, and I said, and I was driving back. It was February, I think, of 2022 or whenever they supposedly shot down. I remember driving back from an MSU game, Rieger, and the sky lit up. And it lit up for like 5 seconds, and it almost turned like daylight, and then it went back to being night. It is not a lie. I saw this.
Wait, did aliens come down?
No.
Was there a spotlight?
No, they were saying that during
Body
that
cavity
time
search?
during that time period, according to these new release government documents, that a ship was shot down over Lake Huron. So
Ooh.
I just happened to be driving home from MSU.
So you think you saw who was MSU playing? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Did they win the game?
I don't remember.
Did you have melting moments?
I probably did.
We were playing a team full of aliens, apparently.
No, because when that happened, I forgot about everything else because I was just like, what am I? Because it was like the intro of every superhero movie. Like, do I need to go find whatever this is that just went across the sky and lit up everything, and maybe I get superpowers?
Are you sure you were like sober?
Rieger,
like you really saw the lights?
Okay, Rieger.
You ever question what you see? I do it all the time.
As you know, I don't drink, so therefore, yes.
Okay.
I was sober. I don't
you
do
like
gummies.
peyote?
I don't do the ayahuasca.
Finger of God, ayahuasca,
none of that.
mushrooms, acid.
No, it's just heck, stuff can happen.
I mean, I guess
I'm not expecting people to believe what I believe. It's up to you.
Let me ask you this: if they were aliens, do you think Izzo could have got them to transfer to Michigan State?
No, they would go to Michigan.
Because Izzo can't do the transfer.
The intergalactic portal, is that what we're calling it now?
Or they just call themselves an alien and go to the NBA from Paris.
Right. And go to San Antonio.
And then he just kicks our behind for the next 20 years.
According to Trajan Langdon, an alien that scores 44 and gets 20 rebounds. I like that, by the way. I just put that up on a tee, and David just knocked it out of the park. Anyway, how you doing, Rico?
I'll be better in about 4 minutes.
But that's when you leave me.
David, any
what a bastard.
to finish this show off before we hand this over to Rieger and Wojo?
Please, there's no Wojo. And by the way,
it just sounded good.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that. Can I just tell you a quick little thing before your text? All you beautiful people get to go home, right? You're going to start your holiday weekend. I'm working for you bastards on Monday at 2:00. So you get 3-day weekend. You're going to be enjoying
Tiger
life.
Game?
No, there's no Tiger game.
Oh,
They
it's
get
a
the
whole
day
show?
off. Yeah, whole show by myself till 4:00. Or till 6:00 rather.
David,
but
Kenny, what's the word we normally use?
I believe that would be whack.
Well, yeah. Well, I got more of that. Get it ready. Get it ready. So odds are they're not going to play baseball tonight, or if they play baseball, it's going to be delayed severely. So I was supposed to have a 50-minute show. Now it's probably going to be at least 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours.
Rico, what's that word that we just discussed?
Give it to me. Give it to me. Yeah. Yeah. And then, by the way, I got one more. And of course, Wojo doesn't show up.
Okay.
Can you do it again?
When? I'm sorry. He literally has like 30-minute shows. Rieger, how long
I do not have 30-minute shows.
I'm here for 15 minutes.
The longest show, the shortest show I usually have is 35 minutes. But the Piston season's over.
I think, Jeff, you'll be fine. I think you'll have a show on the front end. Game will start a little later. You'll be good.
You know what?
I like how the guy has a nice time slot on a big radio station that people would die to work for. And he's like, oh, I got to work 4 hours, baby.
See, I'm on your side, Jeff. I'm really pulling for you.
Listen, when you prepare for 50 minutes and then you get thrown at 4 hours in your face, it's hard.
Initially, I was. And then you had the little joke. So the hell with you.
Now it's dissolve and solve, by the way. Yeah, listen. Yeah. You want me to get you some Blue Chew Gold?
I didn't want to make jokes because we have a visitor here, so I'm trying to keep things PG.
Oh, yes, my daughter's here, but she can't hear right now.
She can hear outside the studio. You realize that, right?
No.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, never mind.
So that's why I'm keeping everything PG because no couch therapies. No.
Oh.
You'll be paying for the therapy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I am her dad, so she probably needs therapy just for that, right? Yeah.
Look, I don't care. I'll play every drop in the world. I don't care.
Thanks for disagreeing.
Daddy, what's the good news?
You got to teach him somehow. You're going to teach him real quickly, Jeffrey.
Okay, David, go home. Just go home.
Now
David.
he chose to bring her to work, okay?
I had no choice. I had no choice.
What do you got?
Oh, yeah, we're doing a show. We're doing a show. We're going to do a radio show up until Tiger Baseball, whenever that is, whether it's today or tomorrow. We're going to talk about the lineup. We're going to talk about Skubal. And I have a question for Tigers fans, and it might be over the top. It might be, what's the word? Not fair, but I'm going to ask it regardless.
Okay.
Irresponsible, even.
And will Joe be joining you in progress?
Woj, you just can't stop, Kenny. You just can't stop. You know, I brought my daughter in to keep me company because there's nobody else in this building.
That's every day. That's the ends in Y.
I mean, I guess, but it feels more lonely on a Friday.
How is it any different?
People call me.
You get the memo. We're going to start it off early, like, what, since last year? There's nobody here.
You want to ask me if Wojo's showing up?
Is Wojo going to be here?
No, definitely not. No Wojo today.
All right.
Goodbye.
It's Jeff Rieger.
Hey, enjoy your weekend.
Wojo will be showing up soon. Enjoy your holiday weekend, people. 97.1.